Group A has concluded as we get ready for day 7. We had a little taste test, didn't we, of Group B last night. 5 matches today. We're back to the full program over the next 4 days. We'll find 4 more quarterfinalists for Thursday and, of course, finals on Friday. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Italy, Brescia, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Buongiorno, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Day 7, we'll see the hosts in action for the first time. Brescia, they've got a big program. They'll play 3 times today, and the weather, it has come to the party. We've had a little bit of everything this week, haven't we? Had some crazy storm that rolled through the ground, had some overnight rain as well earlier in the week, but right now, probably the best day weather-wise so far. And it's fitting that it comes on a Sunday, so hopefully plenty of people are going to tune in and get ready for the action. So Brescia, of course, we last saw them in the ECL. They had a crazy time. They made it to the championship week. They made it to the very final day of that competition. It's the first chance to see them since they bowed out in 3rd place in Europe. They're going to take on Milan United this morning, and they're a side we have seen before in ECS cricket as well. Tyrone Peters has the duties. He's got the coin. Let's get ready for the coin toss. Over to Tyrone.
Milan United to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's a head.
Okay. Bowling.
They're going to bowl.
3-2. Heshan has won the toss for Milan United and elected to bowl, so Brescia being put in. Good morning, everyone. And I want to welcome you to the broadcast. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, as we get ready for day 7. Bright sunshine greeting us, expecting 22 degrees, currently 15. Probably the nicest conditions for the first ball we've had so far. We did finish Group A yesterday, so we're going to go back and have a little bit of a look at what happened for Fornaci. 160 against Albano, 144. Well, I kind of remember that being the night before, actually. That was on Friday night. A little bit of blast from the past. And then yesterday we did start with Bergamo CC, making 119 off 10, but then Fresh Tropical blew them away within the 7 overs. They took all the points, and because Bergamo CC didn't hold on to their point, that meant that they were out of the competition. They were 5 points behind 4th, and it's a shame because they're a good side, and Darashiko had a life early, dropped on 0, but he went on to make most of the runs for Bergamo CC. Fresh Tropical then put an absolute, just a crazy score on the board, 229 against Albano that were really disappointing. 79 is all Albano would get in response. Amadou Safi missed 100% with a hat-trick in his 4 for 13. Then Bergamo CC versus Fornaci. It was a little bit of a battle of the dead teams walking, but Fornaci with a memorable moment for their club. In their first European Cricket Series, they beat Bergamo CC, who never got going in their innings, 95, and it was a bit of a shot back to earth for Bergamo CC. Hamad Hafsar with 4 for 4 was really good there. Fornaci ended up chasing it fairly easily. And then we started Group B. And Brescia in the first Group B match, we're taking on Friends 11, which has a lot of kind of Kings 11 influence in there. But Brescia, led by Riaz Medasa, put a big score on the board, and they took all 4 points against the Friends 11. So this is how Group A finished. So Fresh Tropical at the top, Brescia CC second, Cividante third, and Marco Milano in 4th. You can see who missed out. Cricket Stars just out of there despite having the same amount of wins as Marco Milano. Bergamo CC, a bit disappointing for them, just the 2 wins. Fornaci started with 5 losses, but finished with 2 wins in Albano. They were the real kind of riches to rags story, weren't they, this year? They finished at the foot of the table. And this is how Group B started. So we're just getting going. We have 7 teams here in Group B. They'll play over the next 4 days. And 21 matches in total. That's why we had the one last night. And 4 out of those 7 teams will be in the quarterfinals on Thursday. So turning our attention to this game. And Brescia taking on Milan United. Brescia, of course, if you've been watching ECL this year, or ECN cricket this year, you know from the ECL that they finished 3rd in Europe and equalled what Brescia CC did back in 2022 as an Italian club. And they have a pretty good-looking side there. Farid was just reliving the golden ball, actually, that kept him in the competition. He's down the order, but expect Nisar Ahmed to open up. Sharuk Nawaz with an absolute beast up there. Probably player you don't see there is Hassan Ahmed, that was part of the ECL. based in Switzerland, so he's not in the side at this stage, but who knows, maybe we'll see him at some point. And also throw in that Ahmed Imran's an experienced campaigner in there. Hassan Ali, youngster, probably will only be able to play today because of work commitments, and so certainly they'll want to get the most out of the left arm. And Milan United, though, got some good players in there. They're led by Thuridu Hashan. Expect to see Changeover at the top of the order with Suresh Silva. And Milan United, they're a good side that we probably haven't seen the best of in ECS cricket, and they do start big underdogs as they are taking on the Italian champions of last year, Brescia. As we see the Milan United side going out there, and I'm going to tell you something, these are some sensational uniforms that they've got. A mixture of the red and the purple. It's giving me Cluj vibes for all you Romanian fans out there. Now, one thing we haven't had so far, speaking of Golden Ball, we haven't had one here in the Brescia series, but we did have a couple last year, and today I've brought in the heavy hitting. I've brought in the Golden Ball magnet, so you'll probably hear from him pretty shortly. And in Milan United, a bowling first, probably 50-50 with the toss, maybe because it's the first game. You want to get out there and get all out there together, I suppose. Jinnah, though, they might be thinking that's a good toss to lose. They probably would have bowled first as well, but gives them a chance to put some big scores on the board. So Vinny Sandu here, and here is the Golden Ball magnet himself. It's Danny Hudacek back in Brescia, back to join us for the next 3 days. Welcome, Danny.
Thank you, Vinny. Great to be here. It's been a while. I was here in Milan last year, or in Italy last year, Milan, which was fun.
We combined the series last year, didn't we, into Milan this year. They combined into Brescia.
Yep.
You're no stranger to this part of the world and the cricket, right?
Yeah, it's my third time here, and it's a great part of the world. And we've got beautiful weather today. I heard you've had a bit of a
mixed bag.
Mixed bag, yeah.
Mixed bag. It has been. But yeah, I mean, right now, 15 degrees for the first ball. Feels warmer than that, I've got to say, with the direct sunshine.
Yeah, it is quite pleasant here. I know that the first series I was here was in May, in 2021, I think.
Yeah,
it was very different for many different reasons.
Probably more like March back then, actually. Anyway, here we go. Wirabahu is going to get us going, and we're going to start with a boundary as Nisa gets one a little bit short of length and puts it away. So Brescia haven't wasted too long. Now, Danny, I know you follow ECN cricket as well, when you're not behind the mic, but yeah, their European Cricket League was crazy. They finished second in their group. They had to go the hard way into the championship week. They had to get through Skanderborg, the Danish champions, and they ended up being able to get across the line in a pretty entertaining Group A final, and then in championship week, it was carnage. Really, they had at least 4 or 5 last ball games, golden balls, everything.
I mean, I do remember watching that. That was
shoulder charges. It was
was
insane. Anyway, this is going to be a wide. And look, one slight change to the playing conditions, which has come in around about 3 weeks ago, is now that with offside wides, any ball that hits the line is actually not a wide. So we've given the bowlers a little bit more leeway. But if the ball misses the line completely when it passes the popping crease, then it is a wide. But that line is fixed now. It won't move for if the batter moves.
Good ball.
Good ball there by Wirabahu. So we do have a question from Monica, I think, watching from Colombia now. She loves Bilal Khan, saying, why haven't I seen Bilal Khan playing? Someone know? Does anyone know? Well, Bilal actually played for Jinnah as a wild card in the ECL. So he's actually a Rome-based player these days. So I probably see him in the ECS in Rome a little bit later. Thanks for the question, though. Nice bit of outswing there from Wirabahu. Also, I want to say hello to Terry Richmond. I want to say hello to Bajendra Yadav. And hello to Rob Thompson in there, watching from New Zealand as well. Dave B, I think I mentioned him already. And Holly might be around. Jeff Mobbs is around. So why don't you say hello to Danny in there? It's nice to have you back. I'm trying to think of the last time we had you on. Might have been Czech last year?
Yeah, Czech last year. I think I did 2 series last year. Oh, nice shot. Clipped just off his hip. Behind square leg, another 4 runs. Very strong in that area.
Yeah, I mean, what we have seen on this pitch, it reminds me of the Rome pitch a little bit because it is cement based, and it's fast, and it's got bounce, but it is very consistent
Yeah.
bounce. So you haven't seen too many bad bounces, and I think the batters there are eating it up, to be honest. So Nisa up to 8.
I was speaking to Hassan Ali yesterday on the ride from the airport. He's very kind to pick us up. Nice shot again. That's just inside the boundary, rolling over the rope. 4 runs on the other side of the ground. And I was about to mention that he's bowling in good shape. The bowler, that one left him a little bit, just got it right at the end of the bat. So he's strong on both sides.
Yeah, Nisa's a very good player. I remember he actually was a bit of a star for the Italian national team in the ECC a couple of years ago as well. A very experienced campaigner. Also, he's a very, very good keeper. Yeah, that's one thing. We've seen a bit of a variation, I suppose, in the standard of wicket keeping in the tournament so far. Fastball of the first coming up. And it's going to be a Gundy ball, really. That's a knee-high full toss worked away. So 4 carreras, 4 runs to finish the over. And at the end of 1, Brescia, 17 without loss. Yeah, this field, I know it's the first time you've been to this field. What are your impressions so far?
Very nice.
Just quickly, we'll mention that we're very close now, even closer to 6,000 runs. That takes up to 5,994. Crazy week of action, even with the 3 washouts. 12.5 and over has been the average run rate. 11.1 maximos per 10 overs, so it's like more than 1 and over. And also a lot of wickets falling, though, kind of high 5s. The average probably 5.5 across all series, but I think we've seen some decent bowling, and these are some of the other stats. Interesting so far, we've had more successful chasers, so maybe that's something that's on the captain's mind at the toss. But yeah, what are your impressions of this Jinnah facility so far?
It's lovely. I mean, as I said, I went to Milan. I've been to Milan a couple of years. That's a strange little field.
Yeah, it is in a way.
Yeah, the potato field on the outside, the running track. There's a concrete running, like a lip of a running track that still is there, which causes a bit of chaos. There's also the two
dugouts, like the football dugouts.
Yeah, William the Concreter was one of them.
That's true. Crocodile Rock. Anyway, as Silva comes in with some spin to change things up, and that one's going to disappear. I think it's gone over the line. It's going to be Maximo, 6 runs, and a very nice shot. So, just a fraction short. Yeah, but we've been around now. You've basically commentated at 3 grounds in this region.
Yeah. Look, the other Brescia ground is really nice as well. It's a little bit different to this. I remember we were on the hill. There's only 1 ground there. It was nice. It was really nice. The weather conditions for that tournament, it was horrific, but really nice ground as well. And this is lovely. And there's 3 grounds as well. A lot of potential for it.
Lifted up here, leg side, and right now the Jinnah team putting on a pretty good power play. Nobody back there. Another 4 runs.
Yeah, he's bowling a little bit straight. I don't think they're bad deliveries, but if you've got no protection out there, they're going to put someone out there, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Or they're just swapping players.
I think he will go to the outfield.
Yeah.
Specialist outfielder.
But he's got a lot of ground to cover on that leg side. But it's been a very good start here from Jinnah Brescia. 27 off just 1.2. And he's gone the same direction again. And, well, it didn't matter how tall that fielder was, how far he was back. That was going to clear him. It's a lovely shot. Very strong in that area.
Yeah.
Is Shakur Nawaz. And now the skipper's coming over, have a bit of a chat to the bowler, Gayan Silva. He's have to do a little bit of a rethink, I think, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a gamble. I can understand how you maybe want to change up the pace. Obviously, the openers, they expect fast bowling. The first over, the seam has gone for a 17.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with the logic and the tactics. It's just... Oh, that's a better ball. Nice darting delivery right into his legs. Just cramped him up. And, that might be the way to go, I think. Just a few darts just to tighten him up. They've got a very strong offside field, but maybe bowling a little bit straight.
Quick hello to Cheryl as well. I know he's tuning in. Hope you're making a good recovery. Anyway, this is a pretty good start As Nawaz, well, he was a big beast in the ECL as well. He's got some really good bowling. Just so hard to protect these boundaries early on.
Yeah, it's difficult when you get aggressive batsmen like this, and you've got a pitch which will help the batsman. It's coming through quite nicely, consistently, and you get a quality opening pair like this. It's tough to keep the runs down. Oh, turned around the corner. That's another 4. Well, they're going to need a wicket here, Milan United, to stop this, because they're pretty set, these two. They've just faced an over each. And, well, I thought Nis Ahmed would well with the 16 off the over. But Nawaz, 24 off that one. So, Brescia after 2 overs, 41 for no loss.
Yeah, and there's a race. Nawaz is winning, isn't he? Classic hare and the tortoise. It's 41 without loss after 2. This field, something about it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the kind of the surroundings and the odd building. It does give me sometimes some Vinoj vibes.
Yeah.
Maybe depending on the weather as well.
Yeah.
I know Vinoj also has multiple fields there. So you've got 2 fields there in Czechia where you live. And obviously we spent a lot of time there. Going all the way back to 2020 when we first had the Czech Super Series, one of the first series we showed after the lockdown. So yeah, Danny's history with us goes way back, and you probably know as well as anyone else how far we've come in quite a short period of time.
It's such a difference from me and Terry in tents with a local production team who knew nothing about cricket, who did a very good job, to be fair.
Yeah.
But it's so different to what we have now, what we see now all around Europe. Oh, nice shot again. This one is caught. I think. Was he over the boundary?
I think he's not holding the ball now.
Oh, he's not holding the ball.
That's not a great sign. And
it looked like he'd caught it.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, it's going to go for 6. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I can understand. It looked like it stuck to the hand, but then.
I know. Did it go straight through him?
It pretty much burst through the finger.
I didn't see
one hand. And I think this has been called a no ball, but I'm not sure why. I saw a no ball signal there, and either that or the umpire was just saying, like, settle down. There's a lot happening so far.
Just got a couple of hellos in the chat. Firstly, hi to Dave. It's good to see you in the chat again. Amadullah Safi, Mr. 100%.
Yeah, he'll be happy to see you as well.
Yeah, he's a great guy. So, hello there, Mr. 100% in the chat. He's had a pretty good tournament, I think. This one is hit into a vacant gap again. And that's another 6. So.
Yeah, first one was a no ball, by the way. I'm trying to get to the bottom of why it was. But, yeah, basically that first ball goes for 13.
Yeah. I completely lost sight of that ball. It went into that banner. And so I didn't see it. But then he would have run over the boundary as well. Not sure. Maybe it was the field.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Not sure why it was, but anyway, what's done is done. And now this one is probably going to be 4 more. I just think with the overnight weather being pretty good, you're not really seeing the dew factor we sometimes see on the field, and it seems pretty quick from the get-go.
Yeah.
This is Nimesh Mendes coming on. He's a slightly different kind of leg spinner. He's more like an Anil Kumble kind of leg spinner that comes in with a bit of pace and bowls a lot of overspin. But, yeah, it's knocked away for 4.
I don't think there's been too much loose bowling. It's just been very, very aggressive batting. A little bit of luck there, an inside edge. But just a single. But I don't think there's anything too bad with the bowling. And against probably lesser batsmen, they would have not had almost 60 off 2.5 overs hit. Anyway, here comes the bowler again.
Goes straight. That's what he does so well. And that one is an absolute monster hit. Maximal 6 down to the ground.
Yeah, couldn't have got much more of that. That's still going up, I think. And it looked like he actually hit the toe of the bat.
These guys are powerful. I mean, Brescia, you don't make it to the ECL without playing some pretty good cricket. And I would characterise this as a batter's pitch.
Yeah.
I just think it's flat. It's got bounce, but that can work for batters as well. you have to be really fast to kind of hurry the batters up, which I've seen on occasion. That's a pretty good comeback, I think. An over spinner. But this power play is up in the clouds at the moment.
Yeah, it's... Ooh, does that hit the batsman? I think it might have hit the batsman.
It's really the only
all right.
the best thing that's happened so far for Milan United, really. That nickname back in the previous year's tournament.
Yeah, that was the... that was actually at Brescia. Another nice shot. Backward square leg, 4 runs. Yeah, in that Milan Brescia tournament, the first time, where he threw himself at absolutely everything. But he's a lovely guy, and also just loves his cricket and plays for the team. You know, it was good to see him in the Italy setup as well, a while ago. So a bit of recognition there. So it's it'd be great to see him. I haven't. I don't know. Fresh Tropical. He's playing for Fresh Tropical. So now he.
So we actually saw missed 100% at the ECL in 2022 for Brescia CC as well.
Yeah.
And he played pretty well there. But anyway, what a power play! 70 on the board after 3. It's a long way back from here, but I never call a game too early because things can turn around. I mean, in one of the ECL group finals, Hüdinger, for example, they were 100 after 5 overs against Hornchurch and ended up only making 138, had it chased down. We saw Sohail Ospitalet in Barcelona be 114 off 5 overs last year and lose the game. So you never know what to expect. Right now, we're going to get Roshan Silva as that's out of the ground, and new bowler, same old story, Maximal 6 runs.
It's pretty simple, this game. Just play a straight bat, straight back over the bowler, 6 runs.
Hey, so that was a no ball first ball of that 3rd over.
Yeah.
It was for 4 outfielders, and you're only allowed 2. So they actually had too many. I don't know whether they thought the power play, they miscounted the overs. I mean, only been 2 overs. So that's why the first one was a no ball. It was hit for 6 anyway, so that drop catch wouldn't have been out anyway. But he couldn't keep it in the field, and the next ball went for 6. So plenty happening so far this morning. Now, this is another powerful strike. This is high, though. Fielder under it. And he almost catches it. It almost lands in his navel. That's Nawaz, who put that one up into the clouds, almost brought the rain back. But the result's going to be a long, high single.
He made good ground to it. Got both hands. This one, couldn't grab it.
It's easy in slow motion. It's easy in slow motion. I've got to say, it was a pretty good effort. That was a rainmaker, wasn't it? Nawaz dropped on 37. The race is still on between these two. Make that 38 apiece. Gina Brescia up to 78.
It's been very impressive so far. Look, I can understand why Milan United have lost track of overs, because it's been a long day already for them, and we're into the first only the first morning of this week. 77.
Yeah, they're on for. It says 122. I don't know if that's broken, because this one is going to be out of the ground as well. So something's going on with the expected score. I reckon that's stuck. We need to turn it off and turn it on, because I think it maybe 222 is probably more likely than 122 here.
I've got to say, I don't think the bowling's been bad. I think it's against players who might not be in the same form or the same class. I think they would be just a normal innings. But these two are tearing them apart. So 38 off 12 and 44 off 11. It's rare that it happens from both ends, Vinny.
Yeah, that's right. It's the odd, we call it the double click. Oh, you Microsoft Windows users out there. The double click's dangerous. That's what's happening at the moment. It was on 44. It's a pretty good ball, though. It's a small win, but it's a win nonetheless.
It's a maiden ball, Vinny.
Yeah, you take a maiden ball at the moment. But I like the location there. Remember, the bowlers, they do have a little bit more to work with in the width.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's something you can actually try and hit that line. A Yorker that kind of bounces at the intersection of the wide line and the popping crease. That's probably what I'd be aiming for. A really good ball.
Yep.
Just want to actually kind of swing out and cut back in. So excellent couple of deliveries. And this is a good example of a ball that might have been a wide before, because it gets a tiny bit of the line.
Yep.
But now it's not. So that's a good finish. It's a double maiden ball. For you. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 84 without loss.
Yep. Look, it's a really good start here for Gina Brescia, who are Really, I mean, they're the host club.
Yeah, they are.
They know this ground because they play on it every week. They practice here, so look, they've obviously got the advantage in a sense. Even though I'm sure Milan United have played here many times, but what a start! 84 for no loss off 4 overs.
So now who do you turn to now? It's going to be Kudama Duwagi Sanjeeva. I'm sure he doesn't mind going by Sanjeeva. He's going to bowl over number 5.
We'll see what he can produce. Comes in for his first delivery. And it's a wide.
It's not a bad spot to miss. We've seen sometimes the batters chasing those.
Really long-handled bat, I think he would have needed there. A really extra long-handled bat to be able to reach that one, Vinny.
Need a turning point, don't you? Obviously running into Brescia early in the piece. They have played probably a lot more cricket than Milan United have at this stage, having played a full ECL group and a Championship Week campaign.
Yeah.
So we've also spent a lot of mental energy, I'm sure, during that. But
I like how Dave puts, he's been putting recently the catches and drops. 2 drops, but one of them, they're both hard catches, to be fair.
That's the thing. Drops don't really give an idea of how difficult the catches were, right? Right. Big swing and a miss from Sharuk this time. One thing I think I'd like Dave to do, because it is cool, he's got the catch percentage.
Yeah.
But I said, just when you're watching, just track catches versus drops. And when you get to 100, see how many out of 100 have been caught. So whether it's, say, 70 catches, 30 drops. And then start again. And let's see. As this is in the air, and this is another catching opportunity. This time it's taken. So finally, we've got a wicket. And Nawaz kind of went off the boil a little bit there. Been fighting back piece by piece. Nawaz again goes to the skies. This time it's not quite as high. And Brescia lose their first wicket. It's 86 for 1.
Well, you're wondering who they should turn to, and they turn to Sanjeeva, and it's been a fantastic over so far. He's troubled the batsman, apart from the little wide. He's troubled the batsman and then picked up a vital wicket, and that's the breakthrough I think they need, Vinny, or they definitely need.
Definitely, because it was a rough start, to say the least. Like I say, still fighting for a bit of a turnaround, but maybe that's the start of something more. Janaka Vas comes out at number 3, and he's a very good hitter. Roshan Silva taking a good catch. Maybe actually held things pretty well in that last over, only going for 14. I say only, but compared to some of the earlier overs, it was much better. So Sanjeeva to the new batter, Janaka. He misses that side, the off stump. So I like what I'm seeing from Milan United. They've certainly been knocked around a bit, but they're still fighting back.
Well, as I mentioned, I don't think any of the bowlers have been terrible. I think they've bowled in right areas, maybe a little bit straight sometimes. But it's definitely now Sanjeeva who's showing, maybe giving a bit of confidence to this Milan team. Another really good delivery. This has been a fantastic over. He's, well, we're 4 balls down. He's taken 1 for 2. 5 balls down, in fact, only 1 left.
Yeah, so this is by far the best over we've seen so far. I mean, even he does get back for a 6 here, but why really take that risk? Last ball, the 5th.
And he's called him.
See, I think this is a good example of one. This misses the lines. This is wide for me. It doesn't get any of the line.
Yep.
So, and you might say, okay, well, that's a bit harsh. But you've got to realize you're given a bit and you're getting a bit. So the umpire's having to judge the striker's movements is quite a difficult thing to do.
Exactly right. And he did move across.
Same sort of thing here. This will be a wide. But it will be interesting to see if batters do kind of take the gamble more to get across, and especially those ones that are very leg side dominant players. But then you've always got the option of bowling at the stumps.
Yep.
And we've seen it backfire a lot, that tactic as well.
Straight one here would be interesting, Vinny.
He just keeps in that channel. Slight fumble, but I think they're always going to get through. Vas gets off the mark and at the 5 over mark. Brescia 89 for 1.
Yeah, it's been a very bright start for Brescia, but slightly brought back down to earth, as we see here. What's coming up?
Hey, Czechia is where we'll see a fair bit of you, I'm sure, in the second half of June. I'm sure the preparation's going well for that tournament. And actually, we'll be broadcasting, I think the plan is to broadcast the CE Cup, which is Women's Central European Cup this year, on the 3 days before that. So, yeah, we're back in Czechia. Season must just be getting underway there recently.
Started a couple of weeks ago. It's looking pretty good. There's a lot of competitive sides. It's improving every year. Oh, that was a dodgy outside edge, and 4 runs. Flew past the keeper, had no chance. That's, as you can see, a bit of extra pace on the ball. Thick outside edge, no chance for the keeper.
Yeah, that was a proper thick edge, and maybe a first, second slip might have been able to do something about that. We have seen a few slips catching opportunities. Not many have been taken, but we have seen more slips than usual. I actually think you've got this kind of pace of bowling. If you have a slip, you have them back on the circle. It just gives them more time, and also the edges, they tend to fly a bit further with how fast these guys are swinging the bat. This has just been a little bit off so far, and he's 5 off 5. I do like that Milan United, I think, since the beginning, where they were all over the place, at least they've kind of concentrated one side of the wicket, and then you can actually kind of build a plan. You still might go for the odd boundary, but I think their results have been a lot better since they've become a bit more accurate and bowled a bit more to a plan.
Well, definitely Sanjeewa was the one who had the stuck to that plan the best.
Yeah, definitely.
But
and he bowled 3 wides in his over, but his over only went for 5.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. You can eat the odd wide out there rather than bowling a hit-me ball that goes for 4 or 6. Hello to Rahat Khan, who's watching from Canada. Hopefully well.
Yeah, so they've got a couple of players on the leg side still. They've got 3 on the leg side, so you know where the target is for this the bowler, and it's gone towards the field. It'll just be a single. For Russian Silva, and I think Milan, after being like the shell shock of those first 4 overs, starting to settle in a little bit maybe. Still got Nissa Ahmed there, who's not having too much of the strike in the last couple of overs.
He's been starved of it a little bit, hasn't he? He gets on the charge and he puts it high into the sky. Maximo! That's a big hit. And so that brings up the 100 as well for Gina Brescia. Janika Vas with a powerful shot. He's just come to the crease, don't forget. Hey, got to mention, car park area there is questionable. You'll notice the cars will stop parking at a certain... It's over there. Yeah, and that's kind of in the line of where cars might be able to park, but I think the smart people, they're not parking their car there.
We've got in the marshmallow, we've got a wall there, so I haven't actually seen that part of the ground. But you're saying there are cars around that area?
Yeah, well, you'll see when the next ball flies over there. Yeah, we're protected from that by a wall at the moment. A walking woof from Janika, who misses out. End of the over. Silva, not the worst figures really for him. He'll finish none for 26. And after 6 overs, Gina Brescia, 101 for 1. Expected score hasn't moved at all. It's on strike. But it'd be funny because they are slowing down a bit. What if they do end up on 122?
Yeah, I think that's likely. So how many cars have been hit?
No, there's been some incidental blows on the bounce, but we yet to see a proper smasher. In France, we had similar issues. Eventually, the cars had to be parked a bit further away.
Yeah.
Did you see much of the French series?
I did.
It was a very interesting series. First time we've been there.
It was very interesting to see a series in France finally. This is in the air. Keeper's got to do well to get there, and he's set, drops it, and they'll come back for a second. Chance for a run out.
Oh, I mean, it was a tough one in a way because it was always going away from him.
Yeah.
I think it comes up and smashes him on the headband on the way out. Let's have a look at it. Thanks to Spring Media, but he goes and tries to fetch it. But have a look. It just doesn't quite get that last bit of movement away from him. Barely gets a bit of leather on it. Does the keeper Pereira, who is a good keeper, by the way. High balls are different, though. They're kind of slightly different skill set. That's going to be edged away, and that's going to be 4 as well. So Nisa gets lucky, gets 2, then gets 4 up to 46. But yeah, I've seen some very good keepers, but I'm not saying he's weak under the high ball because some of them are harder than they look. And that was one. It kept drifting away from him.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't expect him. You might get one a game. You might not. You might get one a month.
Going back to the bowling of Milan United, there's a little bit of in-swing here for Sanjeewa. There was outswing earlier on. a bit of turn for the spinners. As I said, I don't think they're doing too much wrong.
Well, that was
except for that one.
Yeah, a bit too straight. That's going to be 50 for Nisa Ahmed, but that's the difference. And I see we've got the game on the other ground. Well, they better watch out because they're also in the hot zone. But a bright half-century for Nisa Ahmed to get his series going. Brings up the milestone of 17 balls.
Just when you compliment them, they put one right in the spot. And you can't do that with a batsman like Nisa Ahmed.
Hey, listen, Danny, I'm prepared to give that expected score the benefit of the doubt, 122, but it's 113 now. If it goes over 122, then I'm sure it's wrong. Anyway, it'll be there before you know it. This is lifted up over backward point. Thinking of 2 there. I think they should get it in the end. Decent-ish throw, but 2 more to Nisa.
Yeah, he's batting well. He's got a couple of dodgy edges though, so luck's going with him a little bit as well. But they dragged it back quite nicely with the first Sanju over this one. Well, this one's 6. So
there's the car zone. I'd
I
say
can
you
see.
see
Yeah.
a little bit wide, a little bit longer, but Nisa, he's racing away, isn't he, at the moment? 60 off just 19 balls, better than 3 a ball.
If you were a capable enough batsman to hit cars like that, would you use it as a target?
Yes. Well, it depends. There was a viral clip, I think a couple of years ago, where a batter hit his own car in England.
Wasn't there a car hit? There used to be car giveaways in Australian cricket, and there was...
Just saying that's the end of the over, by the way. I do remember that, actually. 121 for 1, by the way, after 7. Let's just have a look at a little bit of cricket's coming up. By the way, next weekend, so obviously we've hit the weekend now, but next weekend we have men's and women's ECIs. And it'll be the same in Czechia when we go there as well. So bilateral series, best of 5 for each. They'll alternate women's and men's games. These are the squads of the Italian and the Spanish sides for the ECIW. So Italy, some key players to watch there. Amelia Bartram, who's UK-based, and brings a lot of professionalism to that lineup. Kiranit Kaur, actually, she's the daughter of Jaipal Singh that you'll see playing for Friends 11. And she was actually here yesterday doing a bit of training, which was great to see. Regina Sudade took a hat-trick on ECN debut.
Remember her? Yeah.
So look, plenty more. And obviously the Spanish team, we know them pretty well as well. Spanish team, by the way, they are golden ball magnets as well. They've won 2 golden balls. I estimated they've played around about 20 games on the network. So
10%?
Yeah.
Not bad.
Something like that anyway. They had a dramatic golden ball win over Austria in the ECCW, and they had a win over Czechia in a golden ball earlier in the year in the ECIW in Spain. Anyway, start of a new over. Janika Vasa is going to hit this down the ground and get 4. So going to go back to spin, and Joe Saker this time is going to go for 4 runs.
That expected score.
I think now
ruined.
It's fair to say the expected score has had a bit of a snooze, because expecting 122 when they're 125 with 17 balls to go. Run rate's correct though, so maybe go by that instead for now. This is in the air, and surely someone's reaching this. 2 fielders converge. Really good catch. Very good catch by Mendes. I tell you what he does well here. It's something they teach you in baseball, saying slide in with your legs first. In case there's some contact, then you're not going to knock with your body or your head, and you're not going to come together. So he's pretty aware there's another fielder in the region. So he goes to ground, actually protects himself very well. Good catch. Yep. And so it's the end of Janika Vasa for 16. 125 for 2. Didn't
look like he was going to get there, to be fair. And then we got a pretty good view of that. Looked like there might have been a collision, but really, really good effort there from the outfielder. All right. So Nisa Ahmed's still there. 60 from 20. I think he's the key. Got to give him a lot of strike, but it's pretty much free reign also from the other end. They've got lots of wickets to come.
He's going to miss this time. This Rizwan comes out at number 4.
Very experienced cricketer, the skipper. In fact, lovely shot, 6 runs. In fact, he's not skipper this game, is he? It's Rukhsar Ahmed. My apologies.
Yeah, I mean, the boundaries just keep on coming, don't they? It's Rizwan coming out, and he was a bit of a hero in the ECL as well. He was a guy that actually hit the last ball for 6 to pull off a remarkable 175 chase against Paco Care.
Oh, he's leant back on that, smashed it over cow corner for 6. Well, the wicket helped a little bit, but it's just brought out Mohammad Rizwan, who's just cracked a couple. And it's not looking pretty here for Milan United.
No, it's not at the moment. Definitely not.
They need to get, well, they have to get wickets and get them tumbling. But it's so difficult against quality batsmen.
That's the thing. But, I mean, keep the last couple of overs quiet, maybe keep it something that's chaseable if you bat really well. Don't have to ledge on that, but if it was a big deflection, I think, for the keeper. Let's have a look.
Came in quite a bit.
Maybe, maybe not. He looked desperate to hold on to it, didn't he, Pereira? But he couldn't. And that will take us to the end of the 8th over, and the score now is 137 for 2.
Seems like there's a little bit of turn in this pitch as well, Vinny. Seen a couple of the spinners turn it a little bit. How's it been playing over the last week?
Yeah, I mean, spinners have been effective when they've been accurate.
Yeah.
I just think little things, because there's bounce, even a little bit short bounces up, it's easy to smack it either flat bat or you go leg side. So it's been, it's been good for spin because you can make use of the bounce, but I think you need to draw the batter forward.
Yeah.
Or you have to bowl quickly, but this is coming our way, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! And for the spinner here, it's going Silva coming back. Probably if his field is a little bit straighter there, he's got to play on that ball, but just put it with the rest, 6 runs.
Yeah, just measured it, just crept over.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of bounce where if you can get it full enough that guys are trying to at least go forward or get, it's a front foot shot here, even though it's kind of like a slog, so you see how front foot comes forward. He just gets a bit big on Nisa. That was well bowled. Now Nisa's going to get stumped, so yeah, well bowled by Silva, and you called it. No, spin can be effective, but you got to get it right. Nisa is going to be out of here for 66. It's 143 for 3.
It's a big wicket in the context, I think, because I mean you have Mohammad Rizwan on the other side. There's still quite a bit of batting to come for Gina Brescia, but Nisa Ahmed, I think he was maybe a little frustrated that he wasn't getting as much strike as what he'd hoped, but that's a big wicket, and Gina Brescia 143 for 3 now. Milan United, if they can keep this to under 160.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen more and more of these chases. To get the top 10 chases sheet now, you need like 171.
Yeah.
So it was a while before we got our first 170s chase. So it is happening more and more. I just mentioned that chase at 175 that Gina were able to pull off in ECL Championship week.
And as comes in again, oh, that's rubbish. Down leg side.
Oh, 2 gloves off and then has to throw over both gloves. I always love the double glove ejection, as if you weren't planning which hand you were going to throw with. But maybe it does make you slightly faster. Like throwing ballast off a ship. Yeah. Well, Rico says Gundy ball. You do say a rubbish ball, which is pretty much a direct translation. Sounds harsh sometimes, but
to be fair, I've been doing that since that first Czech Super Series, and it's just what it is.
Yeah. If you don't bowl him, he won't get called it. Anyway, this is tossed up, takes it on. Fielder goes back. Has he got to play on this ball? He does. That's a really good catch. That's Wirabahu taking it and robbing Rizwan of a Maximo. So Milan United, they continue to fight through this 10 overs now, 145 for 4.
Yeah, lovely catch on the boundary. Well judged. He was very close to that. And, well, a little bit of a comeback here from Milan United. They look a quality side, Vinny. First time we've seen them in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they are. I think I like their spin attack. I just think a lot of batters set up for pace. They're kind of fine with that. But spin's asking different questions as Asan Tanvir comes to the crease at number 6.
I said before, I don't think they've done much wrong. It's just, the 2 batsmen at the top, the openers who just took them apart. This one's in the air. Could be another one. Be difficult to catch.
Fielder.
Oh,
geez, almost wiped himself out there. It's Mendes, who we know has a good pair of hands. But again, bowler was going back. Fielder was coming in. Probably if the fielder can reach, it's his because he's running forward.
Yeah.
But in the end, it kind of hits a kamikaze style and can't hold on.
That's a shame. It was right in the middle of everyone. And he's just lost his footing when he hit the ground. Just popped out. Difficult catch. So I'm sure Dave's tallying those up. As you see the bowling figures. Not pretty for some of them. Nimesh Mendez go for 29. But it was that over, that one over by Sanjeewa that kept them down, got a wicket. It's brought them back to a mini comeback here. Milan United at least gives them a sniff.
All right, that's coming our way, but it's going to go well over us. It is out of the ground. Maximo! Well, I'm walking here, and I'm fetching the Grizzly. It's going to be 6 more. Jassekara is going to be whacked down to the ground. And, you know, this is what they do so well. They've got a long, strong batting lineup. They just keep on swinging. Tanvir was batting 3 a lot in the ECL, batting really well. He's coming out at 6 here. And also, you've got Fareed there. I'm not sure it was 5 or 6, actually. No, he came out at 6. Fareed's there, and he actually was the golden ball hero in that crazy game against CIYMS, the Irish champs, to stay alive. Miss-hit it too. Best miss-hit of his life. If he'd hit it harder down, a bit like this, if it got hit harder to the fielder, he's probably getting run out going for 2, but it just went slowly down to Jacob Mulder, the Irish spinner. And he was able to scramble back for the winning run. All right, here's Fareed, we just mentioned. Gets drawn into this shot, and that's going to probably spin away. Test the field. Interesting.
Yeah.
I kind of suspected the rope moved there as he knocked it back.
The way he slid, I think it's going to be difficult for him to
I don't know.
it.
Just my spider senses are up. You see?
I think it's.
I mean, but is it conclusive enough?
No,
Maybe.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, maybe the rope moves after he
Yeah.
hits it, and you'd have to have conclusive evidence
Yep.
that it's 4. And I don't think you get that conclusive evidence there.
I agree with you.
So yeah,
Good piece of fielding there.
yeah, it is good.
Comes Jassekara again.
Get back for 2 that time, but now Fareed, he's going to get more than 2 here. So there's no doubt about this one.
Cars.
The Cars are smart. You'll get a few people coming in for the later games thinking they want to get closer to the action, but trust me, they don't. Something I learned from playing a lot of baseball, where there's a foul ball fence and the car park's normally behind it, and the rookies, they see all these 3 rows of car parking spots and they think, hey, that's great, that's a bit of luck. It's not. Anyway, this is coming out of the ground as well, and you can see what Brescia are providing. That'll finish their 10 overs. Maximo does it, and Fareed puts the cherry on top of the cake. It's 167 for 4 off the 10.
Yeah, lovely innings there from Brescia, showing the power, showing that they're right up there for this tournament. And Milan United have to bat very well to get there, and also to save their bonus point. Started off, the first one was 2 straight against a quality batsman like Nisa Ahmed. Just can't afford to do that.
And well, let's just say the 122, it was off by a little bit, wasn't it? And Brescia obviously came out with their openers, Nisa Ahmed and Doruk Nawaz, kind of racing each other early on. There were opportunities. That was a tough one. It was almost kind of gathered in, always kind of sat in the body like a party trick, didn't it, out there? But we saw plenty of 6s in the innings. In fact, in the end, we saw 16 Maximos. That's almost 100 in 6s alone. But also, I think Milan United, they kind of stuck to their guns. I think they knew, they know they're underdogs in this game, but they were just trying to search for some high points of their own. And even though, like I said, a couple of those catches went down, they were able to kind of bring it back in the middle a little bit. I like that catch from Mendes. But yeah, there was a kind of middle over period where we saw after the power play went for 70, Silva only went for 14, then Sanjeeva, great over him, only went for 5, and then 12 from Roshan Silva the next over. So they kind of 31 off those next 3 overs at the end of the power play, but then Sanjeeva went magical, and despite Guy and Silva with a 9th over that only went for 9, another magical finish, 167, it's a lot of runs, but Milan United, they'll have the right to reply with the bat. We saw Mendes almost try and repeat his effort from earlier, but really, Milan United, first time we've seen them, obviously, in this series, or a team we have seen a couple of times before. I like the way they fought all the way through, and we'll see what they can do with the bat in the second innings.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. We haven't seen them yet in this tournament. Milan United will get to see what their batting comes up with. But Brescia, one of the favourites, obviously, for the entire tournament. hometown favourites. This is their home ground, 167 for 4. It's their first outing. Very good start for their tournament.
Yeah, look, Milan United, they're a team we have seen a fair bit of in the ECS. They seem to just be missing out on making the further kind of parts of the competition. But I do like what they're about. They'll be chasing 168 for victory, 66 for Nisa Ahmed at the top, tops the scoring, and 44 for Nawaz before he skied one too many. 16 for Vas and 12 for Rizwan. Farid and Tanvir finished things off with a combined 22 off 7. Made sure this is going to be a pretty imposing target. As far as the bowlers, tried hard. Sanjeeva had the best over in there, but his second went magical. Still 1 for 25. Wasn't too bad. 2 wickets for Guy and Silver in there, who bowled a decent ninth and only went for 9. And the other wicket went to J.S. Sakura. We'll take a break then. Back in just a few minutes. It's great to have Danny Hoonachek with me, and I'll be back. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, after this break. With the reply, Milan United 168 for victory. Brescia searching for a 4-pointer to start things off. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back to this European Cricket Series, Italy from Brescia. We have a beautiful day here, match number 30 between Brescia and Milan United. Brescia, 167 for 4. It's going to be a tough run chase for Milan United. So 116 to keep their point. I think that's their first target is Milan United. It's going to be a pretty tight group, this. And Brescia, one of the favourites. Milan United will do very well to get anywhere near that total, but you never know. They're a good side, and with a lot of experience in it as well. So the opening batsman will be Roshan Silva and Ravindu Saraviratha. Sri Lankan names. Welcome back to the commentary box. Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, well, threw in the deep end there, didn't you? Happy to bring us back from the break.
In fact, my information was wrong. It was much easier. It was Sanjeewa and Suresh Silva, the opening two batsmen. So,
Kudama Duwagi Sanjeeva. He's going to open up, big lefty. But look. So, yeah, 167 is what was scored in the first half. So you saw just a moment ago what they'll need to avoid losing all the points. They need 117. Is this his edge? And that's going to be put down. I think Nisa gets a hand to that. He's a good keeper, like I said, but he got surprised. Mohammed Imran gets a big outside edge, and Sanjeeva could have been gone for a royal, but he'll survive.
Yeah, it was a little bit of luck there. All the edges have not quite gone to hand. This one was the closest of them in the game so far.
Yeah, well, Nisa, I'm pretty sure he gets a fair bit of leather on this. Check it out in the replay. Just out of the screen. You can see from the way the ball kind of popped up that if he hadn't touched it, it was going for 4, put it that way. Anyway, bit of luck there for Milan United first up. And the next ball is hit, and they'll turn down the run. So yeah, 117, that's minimum to get a point. And we actually saw how important that would be in Group A. In Group A, everyone played 7 matches. Here, they only played 6. So Bergamo CC, I think they were kicking themselves with a couple of opportunities to pick up points. They didn't get a shot at the finals in the end.
It's a bit of a shock as well.
Yeah, I think so. Look at the quality of their lineup. All right, this is in the air though, and hanging should be gone, and it's taken. So it's going to be a duck for Silva. And Imran, well, he had a nick drop. This one is taken down on the boundary, and the score's 1 for 1.
It's been good bowling. Good pace there from Mohammed Imran, right on the line as well. The one that the first one where Sanjeewa got the edge, it cut back into him slightly, just cramped him that little bit, just a bit of movement off the pitch, off the seam. So very good start there. 1 for 1, not the start that Milan United would have liked.
Regina Brescia, they're our host club here, and they've watched all of Group A. They've been very helpful, obviously, but you can tell they're itching to get out there on the park. It's first we've seen them on ECN since they did get eliminated from the ECL in 3rd place, which is a fantastic effort. Obviously, to make it to an ECL in the first place is so tough, and I think Italy's one of the toughest countries to get out of. In fact, we've seen 4 different clubs from Italy in the 4 editions, and they're the only country that have sent 4 different clubs to an ECL. So it just shows you it's pretty competitive.
It's very interesting with the the difference in the preparation. Not much T10 cricket played in anywhere in the world really at a club level. So for the ECL, this is nicely hit and one bounce over the rope. Yeah, for Brescia to be playing that ECL, the preparation for that is so much to their advantage on home ground as well. Yeah. They would have to be favourites for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you'd imagine based on current form, but I think, what's this Punjab side that we'll see in the next game? I think that they're going to be really competitive. Again, when you get to the top, and in this format, just depends which individuals fire, I think, in a particular game. Mendes off the mark with 4.
Slow ball.
Yeah, just on the walk that time, wasn't he, Mendes? A little bit of a way seam, just lost his shape, lost his composure a little bit, I think.
So tell us a bit more about this Punjab team.
Yeah, so they've got some various influences in their team. So essentially Kings 11 was a side we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years on the network. There's another big charge. You probably might as well stay at home here and see what the ball's doing. It's a great first over, by the way, from Imran. The score is 1 for 5 after 1. Just pausing quickly before we go back to Punjab, but 52 matches since the Golden Ball. We actually showed when Fresh Tropical and Bergamo CC were playing yesterday. We showed that Golden Ball where the one that was caught by Kamaljit, just kind of while he was in the air, he stepped out of bounds and Bilal Hamid brought up the winning runs. That was an 88-88 Golden Ball. The crazy one, even crazier as far as the match went, was the Trentino Aquila versus Cricket Stars. We had 2 of the most epic collapses ever. I think Trentino Aquila, they were 75 for 2. They were all out for 88. And their second innings, Cricket Stars, they were 72 for 2, cruising, all out 88. And he had our first ever Golden Ball, and still our only one where all 20 wickets were lost. On this pitch with this bounce, I don't know if kind of charging is really the smartest thing to do. Janika Vas coming on, gets that first one past. Yeah, so looking at the Punjab side, players we know pretty well. They've got a kind of mishmash of some Cricket Stars players in there that we've seen from Cricket Stars before. Some Kings 11 players in there as well. Jorawa from Albano, for example.
Good to see him back.
This one, they're going to take on it.
Is the Enigma player?
Well, that's probably, he's put that out for a throw-in. I mean, it's one of the worst kicks I think we've ever seen. It's almost like when someone's down injured and you kick it over the sideline.
I've got one worse for you. Remember the Beast last year?
Oh, yeah, he kicked 5. It was 5 overthrows, but he kicked them. So we had 5 overkicks, but we're not 4 overkicks. We're not going to get 4 overkicks this time. That was a good one. I mean, it's a powerful boot.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, Rajmani Sandhu's in there. We've seen him for Cricket Stars recently. You've got Simranjit Singh from Kings 11.
Any news on the Enigma?
Yes, he's also in there. Monu Lal. The Enigma. So, yeah, you can see that they've got some good players from separate clubs coming in together. And we saw Sonu Lal playing for Bergamo CC, but Monu Lal, the man that you termed the Enigma.
He is.
And let me see if these teams have come in for the next game yet.
He got good recognition last year. He did play in that Italian the series against between Italy,
France, and Romania last year.
Yep. And was equally what he does is good and bad. As this is lifted over the top, I think it's just gone for 4. Just lifted over the gully region.
Yeah. So just looking at the Punjab side, and we'll see it confirmed on the screen shortly. But got Hardeep Singh leading them. You've got Arvind Kumar behind the stumps. You've got Rajmani at 3, Simranjit at 4. You've got Jorawa in there in the middle order with his leg spin and obviously batting 6. Got Monu Lal in there batting 7.
That's a good
got
team.
Sukhvinder Singh, big left armour to bowl. You know, I think they're going to be good at, and also they're itching for the chance to get out there and play together.
For sure.
That's pretty clear. Anyway, Janika Vas. Let's swing it both ways. Time's a big innie, and he's getting French cut away for 4. Well, très bien. That's going to be 4 to Mendes.
Good to see you picked up a bit of French since the tournament in France.
My French isn't good. I did learn. I know you're pretty fluent in French with your French heritage, but I did learn to say "Désolé, je ne parle pas français."
Yeah,
which is a very fancy way to say I'm sorry, but I don't speak French.
Yeah.
It was really interesting though. Obviously, Dreux is a little bit outside Paris. It's about 80 kilometres or so. But it's a lovely little town. I think it's been impacted a bit by COVID as far as the population declining a bit. It's cracked through the covers, gets full toss, and Mendes. I like this. He's a bit more still, I think, when he hits this. So he'll get 4. That'll take us to the end of the second over. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, 2 little loose deliveries there from Janika. Well, I guess the inside edge wasn't, but it's a good little comeback. Mendes, 16 off 7.
We'll get to see the table. It is early days with just the one game played last night between Friends 11. I keep almost saying Kings 11, but Friends 11 went down pretty heavily to Chandra Brescia. But you've got these 2 teams in, and yeah, you've also got Punjab that we'll see shortly. You've also got Trentino Aquila, who we were just talking about then. You'll see them on there. And also Vicenza, who are a new team as well. And they've also got a little bit of the Kings 11 overspill in there. I think they'll be pretty competitive as well. Dave B is in the chat. He's asking, Danny, which 2 golden balls did you commentate on? Well, I'm telling you, Danny hasn't just commentated 2. I think you've commentated, I'm going to say 5 minimum.
I can.
Because there's been 3 in Czech, and you've been on all 3 with me in Czechia.
Yeah. And then there were 2 when
2 in Milan last year.
Yeah, I was doing it by myself in Milan last year, and then there were.
Ooh, that's glove, I think. I was actually. Can I tell you the story with? So the first one I was there with you. It was the one with the 2 epic 8 for collapses.
Yeah.
The 20 wickets out golden ball.
Yeah.
And then 4 days later, I was actually back. I was actually in Prague, and I was walking into Charles's wedding lunch, the sheriff, Charles Croucher. And I had to pause as we walked in because my golden ball, like the red phone went off.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, there's a golden ball happening. I'll be back in a minute. Anyway, this is down the ground. Should get 2 here. There hasn't been the greatest football skills so far. That is a step over, which is worthy of any football league in the world. But unfortunately, he only diddles himself, and there's 4 runs to Milan United.
Yeah, Shuruk Nawaz. And definitely not playing for the Brescia Football Club.
I'm not saying you should change the channel, but if you do, you'll see there's MU on this, and there's MU probably on some other channels this weekend.
Yeah.
And they're probably going about the same. Anyway, this is going to be knocked away for 1. So a slice of luck, but still a long way behind in this game. I still think you're a golden ball magnet. Yeah, so I watched that. That was one of the more dramatic ones because, it was actually caught. So it would have been out had he been able to stay in the field to play.
Yeah.
But he stepped over the line right in front of the fresh tropical tent as well. And they would just swarmed the ground.
I remember his face. That he thought he'd caught it. He looked down and he kind of dropped his shoulders.
He did the right thing. I mean, he didn't really know where he was,
Yeah.
and he just hoped he was still inside, but he wasn't.
It was a great catch, though.
I was watching it again yesterday. We had it on the broadcast when those 2 teams played each other. This was back on the 30th of April last year. But I thought, could he have thrown it away? But if he did, then probably a good chance of running 2.
Yeah.
So I think it was worth the gamble of seeing if he could hold on. It actually reminded me of a game in Stockholm. That finish where it was caught over the line. So I remember, and it was quite an emotional game when I think about it now. And that should take us to the end of the over. So end of the power play as well. It's 24 for 1. Remember Pakistanska Frening were playing, now known as Jinnah, CC Stockholm actually. And they were batting, and I won't name the team because I don't want to bring back bad memories, but it was 10 off 2 required. It was 10 off 2, and this Pakistanska team that were batting, they hadn't lost a game yet, and if the fielding team could have defended this, it would have been a big upset. So 10 off 2, bowled outside off stump, big swing and a miss. That's it, right? Went straight through the keeper's legs and went for 4. Young keeper went straight through his legs, went for 4 byes, which made it 6 off the last ball to win. And the ball got hit out again right in front of the cube where we were. It got taken. He looks down. He stepped on the line. And it was wild scenes. This is good bowling from Wes. I think he likes bowling to left-handers because he does get that prodigious swing away. Yeah, so and I just remember that. And I hate to say it, but it's a real thing. The waterworks, the keeper was inconsolable. Everyone kind of started head off the ground, and he was just in tears with knowing that if he gloved that one, it pretty much was impossible for them to lose. But the emotions, this is European cricket, it's real, it's raw. You'll only see it here, and right now you're going to see a thick outside edge flying away, and that might have even gone all the way. Not quite, but it will be 4 runs to Sanjeeva.
Yeah, they need a bit of luck. They're swinging at everything, so they're going okay. They need that 116 to save that bonus point. That's what they'll be looking for, I think.
If you can take a point off Jinnah, you're in pretty good shape. It does just pitch inside the ropes. It will be 4. It's pretty close, though. We've been playing a bit of golden ball roulette as well this week.
Tell me about it.
Golden ball roulette is just, we're up to 59 golden balls. I know I've sent you the link because you'll have to check out. And if you haven't already, you need to check out the Golden Ball compilation, 1 to 10. I might even put it in the chat now, because it's about a half an hour watch. It actually has the last ball of every one of the first 10 Golden Balls, and then the kind of drama, and then culminating in the Golden Ball. Shows you how far we've come as well. Another big swing and a miss. He's struggling with that away movement at the moment, so I'm just going to put that in the chat.
Still, one of the craziest Golden Balls was the second United Golden Ball.
Yeah.
In Prague, United in Prague were involved in their first ever tournament, I think.
Yeah, it was.
They were involved in 2 Golden Balls. The first one didn't go to plan, and the second one almost didn't go to plan.
This one sounded like the pad, didn't it? He tries to have a counter strategy here. Says, right, I'm not going to let you beat me that side. But yeah, he bangs off the top of the pad.
Almost off the top of the bales.
Yeah, so you're talking about the one where they basically snuck a second.
Yeah.
Where the team started celebrating, broke the stumps. Meanwhile, the batters, well, one batter in particular, Pangaka, Amit Pangaka, looked at the other batter and said, don't give up, come here, let's run another one, because he'd held his crease.
Yeah, but he learned that from the previous one.
Yeah.
Because was he involved in the first one as well, I think?
I think he might have been the runner.
Yeah.
He was a specialist Golden Ball runner. It's the end of the 4th over here at 28 for 1. So Golden Ball Roulette, and we talked about that the other day, because Golden Ball Roulette is just, I pick a random number and I'll go and I'll give you the story of that Golden Ball. So let's do it right now. Okay. So we've had 59 Golden Balls. So on our next Golden Ball, we'll have 10 overs worth of Golden Balls to show you. So we have 60 balls, right, in a normal innings. Okay, so this is Golden Ball 53, it's told us. And this is pretty recent. And you know what? We've already talked about this morning. It's Spain versus Czechia in the ECIW, the women's, earlier in the year. Now, Czechia fought really hard. I still think Spain, they're a fair way ahead of Czechia with their women's program. Sure. That's the thing in Europe, in the women's especially. It's a high variation of where a lot of the countries are at. But Farwa Babar has been an absolute star for Czechia in the women's game. Yeah. She's got 2 Player of the Series out of 2 since we've seen her. Still Sanjeeva struggling to catch up these balls outside the off stump. Yeah, so actually Rico was there with Georgie. Georgie Parker was there. I was watching it. And Naomi Hillman Bermejo was the bowler. And she actually bowled the other Golden Ball for Spain when they had that Golden Ball to stay alive in the ECCW. And that was one of the most dramatic finishes ever. That was back in Golden Ball number 50. As we see another boundary get hit. No, probably not as many as they would have liked so far, Milan United, but there's been plenty this morning. Sanjeeva able to pull this one away. So, and Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, in both the Golden Balls she's bowled, she's taken wickets. They've both been stumped, actually. Yeah. As Barbara, she didn't miss too many in that series, but that's one she wasn't able to get anything on it. And so Spain got the win. Turned out to be a 5-0 result. But, yeah, Czechia women's team, also we saw them in Croatia last year, and they won that series. Yeah, good to see some good things happening with that program as well. I know that typically they play in the German competition as essentially a club, the national team. So obviously some progress being made there. And Czechia, and to clarify as well, that this year the ECCW is actually 2 divisions. So we have the Premier Division and we have the Challenger Division, and the Czech team will be in that. So they're actually going to be in the Challenger Division along with Spain, Jersey, Austria, and Germany. And you'll get a promotion relegation. Okay. I think it's still kind of in the early days of planning. So that would be great that they'll get to play some cricket at the Cardimer Oval.
Absolutely, no, it's fantastic. It's it just shows how much women's cricket's really come up in Europe, which is it's a struggle. I mean, generally in Europe, cricket is a minor sport. Apart from maybe even the Netherlands, most Dutch people I know don't think they don't even know that cricket exists in the Netherlands, even though it's been well established for many years. The facilities are fantastic, and they're playing at the highest level, almost.
Yeah, this is going to pop up just outside the. That's a pinged hammy from way back.
It's not a good sign.
That
He's,
just looks like he's just taken a step there. And, well, they're cruising in this game, but yeah, it looks like Janika Vass out there. He's just bowled his 2 overs, but he just looked gone straight away, didn't he?
Yep. It's a big loss, though. Hopefully it's only minor. The magic spray will help, but it doesn't look it.
Yeah, you can see just to the double hop. That's just a classic. That's a damaged muscle. So, yeah, 12th fielder's going to come on now. That's the last thing that you need. Brescia in their first game of 6. But, well, keep you up to date with the situation, but it doesn't look particularly good there, does it? Yeah, so actually these are some of our upcoming events, and the next one actually under that would actually be Czechia, which is going to start on the 14th with some T20 IWs, and then we'll have the ECS from the Monday the 17th. So Amanullah, I think he might be coming on now as the 12th fielder, but yeah, not a great moment for Jinnah fans out there.
By the way, a little hello to Phil G, who's in the chat.
Hello, Phil. Just spotted you. Ahoy.
He's just sending me a message. Sent us a message as well. The Czech women are working really hard, and their performance is showing. The focus and effort. Very proud of the team and their coaches. Yeah,
Could
likewise.
see some of the academy players as well. The native Czech players.
Yeah.
It's inevitable they're going to have more and more responsibility in that side in the next few years, so that the groundwork's being laid there.
Well, there's Josephine Sorchakova,
yeah,
whose dad played for the Czech Republic. He's the most British person you'll ever meet, but is Czech and has been living in the Czech Republic for quite a long time. Been very good for Czech cricket over many years. His son Alfie's going to be a good player as well.
Yeah,
he's going to be a good fast bowler.
That family atmosphere, isn't it? As well. This one looks good to me.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, has to be fully outside. That certainly wasn't. Now this is in the air, and it's a catching opportunity. It'll be taken. That's Mohammed Imran just running around to his right, and so Sanjeeva's long vigil comes to an end. Just could never get the kind of fluency he was hoping for. 3 fours in his innings, 16 off 20, but he'll go. And in the 6th over, it's 35 for 2.
Still got a lot of work to do to get to that 116, Vinny.
So another thing which I think I can say out loud now is that I think we're going to organise a night series in Portugal in Coimbra again. So that's been in the works. It's not on the list yet, but it could be starting as early as the 14th, which is actually only 9 days away.
Yeah.
And I've actually, with so much going on, we've already got 3 series actually that'll be running concurrently. So we've got a lot of cricket on ECN. But Phil G, I'm actually planning for him to send him on a special assignment to cover that night series for us.
That's great.
Oh, it almost hits the bowler, hits the stumps, hits the umpire, hits the fielder, and it's been a good morning for cricket, but not a great morning for football so far, as that's going to go off the boot for 4. Rizwan might have got a finger on that, you know.
It's Shahrukh there again, displaying that he's a better cricketer than he is a footballer.
The step over was elite.
I think he kicked it onto himself. I think the first touch was good.
Surprised me. Anyway, no one's fielding this. That's a really good shot. Hashan, well, I mean, I was actually thinking it might have been a good idea to get him out there strategically because Sanjeeva wasn't really clicking. And I know this guy, the captain, he can hit a long ball and exhibit A, that one, which goes up the hill.
That was a beautiful shot. Well, he's definitely shown he's got power. Oh, by the way, thanks for taking Phil away because we're going to be doing a chili experience in Prague with all these hot sauces and things.
Oh yeah.
Been planning it for a while. We planned it for the 19th.
I was actually wondering what he might be doing.
He's going to be in Portugal.
Is he? Okay, yeah. Well, I was actually wondering how it would impact his hot sauce. I actually thought of it. I wonder what his hot sauce commitments are. This is an interesting one. I think that's an example of one that's just outside the line. So the umpires have been pretty good on those so far.
Yeah.
This will be lifted away, and they won't be able to get more than a single there. Yeah, so that's going to be great. I think it's going to be about a 3.5 week series, and we can try and involve as many teams as possible. And probably after the England series, because I'll have a bit of free time, I'll probably relieve him. We'll do a couple of days together, start of June. and then I'll finish that series off, because I've actually never been for a Portugal night series. I know you've never been either.
No.
But I'm going to say Shahid Mohammed, Ali Hassan and Sukhdev Singh are our umpires here as we get in our first day of Group B. So big thanks to the Group A umpires who did a really great job. Obviously, it's a big workload, isn't it, to be out there 5 matches a day. But right now, after 6, it's 47 for 2, and I think even that kind of point target is slipping away from Milan United.
Tell me something about this Portugal series. So it's a night series, 2 games a night?
2 games a night, typically. There might be 1 or 2 days or nights where it might be more.
So what do you do during the day? Just go to the beach?
Can I say this out loud? I will. The night series is the gig. The night series is the lifestyle which I pictured it would be, being an ECN commentator full time. You sleep in.
Yeah.
You have a brunch somewhere. You go back, have a little nap maybe. You might go for a lunch. And when you feel like it, you get a little cruise around. But I've only done Gibraltar, by the way. We actually have to move countries to get to the ground because you stay across in Spain. As this is Hassan Ali coming in. He's got a sky ball first up. Nisa, the keeper's under it, and he's going to take the catch. Oh, there you see the difference already with Nisa dealing with that awkward sky ball. Again, it was getting away from him, but he was able to get in the right spot. And so Hesham, the captain's going to have to go after hitting a monster 6. And Hassan Ali, a really good youngster. I know he was in the Team Europe conversation earlier in the year for the Western Shield. Just missed out, but right now he gets immediate success as Milan United lose their captain, 47 for 3.
Well, here's a question for Phil. Are you going to take the misses? I think he
up
should.
to him.
I think he
certainly eat into his profit margin. But I'm just going to say thanks to Phil at pretty short notice for taking that one on. But yeah, night series, you get there, you generally get a double header. So you got the same 2 teams all night.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to really switch and anything like that. And then you go back, often because you can sleep the next day, you have a couple of drinks.
That's
not too many, just the right amount with the crew.
Sign me up.
Get to know the crew a lot better.
Yeah.
And then you just do it again.
Yeah.
And I was going to the nets during the day in Gibraltar. They got good indoor facilities. I was planning my comeback. Oh, this could be another one, and Hassan Ali's on a hat-trick. It's going to be a golden duck for poor Roshan Silva, and Milan United just kind of getting swept away at the moment. That's another caught behind it, but a very different one. Regulation Nick. And so Milan United now 47 for 4.
It's a pretty decent option with Hassan Ali coming in and in the 7th over for Brescia. He's a quality bowler.
We had a hat-trick with Amadou Safi just yesterday. Took 4 for 13 against Albano. Rematch of the 2022 final, but yeah, couldn't have been more different, put it that way. But, could we have our first Group B hat-trick here with Hassan Ali? Hassan's a really interesting story. He's a guy, he wasn't born in Italy, but all his siblings were born here.
Yep.
And he's just come off playing a season in Australia. He was playing in, I think it's Warragul in country Victoria.
Yeah.
And he's a really nice young guy. Like I say, we've seen him playing for Italy. He's taken a bag of wickets. He even went across to Perth to play a tournament over the new year.
Yeah.
Right now, he's got 2 slips in a gully and another gully. And and we're going to see a hat-trick ball here in match 30. And he's just going to miss the stumps. And yeah, Hassan was aiming at them. That could have been a hat-trick, but he'll have to wait. At least he didn't do a Danny Hudacek bowling a wide on a hat-trick ball.
True. Yeah, I was speaking to him in the lift from the airport yesterday, and I said my family's from Sydney, but they've all moved down to a place called Mansfield in Victoria.
Yeah.
And he said, I played in Mansfield, tiny little town, 3,000 people.
Yeah.
Getting a lift in Italy with an Italian national player who has played in Mansfield.
4 slips in a gully now for Hassan. Right, suddenly, one of the things, I wouldn't say it's on my kind of to-do list because I don't know how realistic it is, but I've always kind of thought it'd be interesting to commentate Test cricket. And that's basically, this is as close as I'll get. We got 4 slips in a gully. I actually have commentated a game where there were 9 slips.
That was that in
Finland?
Finland? Yeah, I was there. I remember that.
Tell you what, 4 slips nervous, the ball might actually come to him. And he tries to give him catching practice. Yeah, if you're not hitting it, why not just keep it?
He's trying to give him that edge.
Yeah, well,
He's
I mean,
poking the better.
the odds of anything getting caught, I think, are a lot lower than you think. We've had some slips in, just normally the one. We've had some balls go there, but they're generally getting put down. You don't practice this too much in T10 cricket. Now it might go a fifth slip. And he doesn't really know where to go. So we've got 4 slips, 2 gullies. This reminds me of the Ashes 1989. All right, Hassan. On a double wicket maiden here. Oh, and it does go to the 6th slip. He puts it down. And it was Fareed who was the runt of the litter down there. He gets a hand to it. Does pretty well to save the boundary, but it'll just be a single. High drama here in match 30 as Hassan Ali will take 2 for 1 in his first over of the tournament. It's 48 for 4. So, hey, what do you think about the fact that we'll be doing an ECS in England as well? That's going to be pretty interesting.
That's great. That's well, hopefully a game changer. I think it's a really good initiative. We've seen the English teams come out for the at Kardama. They've been really good. They've seemed to get really into the format as well. I was there for the first one of those tournaments with Phil G and Terry O'Connor, who's now up in Estonia.
Yeah.
As Rizwan comes into bowl. Good start from him, no run.
Yes.
And it was interesting to see how they adapted to the tournament. I know they got beaten.
Definitely.
They got beaten, I think. I can't remember.
The English club.
Yeah. Italy beat them, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, both England 11 and Hornchurch had rough starts. England 11 in the ECC, I suppose, were kind of pretty tough to beat from the start. But Hornchurch lost 2 of their games. I think they were 2-2 through their first group stage.
Which was a surprise to everyone.
Got beaten by Byron of Greece. And
this was in the very first one, though.
The Tunbridge Wells in the first one? Or are you talking ECC or ECL? Talking in the...
Yeah, the ECL.
Yeah, so first
ECC. It was ECC.
ECC,
was
yeah,
England,
21, England 11.
Yep.
Yeah, they did get beaten by Italy. In fact, Italy have beaten them twice. Heads up, Danny. You're in the game. That's got
I'll do the fielding.
Right under your chair. But the cube has been a bit of a ball magnet. We'll tell you that much. Rizwan coming on. Yeah, so, no, you're right. It's an adjustment. I actually love the culture clash of kind of traditionally taught cricketers versus some cricketers that have had very little coaching, but just have very, very good hand-eye coordination. There's the latest of late cuts by Mendes, who gets a bit funky, and he's going to get 4. I like this shot. I mean, Rizwan isn't tossing too many up, so he says, look, I'm just going to look to get a little touch on it. Gets 4 runs for his side.
Yeah, going back to that, I think it took just that time to adjust because it's just not played, this format. And you look at Drew and what they did to... was it Hornchurch?
Hornchurch and 4 for Sheriff of Scotland as well. As this is up in the air, it's going to be a bit of a teaser, but that's going to be out of the ground. Maximal for Mendes. Nice shot again. Okay, takes up a slightly different position, but then he is pretty still when he hits the ball and he clears the ropes.
But those English players seem to really enjoy it, and just because it's in the sides.
He goes on the walk, and he's going to drag this fielding there. So Mendes battles hard for 32 off 15, but he's going to have to go, and it's also at the end of the 8th over, as Rizwan will finish with 2 for 28. The score is 64 for 5. You know what I'm finding now, though, is, okay, now some of these teams, they have a bit more experience in it, but actually the rate that Europe is catching up standard-wise is pretty significant.
I agree.
So that's probably something that is being talked about now, and a lot of ECN cricket and Corey actually, Corey Rutgers did a podcast on emerging cricket that I listened to yesterday. He talks a lot about the fact that it is feeding these T20 programs and then developing cricketers in other ways, and the stand is pretty good. The continental teams versus some of the British Isles teams. Spain just beat Jersey 2-0 in a T20 international series and put them up to number 30 in the world, for example. So yeah, it's a great game. When it comes down to it, it's bite-sized, it's action-packed, it's everything you'd want. It's fun to watch, but it's also really fun to play. Speak to the players; they'll tell you they love that so much happens in a short period of time. As Hassan comes on and he's just guided away. This one's gone for 4, but yeah, Hassan Ali, by the way, I think because of work commitments, this is probably the only day that we'll see him playing for Brescia in this series, which is a shame.
Yeah.
He's a young man; he's got to earn a living. We'll see him probably for the Italian side next weekend. But he's a bit of an out, especially with no Janika Vas. If he's out with that hammy, then Hassan Ali, you'd want him up and firing, but he'll probably just play the 3 games today in the series.
It is a shame. You saw how good he was in the last over. That's a nice shot, by the way.
Really nice shot. Again, you don't have to hit it hard. Hassan bowling at a pretty good pace.
He does it again.
Yeah, this is a long chase, but successful chase. Just get a single. Hey, what a great experience for Hassan to go to Australia to play as well. And I suppose because he does have his Italian passport, does make it a little bit easier paperwork-wise.
Yep.
He said he absolutely loved it. He said he loved the club. He was kind of playing in country Victoria, kind of not too far away from Melbourne, still what you'd call in the country competition. And he said he was taken in there. They looked after him. He said he's made friends for life there. I'm sure a few of them are watching today. Guys from Warragul.
He told me that he took 47 wickets in 19 games.
Yeah.
Which is pretty impressive.
Pretty good. And then he was asked to play in some other tournaments around the place.
Yeah, Gippsland under 21s or something like that. Yeah. So he definitely wants to go back. I think he's going to have a chat to you with about Perth. He's got a friend in Perth.
Yeah, he went down to Bunbury actually.
Yeah. Surprised
he made it back in one piece. Hello to all of our Bunbury viewers. No, that's great down there in the southwest. A lot of cricket. A guy from my club I used to play with, Murray Goodwin, actually played Test cricket for Zimbabwe. Played at my club for a long time. I know he plays now with his kids in the Bunbury top tier competition, which is just Bunbury's about 90 minutes now south of Perth. That's hit pretty hard. That's a genuine cover drive. So Jai Cody, well, maybe he's the answer. Milan United, they're actually going to head straight into the next game, which is against Punjab. So I think they're better for the run here. Punjab obviously playing their first ever game as a team on ECN, but with a lot of good players. But Jinnah have been pretty dominant so far, haven't they?
Yeah, they've looked very good. But you're right about. I wasn't aware of Hassan Ali not being able to play in the during the week, but Janika, well, if he's done a hammy, that's the end of his tournament.
You'd think so.
So it's a big loss. I'm sure they've got people they can call on. But there's 2 important members of the bowling attack out.
Hassan kind of back to earth a bit this over though, isn't he? After that dream start he had. But Australian cricket, as you know, and you would have played a lot back there as I did, it's tough cricket. I'm not saying it's the only tough cricket in the world, but it teaches you resilience. I will say, I think conditions-wise, I think European cricketers are probably the most resilient because they'll play rain, hail, and shine. You have to drag them off. But yeah, I'd say you harden up. That's probably the way I'd put it.
Yeah, no, totally agree.
This is glanced away, and there's nobody back here, so that'll run away for 4. As Hassan will end up with figures of 2 for 16. Still good return from him on his first spell of the tournament. And Milan United, they're 79 for 5 with an over remaining.
Yeah, so it's not the greatest for Milan at the moment.
All right.
Punjab against Milan United again. They'll see if they can come back from this loss.
Yeah, and look, I do think this is a great start for them as far as getting on the park to hit a Punjab side, which I think's got a lot of quality in there. You've got Hardeep Singh and Arvind Kumar listed to open. You've got Rajmani and you've got Simran at 3 and 4, 2 Italian players. You've got Gurudeep at 5, Jorwar the leg spinner at 6. You've got the Enigma Monulal at 7, and you've got good more bowling down the bottom with Kamal Jot as well as Amninder and Sukhvinder. You've got Hamid Nasir in there as well. Milan United, it's a similar side that we've seen here, as I don't really see any changes there. So maybe Mendish coming in for them, but that game starting in around about 25 minutes. There's a bouncer from Wasim Ahmed first up. And Wasim actually was a pretty useful player for Jinnah in the ECL as well. Came out in some pressure situations. And honestly, their nerves must be so jangled after that finals week. Imagine a golden ball for survival in the tournament.
Yeah.
That's essentially what happened. We had another first recently as well. Another short ball, but he pins his ears back and he goes the uppercut. Nice shot from Jai Cody. Maximo! Again, they're not going to get a point out of this, but they can maybe save a bit of net run rate. And they still do have 5 matches to make an impression and perhaps push for that top 4 position. I suppose it's slightly easier here. Just need to be top 4 out of 7. The first group was 4 out of 8. It's small, but obviously statistically a slightly better chance. Yeah, we had another first recently in Portugal in the ECS. steps away, but will be called a wide. Let's check this one out. Again, umpires have been great on wide so far.
Yeah.
We had our first ever Golden Ball final in Portugal, and it was insane. It was pretty much dark. Not very. It reminded me of the 2007 World Cup final.
Yeah.
But the Rock Amirzai hit the last ball for 6. It was Zai Nutfi actually. He's playing for Fresh Tropical. That was bowling. So our first ever Golden Ball in a final.
Yeah.
And the Golden Ball went for 6 as well. And so what a way to win a final. It was chaos. Got to admit, there was a little bit of the old handbags at 12 paces about the bit of emotion flying around.
Yeah.
It's all part of the story, but that's another thing. The only thing we'd need to do now, maybe a Kartima final to be Golden Ball.
I'm sure
Final
there are
frontier.
many more firsts to be achieved here on the European Cricket Network. That's got past the fielder, 4 runs.
Just pops away and jumps over the rope. Yeah, actually, maybe later in the day I'll bring this up, but I've made a list called Final Frontier, and it's things that I think might happen that haven't happened yet that I can think of.
Yeah. Well, the first double 100 is one that's definitely on that.
Hamza, I mean, I don't know if I'll see something like that in my lifetime, but maybe. We had 32 off a last over for Calpe Giants to stay alive in the series.
Wow.
That was pretty insane. Corey said he was going to throw our fancy office chairs out the window if he did it. Luckily, I restrained him. That one will be a wide. It was Charles Packard. Remember the name. And he will never have to buy another drink in Gibraltar again.
Yeah.
It was a crazy one. And yeah, that was in the eliminator. So that was to survive in the tournament.
Yeah.
Calpe Giants. I don't think they'd have scored more than 114 or something in the series. They needed to chase 150. And imagine they're 121 or something after 9 overs. That was a dream. All right, this is in the air, and I think that's going to travel. It does. So Joe Cody, I like what he's about. Obviously, he's trying to bring things back for Milan United. And they're a side, okay, they were a little bit disappointing last year, I'm sure, 3-7, but I think they played a bit better than that. The year before, they finished 4th in the ECS Milan, and actually kind of picked apart some of the other reasonably good teams.
I think they'll be up there in the in contention for the top 4. I think they're a pretty solid unit.
Nice shot again. So Joe Cody's using the pace pretty well, isn't he? And Wazim's going to go for another boundary. So he's still wicketless. The year before that, when we saw them in 2021, we saw them kind of just miss out. They had a tough group with Albano and Fresh Tropical. In their group, they finished 3rd with a 1-2 record. But yeah, like I said, they've got 6 games. All you really want to do, you want to try and play to your potential. If that's good enough, fine. If it's not, fine. But yeah, I've liked the fight out of them, even though they're going to walk away without a point here. They do reach the 100. And now we're going to see them get 6 more. So, I mean, they're not miles off that point, are they? If there's a 7 up or something here, then maybe they could do it. But yeah, they'll need 9 off 1. That's pretty hard.
It was Jai Cody who was facing Hassan Ali with the slip cordon, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when he first came in, everyone's shaking hands, but I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll wait for it. I think this is going to be one of those awkward moments where everyone's going to have to unshake hands and bowl last ball. Because I've got to admit, I've got wide 6, wide 4, wide 6, 4, 6. That's my scorecard. It's gone for 29. But I got a feeling that the reason they're not walking off just yet, unless there's a ball that hasn't been scored because the scorers might have had their hands
chatting
full.
about, well, they're 108. They're not far away from that bonus point.
Like I said, according to our graphics, they need 9 runs off this one ball. But I don't know if there's been a ball. Do you remember a non-boundary ball in the over? I don't. I've got to admit.
Not sure.
So, yeah.
Oh,
A
controversy.
bit of a last ball thriller, as in, is this the last ball or not? That's probably about as close as we're getting to a thriller in this one. Like I say, the Milan United. Well, we're waiting to see if this is the last ball or not. We might as well show you this. Sanjeev obviously at the top, listed there. Suresh Silva obviously missed out in this game. But Mendes, for me, maybe he's a guy that you could stick up to open. Heshan, I think 4's too low for him as well. I think he'd be pretty handy in the power play. So they got some decisions to make. Jai Cody's fought hard. I've got to admit, I like their spin attack, like I said.
Yeah.
So, like I said as well, that game is coming up in about 20 minutes. Still, we're no closer to working out if this is last ball or not. Just the last thing you need when you want to get onto your coffee.
There's coffee?
Sometimes, if you're lucky.
Better be good. We're in Italy.
I think there might have been a dot earlier in the over. So I got a feeling this might be the end of the game. All right, I'm going to make an executive decision. I think this is the end of the game and it's going to get fixed. So why don't we roll the highlights? So we come back if there's any play. But I'm going to say that they're going to finish on 108 for 5. And we'll get a chance to have a look at some of these things. Sanjeeva just never got going the lefty. Ended up with 16 off 20. Silva was an early casualty. As Asad Tanvir was the catcher. He went off Mohammed Imran. There was some pretty poor football in this innings, I will say that. But there was some decent cricket at Jinnah, as you'd expect. Team come off a pretty successful ECL campaign. And this was the other one, which, I can tell you, there's football's getting paid millions around the world to pull off stuff like that. But, yeah, unfortunately for Milan United, the fact is, they could only get 5 sixes in the 10 overs, a few more 4s. But Jinnah, just a little bit too good, a little bit too polished for them in this first game for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Jinnah Brescia, especially at this point of the tournament, are going to be a handful for any team. I think as the week goes on, there's more cricket played, a bit of an evener, but they're a quality side, Jinnah Brescia. Milan United, as I mentioned before, I didn't think they did too much bad with they didn't do too badly with the ball, even though they got 167 scored against them. I think they'll come back strongly in the next game against Punjab.
Noticing there was what we thought, there was a dot in there that I think just was picked up straight away with all that was going on. So in the end, I think it will be, still think they'll end up 108 for 5. But it was a plucky effort from Milan United. I mean, they could have kind of rolled over after that start. Obviously, Sanjeeva, the lefty, had a few troubles, specifically with Janakavas. Probably one of the biggest talking points there is that Janakavas went down with what looked like a pretty serious, I think it's going to get a hamstring or a calf injury, and he took no further part in the game. And I don't think he'll get back on the park. Certainly not today, probably not for the week. No. So I've got that one as 167 to 108, but I'm prepared to be corrected. But I can tell you it's a 4-point win for Jinnah Brescia. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes with the next game. It will be Milan United, who will go toe-to-toe with Punjab on their ECN debut. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back with Danny Hudacek. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning. We're back shortly with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it's been a pretty interesting start. Some big hits to start the morning, but plenty of sunshine. Still 4 matches to go here on day 7 of this European Cricket Series. Group B is in full swing. And now we welcome a new team to this competition. In fact, a new team to the European Cricket Network, as it will be Punjab who are taking part in this match, match 31. It's Milan United versus Punjab. In fact, let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters is out in the middle with the two captains.
Milan United to call.
Right.
It is a call. Tails. Yes.
So it is Punjab that have won the toss, and they have elected to send in Milan United. So it's an interesting move. Obviously, Punjab, they're a new team, but they certainly have a lot of experience in there, and I think they can be a real force in this competition. They've got one of the best fielders in European cricket in Simranjit Singh in there. He's also a very decent hitter of the cricket ball. They've got Rajmani Sandhu in as well, who has national team experience. And they're not the only two. They've actually got a pretty decent looking unit. I know that they are very, very keen to do a good job. Watch out also for the spin of Jorawa Singh. He's a very, very clever leg spinner, and we've seen him previously for Albano in the European Cricket Series, and he's also played a little bit for Team Italy. For Milan United, though, I know that they didn't really get it together with the ball, but I do like their spin attack, and I like the questions that they ask with their bowling attack. I also like the way they went about their fielding, even though they had some pretty tough chances. But I think whichever team can take more opportunities and create more opportunities, they're probably going to get the points in this one. Danny Hudacek, it's been great to have you as well. I know that you're standing by. Let's get ready for the first ball of match number 31. Punjab on the park for the first time. They have won the toss and they've decided to field. Danny, it's over to you.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to Italy, to all the viewers online and wherever you are for this European Cricket Series match. Match 31 from Brescia, Punjab. First time we'll see them ever against Milan United. Bit of an all-star lineup for Punjab, as Vinny mentioned. It's a brand new team, Milan United. They'll want to come back with a victory after a disappointing defeat against Brescia. I think they've got some good quality in their side, but Punjab, just looking at their lineup, some very familiar faces. And we see, oh, interesting, who will win? 73% say Punjab, a team we've never seen before. That's pretty amazing. But we have seen a lot of these players. I was speaking to one of their stars, Jorawa Singh, who's back and playing in this part of the world, and it's good to catch up with him. He was very, very confident that they would beat this Milan side, and he did actually predict a score. He was aiming to bowl him out for under 60. So let's see how confident this team are in their prediction. As we see the openers just about to come out for Milan United. Didn't have the best of starts with the bat. Milan United had some decent performances during the innings, though. But it'll be a different beast they'll be tackling here with Punjab. So we see if this team will gel. Some, as I said, as Vinny mentioned, Rajmani Sandhu is another well-known player in this. Hardeep Singh. And the enigma, Monu Lal. Normally we saw him opening the batting for Albano for quite a few years. So he'll be there somewhere in the order. But they will be fielding first. Left-handed batsmen, so they're readjusting the field. The men out. It's the imposing figure of Gurdeep Singh right in front of us. On the boundary, there's also very deep mid-wicket. And can't quite pick the other fielder out of the circle at the moment. But as usual, got a strong offside field. And Aminder Singh bowling the first ever ball for Punjab on ECS, and that's a wide. Well, hopefully he won't be remembered for that. And whoa, it was moving away, but it was inside that tram line. I thought it was a pretty good one, to be honest. Comes in bowling again. And that's definitely a wide. So he's getting a bit of swing out, but it's just angled too far out. And these pesky left-handed batsmen causing issues already. So Sanjeewa and Jai Cody being pumped up the order. Seemed in very fine form in the last game. This one's a wide the other way. Not quite getting his line right. Yeah, the bowler almost clipped a pad, but not quite. Again, as I mentioned before, fine conditions here in Brescia. Really good for cricket. Not too warm, but nice and sunny, bright conditions. And some good cricket so far already today, especially from the very impressive Gina Brescia, the home team here at this lovely facility. So the bowler comes in again. Gets that on line, clipped over the top. Well, it's not. It's straight to the fielder. Well, gets one on line. And that's Simranjit Singh. He's not going to drop that. Very good fielder. And, well, Punjab make a breakthrough. Finally gets one on target. Blows us a kiss. I think that's for you, Vinny. That's a good start there for Punjab. Not what Milan United would have liked. Anyway, brings a new batsman out. Jai Cody still at the other end. Aminder Singh. Now we're bowling to a right-hander. Hopefully that'll help with his line. It's been a little bit all over the place. New batsman is Nimesh Mendis. He clips it away, and that will race to the boundary for 4 into the stronger together sign or banner. Nimesh Mendis, saw him in the last game. And just a bit too straight, not really bowling to his field, very much an offside field. It's a bit of a swing and a miss. Probably not the right shot to play. Again, it was quite straight. Had good success on the last delivery, working it over the leg side. There is one player out there. Deep mid wicket. There's also a long off. It's a big swing and a miss as well from Mendis. Still going with his over with the because of the 3 wides. It's been a long one already. Had no issues with time penalties in the first game. I think that part of the game's improved a little bit. Players being more aware. This is in the air. Keeper going back and gets away from him. Catch goes down. That was swirling in the wind. And he changed directions about 3 times there. The keeper. Let's have a look at this. Straight up in the air. Just kept on going away from him and couldn't quite reach it. So missed opportunity maybe. Difficult catch. But Mendis has a life. Bowler comes in again, which should be the last ball of the over. Been slapped straight down the ground. Just to their man at long off one of the players back. That's the end of the over as we see the squads for the ECIs between Italy and Spain. Some, again, familiar names. Two very, very good quality sides. Italy and Spain. That will be games from the 11th and 12th of May. But it's very, very... Actually, we see Rajmani Sandhu, who's now playing in this game. He'll be up in the Italy squad. So, new bowler, number 223. And there's Hardeep Singh. Right arm over the wicket. And Jai Cody, well, won't face his first ball. Still Mendes. Single off the last ball. And hits it straight to slip. Well, guided it perfectly to him. Not the greatest shot you'll ever see. And slips in place. And finally, the slip takes one. Just guided it. Came in a little bit on him, maybe. A bit too close to cut. But that's another wicket down. And Mendes will have to go. New batsman will the skipper. So to Heshan. Saw him hit a couple of big shots towards the car park earlier on. Jai Cody's at the other end. Can't influence the game from that. And there, unfortunately. But 2 wickets down. Good start for Punjab. And a very good start for Hardeep Singh. Wicket first ball. Going again. That bustling run up. This one's hit in the air. Well, not going to catch that. Heshan, you can see his power. Hits the ball very, very hard towards that car park again. So, it's been a wicket and a 6. What's going to happen this ball from Hardeep? Comes in the bowl again. And miscued just over the top of the slips. They should just get a single. Not a very controlled shot. Looks like it came back into him a bit, hurried him a little bit too. Bring Jai Cody on strike. It's an important partnership here, I think, for Milan United. Oh, he's got him! First ball! Well, little Nick, keeper takes it, celebrates, and well, as I was about to say, it's going to be an important partnership. Jai Cody scoring the bulk of Milan United's runs in the last game, and he's off back in the sheds already. So, 17 for 3 now, Milan United. And not what they wanted after a disappointing game in the against Brescia. But it's been good bowling from Hardeep. It's 2 for 7 at the moment. 17 for 3, Milan United. Not the start they would like. Roshan Silva is the new batsman. Hardeep, down leg side, a little bit short. Called it wide. One ball left, 2 balls left in this over. Bustles in again. Those slips waiting. Oh, another good ball. He's quite nippy as a bowler. He's Hardeep. Kept it a little low, maybe. Batsman didn't love it. This pitch is pretty good for batting, but quite a bit of movement in the air and off the pitch. The breeze is coming from left to right on screen. I think there's a little bit of a magic spray moment coming up. Batsman just getting hit on the fingers. So, well, might take this opportunity to welcome Vinny Sandu back into the commentary marshmallow.
Yeah, well, you got a little bit of the old finger smasher there. There's good bounce in this pitch, isn't there? But yeah, bright spot by Punjab. I know that they said to you, and you mentioned to me, that they're tending to have that kind of confidence that they're going to roll them for 60 or less. Well, so far, they got 3 early wickets, and I suppose it's the kind of quality you would expect from this new side, but not really a lot of new faces there to ECN. As Hardeep is just going to get knocked down the leg side. Maybe this is off the bat. Yeah, it is. So Silva will get off the mark, and just a little bit of the line error there, wasn't it? Yeah, it was almost another finger smasher, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's. I think it did hit the glove.
Hardeep's a guy that we have seen playing just briefly last year for Albano, but he's leading the side. But yeah, a lot of quality in there, no doubt about it. And it's the table. It's early days, isn't it? But it's a case of the haves and the have-nots. We've had 2 4-point wins, 2 fairly one-sided games to start Group B.
Yeah, against 2 rivals as well in Janjor Brescia and Jina Brescia. I don't think it's a bitter rivalry. I think they get on pretty well. Those 2 sides.
Rivalries build stories, which builds a cricket culture. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, those 2 teams will be up there with the top 4 of this group. As well, hopefully Punjab.
Keshan's a bit of a key with the bat here, I think. And he's going to get away with this, or is he? He is not. So Monulal, the enigma, takes the catch. Heshan's going to have to go. Another ball that is swinging prodigiously. And there's 4 now. The captain has to walk, and it's 22 for 4.
Yeah, good delivery there. Used his height really well, did Gurdeep Singh. And the enigma takes a catch. It's we'll touch on why he's called the enigma when he displays it a bit later, I think, Vinny.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty apt moniker, isn't it? But yeah, Suresh Silva's going to come out. He was opening earlier. Wasn't able to get off the mark, but Punjab putting on a bit of a show here at the moment. As this is Gurdeep Singh coming in, making an immediate impact.
Yeah, he's a tall bowler. Uses his height very, very well as well. Comes in again. To the new batsman. And just cramps him up.
Gurdeep's a guy we have seen playing for Asian Latina before. It's a while since we've seen him on the network. Played in the 2021 series. It was back in March. But it was in Rome, so now he's up in this region and obviously operating pretty well. Asian Latina, by the way, they qualified for the ECL back in, it was 2020, but unfortunately they couldn't go because of the pandemic. This is going to be fine as well. It's going to get a bit of the line, but that's illegal delivery. And they're one of what I call the lost teams, unfortunately, not completely lost, but we lost to the ECL because they qualified, they earned their spot, but because 2020 and 2021, they couldn't happen. Yeah. They never have had the chance. Jina Brescia were one of the lost teams, but they re-qualified again. And so finally, we saw them at the Carnamore Oval in the previous edition. This is a pretty good over, though. He's on a wicket maiden at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good start here. And apart from a little bit of loose bowling from Hardeep, a couple of wides, and also in the first over, it's been pretty solid. But this is the kind of over they also need just to tighten the screws again for Milan United, who are obviously going to get frustrated. Comes in again. And again, perfect bowling. Just batsman can't quite get onto it. Suresh Silva. It's uses his height well. It's bowling just that short of a length.
Yeah.
And the line is just outside off stump.
Yeah, it's been very, very good, hasn't it, so far?
Good stuff. It's kind of that Glenn McGrath line. Where it's a bit shorter, and that's a nice pull shot for 6. Well, tried to bounce him.
Yeah, credit to him, though. I mean, he hasn't had a run so far in the day, but he takes on quite a difficult shot. Did have the angle coming back at him a little bit, which helped. But that'll be the end of the third over now, and it's 28 for 4 after 3. So only that 6 off that over. They want to made it until that. But Yeah, nice shot. And maybe that could be the start of something more for Suresh.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and it's unfortunate. As a bowler, you want to try bounces, but when you've got a player, a batsman playing and missing constantly, you kind of have to go with that discipline. I think going back to Glenn McGrath, he's. I think the reason he's such a great fast bowler, and we'll come back to that in a moment. And again, that's a perfect line of length. It's just that zone where, like, the length is where you don't know where to go forward or back, and that line is, you can't really play an offside shot. You can't probably unless you step across. You can't play it on the onside.
Yeah,
you can punch it straight maybe, but it's not quite straight enough. It's really good bowling.
Yeah, agree totally. Now, next one will be just worked away for one. So the silver combination. I'm going to have to go hi-ho silver and get this run rate up if they're going to be able to be competitive, I think, against a Punjab side that's impressing early.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, Glenn McGrath, just that annoying line and length that it would come up at a steep angle because he was a tall man, or still is a tall man. Oh, good bowling again. And it was ideal opening bowling for me. It didn't have the pace of some of these other guys, the West Indians or Lillian Thompson.
It was quite amazing, the speed gun. I mean, everyone used to make fun of him because a lot of them could actually bowl faster. They weren't even bowlers.
Yeah.
He could often be in the high 120s, but there was just something about him.
It was the angle and the consistency. And this is in the air, should be caught, will be caught. Another wicket down. And he's going to blow another kiss.
Now Simran, that is his little trademark, either the love heart, or the blow a kiss to the camera. And I know that he's got plenty of fans out there, put it that way. And Simran, safe as you like. And I mentioned this earlier. He's one of the best fielders in European cricket. He can make catches, so he's very quick along the ground, and he can throw himself at it. He's got good boundary awareness. So Milan United, unfortunately, nothing really going their way so far. As that'll be a 5th wicket down now. Suresh goes a kind of prolonged 6 and out, and it's 29 for 5.
He does make that part of the field his own, doesn't he? Like he prowls it, loves it. And in this form of cricket, there are so many catches that go there.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, actually. But he's one of the few, I think, to take 5 catches in an innings.
Mm-hmm. I think I was there, wasn't I?
I think that one might have been in Barcelona.
Ah, okay. There was another player who took 5, but that was
Madupa Fernando of Boliasco.
That's it.
Yeah, back in 2021. That's what I was going to say. He
Yeah.
tied his record.
So Ramesh Jayasekara is the new batsman. Comes Hadib again. Nicely played. Just get a single. I do like the innovation. I mean, it's been going for a little while now with the batsman.
New batter having to face, or
having to
not
face,
crossing
even if
on
they
a
cross.
catch.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It makes total sense.
You haven't earned the right to get off strike.
Yeah.
And I think particularly it's important. In longer forms, maybe it doesn't really matter, but also doesn't do any harm to have that as the law. Another big in swinger. Got to say, Hardik's bowled really well here. Yeah, that's going to be his spell. He's going to take 3 for 14, and it's 30 for 5 after 4.
What's with the Willie?
Yeah, well, that must be a nickname, but
I have to ask him.
well, one thing I know is they paid for that shirt, so it's not free, Willie. And anyway, that was a bit of a stretch, but yeah, it's been an interesting first 4 overs, that's for sure. But Milan United, they've had a bit of a torrid time with the bat so far, haven't they? As welcome everyone back into the chat. Hopefully you're well. See Dave B's in there. See that Steve McVeigh's in there as well. Hopefully enjoying your Sunday. We're enjoying it in the sunshine. Very good weather here. Here's Rajmani ready to bowl, and that's the thing. Punjab, they're going to have these bowls. They're just going to keep coming at you. Rajmani's got a really good slower ball. Something he's worked on a lot. His first ball for the new club coming up. Got to say, I like the kind of aqua uniforms as well.
Very smart.
Pretty cool. Little splash of yellow in there.
They didn't go fancy pants. It was just black. Very good. Oh,
well, it was quicker than I think Joe Saker realised. I mean, you might be looking at slow ball even from the first ball, but what he's done now is established his pace, which is pretty good. In baseball, the pitcher often they say establish the fastball. He's establishing what his normal pace is, and you watch him throw a slow ball in later in the over. I think probably another one that's going to be quick first, though.
He is a very clever bowler, is Rajmani. Coming again, bowling to new batsman Joe Sacker, with all kind of new batsmen in a sense. Yeah.
He didn't have any patience. He said, the other thing is that if you, let's say you set him up, but let's say he sneaks away and gets a single, then you don't get the chance to sneak that slow ball. And he probably wants to go fast, slow. But if you go fast, and the second one's a single, well, then you've kind of ruined your run. You're a bowler, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you want to set up a batsman.
That's all right. That's the old cotton balls getting Danny. I should have warned him about them. They've been blowing all around the ground here.
Yeah, I was wondering what those things were. My apologies. Oh.
Yes, back to fast. No, this is nothing. You wait. It looks like it's snowing sometimes because you get these, I think they're bulrush seeds that come across. There's
lots of flies around as well. I don't know what it was, but
they weren't here before you were here.
Sorry?
The flies weren't here before you were here.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the cricket.
It's a great over so far.
Fantastic.
3 dot. Fast, slow, fast. What's next? Goes fast again and tries to save a single, but only one. Milan United failing to hatch here.
Let's bring the new batsman on strike. Good effort to try to cut that off. Diving on AstroTurf's not very comfortable, especially with a concrete base. But and to be honest, diving on a turf pitch is not comfortable either.
No, it's not. There's a way to do it, and it's actually about protecting your skin. As in what comes in contact with the ground. Obviously, you know, I played indoor cricket for Australia, and diving is a huge part of that. And it's only really come into the game the last 20 years or so. Maybe people did it before, but I remember when I started, I just kind of dived on my side. That's the worst way to do it, because your hip you probably isn't got any protection. So you actually learn, there's two kind of methods that are both good. They both involve diving on your chest, and essentially we call them the Superman dives.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. Let's ball the fifth here. It's well bowled. That's a really good over from Rajmani. They only get a single off it. He just hits the inside of that tram line, so he's making the most of that extra leeway. 31 for 5 after 5. That gives us a chance to talk a little bit of in-game analysis and talking about diving. So we actually then practice a lot on gym mats, and we actually did a bit of testing with one guy diving, or how quick it would take me to get there diving versus not diving. And we found it actually probably gets you about another metre. So you get another metre. So think about all those times you might be run out just sliding about by less than a metre. But there's a couple of things to it. In outdoor cricket, it's a little bit easier because you have a bit more time to get some speed up because you're running the full pitch versus indoor. But you need to plan your dive out 3 or 4 steps before. Otherwise, you're just kind of falling. So you need to, firstly, it's recognizing that you're going to need to dive. And then there's 2 types of the Superman dive is the one hand versus the 2 hand. I was a 2-hand diver, but it's about trying to get the whole surface area to your chest, and actually you're kind of sliding on your box and your pads as well. Yeah. So you're limiting the amount of skin that's actually touching the ground, and that way you shouldn't hurt yourself. And the other thing I did is this is in the air. It's going to get past the fielder though, so he takes it on Jayasakara. Oh, thought that for a second was going to go straight to Gurdeep Singh, but he had to watch it pass helplessly. And a welcome boundary for Milan United.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely shot too. Proper cricket shot. Just punched it straight down the ground. And there's not much of a gap between those two for the
I don't mind that they've put them mid-off up there. It's quite attacking because it means you don't have an easy single down the ground either. And it's also a catching position, really, I think. As this is Sukhvinder Singh, the big left armour, coming in. He's a player we know pretty well as well. And that is going to be, well, I think this...
That's a bump ball, I think.
You think it is?
I think it's a bump ball. That's a first impression.
Do you know what? I had an instinct it was... Oh, I think it is a bump ball. Wait. I think it hits his bat in the full and does go down, yeah. But it was close, so it won't be out.
You get that instinct with things like that.
Yeah, but it went so quickly, I thought... Is that a bump ball? But yeah, I think the pictures show He hits it on the full, goes into the ground. But yeah, pretty entertaining stuff at the moment.
So has there been any shirt technology to aid the slide?
Wait till we tell you about that. It might have broken his bat, by the way, as well. So there's a lot happening. So I was going to say, yeah, so limiting your skin contact with the ground is pretty crucial. And then I also wore I guess you got pads in outdoor cricket, which kind of save you, but in indoor cricket you don't wear pads. So I would wear volleyball knee pads as well.
Yeah.
So, there was a guy, I won't mention his name, but he played for the Canberra Rockets. And he got in trouble because there was this theory that if you wet your shirt, that you'd slide further.
Yeah.
But he took it one step further and he started putting dishwashing liquid on his shirt. And you dive quite a lot in indoor cricket, right? So you can guess what happened next.
When he sweated?
Well, he's diving all the time and he's putting basically soap on the pitch. So then your next person's trying to run, and what do you think's happening? People are slipping all over the place. So very quickly that got banned. Yeah, not allowed to put dishwashing liquid on your shirt.
Did he lather up as well?
Yeah, probably. But I mean, the thing is, and also some pitches and some fields, depending on what the kind of type of artificial grass was, you'd almost have to stop yourself because, you would, you'd slide further. Some were more coarse and you'd pull up quicker, but some you just keep sliding. And then, of course, there's inevitably the odd occasion where you'd slide and come up short when you finished. As this is in the air, this could be another one. It is. Well, unfortunately, just nothing going right for Milan United at the moment. New bat, same problems. As this is off the thick outside edge, it flies further, but it flies down to the fielder on the boundary. So that's going to be a 6th wicket down, and Milan United are now 35 for 6.
That's a good piece of bowling. Batsman couldn't quite believe that he hit it straight to a fielder. He just stood there for a while. He was walking off, and I think he's giving the little flick thing. I was like, I should have flicked it
Probably
slightly higher.
Should have given me a better bat. But I mean, Sukhvinder's a guy we have seen previously for Brescia. Reminds me of one of my favourite bits of your commentary when Sukhvinder Singh was bowling to Sukhvinder Singh. And you said that if the umpire's name was Sukhvinder Singh, then it would have really blown your mind. That was back in 2021. I remember.
I do not remember that.
I do.
I do remember.
You're quite dry with your commentary. I do enjoy it.
I do remember having a lot of Punjabi names with the Singh thing, with it having a whole team of Singhs.
Yeah, we had up 9 or 10. And Singh is, I was trying to explain, it's not really a surname in the way in the Western culture we would think of a surname. He's quick though. But Sukhvinder gets this one high. Don't think this one is too high, but it's probably worth a look.
The thing is that in Western cultures, it's sort of treated as a surname because that's what we have. We have first names and surnames, but it does, it is very different. But then
so Singh would be for a male, and Kaur, K-A-U-R, is for a female. So for example, we've got Kirandeep Kaur playing for Italy in the ECRWs next weekend.
But the hard bit is that a lot of the first names sound similar.
Yeah.
So. Issues.
So that's why, for example, we have a lot of duplicates.
Yeah.
So, we have a lot of Hardeep Singhs.
There was a couple of Lovepreet Singhs.
A couple of Sukhvinder Singh, obviously. 37 for 6 here after 6. So far, they're making good in their promise, aren't they? Punjab, that they're going to come out of the blocks. You see, you've got a full house there, 6s over 7s, but that's not too great. And the other thing, not being given a lot of extras either, just the 4 in this innings.
And they came in the first 2 overs. So it's been tight bowling since. It's not going to get any easier with Rajmani Sandhu bowling another over. And still got a couple of very, very good bowlers to come.
Rajmani bowled so well in the first over. I don't mind them trying to get a bit inventive here, though. I don't know, it looks bad when you don't hit it, but Rajmani, I suppose he's been in that kind of line no matter what. So whether it's fast or slow, maybe you're trying to avoid missing it, but still missed it. So that's 1 off 7. But I like that they're at least trying something, trying to be proactive here.
And he's acted on his push to deep flying leg right back. There's a dip backward square as well. And that was pretty quick. He's quicker than I remember, actually.
He might have actually gained a yard in pace. I think that's probably fair to say. And the thing is, he's really perfected that slow ball now.
Yeah.
That's been the weapon, because that's what he now can do when he's playing for Italy, bowling to some very good players. It's a weapon he's got that he uses very well.
Because he's not the tallest. He's quite slight. He's not like a chunky, bustling bowler, but gets really good pace, good rhythm.
It's also a cracking bat. He's one guy that can hit big sixes over kind of cover point off the back foot.
No, he's a quality player, and well, Punjab are looking very good. Looking forward to seeing what they do in this tournament. This is the first example of what they can do.
Nice little push as Rajmani has to bowl a left-hander and doesn't quite get it right. Like a full toss, it was probably middle and leg. Trying to jam in the Yorker, I think. But nicely played as Milan United fighting for everything they can get. Shahan Pereira does well to get that through the leg side for 4.
So he's going to be bowling to a left-hander.
Just changes things slightly. Also that it's kind of a leg cutting back of the hand slow ball, so it'll probably break into the lefty. I think it might go short here after getting hit full. Test him out. It goes straight to the slower ball. But you can see that it's a guessing game when you're facing him. And the other thing is, it's actually quite a pickable slow ball because it's a back of the hand slow ball, but you still have to play it. And that's the thing. And you're already kind of on guard because he is getting quite sharp, Rajmani. It's been a great spell. Doesn't have a wicket, but he's only conceded 6 in 11. Imagine a batter that was 6 off 11. You'd be going, oh, come on, get a move on. Flip the script. He's only conceded 6 off 11. Slow ball to finish. And I was about to say that the keeper's done well with some of these double bounces, but then right on cue, can't quite handle that. Still no real harm, as Rajmani will finish with figures of none for 6 and 7 overs in to match 31. Milan United are 43 for 6.
That's a great spell, and it's again, they just keep on calling up these different players. You can see Rajmani Sandhu's name there.
He's there. Sukhvinder Singh's in the side as well. I think it's this one, although you might have to double check.
Or Simran as well.
Hassan Ali, who we've seen this morning, is in there. I'll give you a couple of names you might not know so well. Irosh Vikmukti. Vimukti, who is known for doing backflips and cartwheels when he takes catches. He plays for Kent Lanka. Christian Kalagamage from the Roma CC Club. Ahmed Sharif. We haven't cited him in the ECS. He's in the Fresh Tropical lineup. I wonder if he'll be available. Obviously, these players, amateur players, they still have jobs to do. That's why, for example, we won't see Hassan Ali during the week. But Ahmed Sharif's also a very good player. And now we're going to get some Kamaljot Singh, who's going to bowl over number 8.
It doesn't get any easier, does it? Kamaljot's a fantastic bowler.
Yeah, it's a really good start. This one, see, it doesn't actually spin back at all. Yeah, Kamaljot we saw playing for Kings 11 last year.
He's an excellent bowler.
He didn't bat as well as he would have liked. Remember that. Right now, he's probably over defensive here. I think with 6 wickets out.
It's one of those things, when you get a side that is a stack full of quality, which his Punjab side has, and he's missed that wide again. It doesn't really matter if you have an off tournament or even an off day with the bat. If you're relying on that player as your star, then that changes things.
Yeah,
but
they've got a galaxy of stars here, really, and that's a good example of ball straight over the tram lines. It's no longer wide. That one I think just misses. And if there's this is the thing also, if there's doubt if it's hit the line or not, they're going to give a wide. This is from one that there's a bit of doubt. It might go over the line, maybe like 1%. But if you're not sure, then benefit goes to the batter. This is off the end of the bat, in the air, but into a pocket of space. Right off the end now. We had some hesitation about whether there's a second or not. In the end, they'll settle for the single.
What I like about Kamaljot's bowling is he never gets the batsman any time. He's always
That's what I was going to. Yeah, he's very quick through the overs.
Yeah,
very quick.
Yeah, he's as a batsman, you kind of want time to settle and think.
Yeah,
but it's just on you and on you and on you.
Yeah, it's a good observation. He does get to bowl to a righty, and he kind of grabs him for room. It's a really good pick up and throw. Almost turned something
I think
That
he
was
would have
pretty
been
incredible there.
gone. I think he would have been gone.
Yeah, Arvind Kumar. Just have a look at the pickup. I love the way he gets the throw off and gets in a pretty good throwing position.
I can't quite see it because Kamaljot's going to bowl again. And another very nice delivery.
And so
he shoots it through.
Yeah, still a ball to go because a few wides probably this overtaking longer than he normally would. Now it kind of throws one up for the over and it disappears. Well, it probably won't do that again. It's Maximo, 6 to Pereira, who's fighting as hard as he can. 8 overs in, Milan United 55 for 6. We're getting close to that magical 60 that you said that Punjab were hoping to keep the opposition to. Sometimes it's good to set the bar high, set your expectations high, creates a kind of positive feeling in the team, as long as those are realistic expectations. But Kamaljot, a reasonably good over, all things considered. He goes for 12. Half of them are off the last ball.
And not getting any easier. It's good Ip Singh to come back. He had a very good first over. Took 1 for 6.
Yeah,
but it was that line and length, the constant nagging line and length.
They've used 6 bowlers in this innings. They've all been good. Now,
well, they haven't used Jorawa yet either.
They haven't used Jorawa. Simranjit's not the worst bowler, actually. See him probably a part-timer. Probably won't be called to bowl too much at all. Haven't seen Monu Lal.
Yep. I think Monu Lal's more the fact that Albano were a bit shorter not shorter bowlers, but the depth wasn't really there.
It's good to have options.
And
the charge. Oh, well, we're going to buy here because that's a proper full force throw from Kumar. And Gurdeep had turned around. That's a good delivery. And perfect timing there. Just as the bowler turns his head, we get a full force overarm job from the keeper. Hello, Christopher Ward. Good to see you with us. Chris Smith is in as well, I see. Hopefully you guys are well.
Yeah, I've been to say hi to people on the chat, but just clipped the batsman.
Leg by, I think, wasn't it? Catching opportunity, keeper did well to at least knock it down. So I suppose Punjab, they'll know the rules. They'll be hoping for a 4-pointer here if they can keep this to, let's say, something in the 60s, which is kind of what it's on for at the moment. They only need 10 over or less to get all the points.
Yeah, I think that, let's see, bowler coming in again. And still trying with that.
Yeah, so I mean,
at what stage you just put it back in the?
I think the key here, and Corey plays his shot very well. I can't say I played it much, but it's actually trying to stay still, like move quickly, then stay still, and let the ball hit the bat. Yeah. Don't actually swing at it. Swing it is actually making it tougher for yourself. Yep. But I mean, I like the idea, trying to make something happen. But Silva 8 off 15, it's not pretty. He can't bat either. Now there's a fumble from the skipper Hardeep, but only a single given up. So I wonder who the bowled the last over. My pick would probably be Sukhvinder. He took 1 for 6 in his first. You have other options. Amninder bowled the first over of the game. He took 1 for 10. You got Kamaljot as well if you wanted to come back, but I think Kamaljot not really enjoying the matchup against the left-hander who's there. Pereira facing right now.
I think Sukhvinder's a good shout, but you've got so many options.
You'll have to wait one more ball to see who it is, because that one's down leg side. Been pretty good with not giving up too many extras.
So this Punjab team is. How far do you think they can go in this tournament, Vinny? On paper, they're very strong.
Sky's the limit. They're enjoying each other's company. If they're, no reason they can't go all the way. All right, this is going to be pulled away nicely, and that's going to be into the gap. It's 4 runs. Pereira, he's battled, hasn't he? And it hasn't been easy for him, no doubt. There's a lot of top order batters. He's coming out at 8 and flying the flag. That'll be the end of the 9th over. Well, they do reach the 60s in the end. It's 63 for 6 after 9.
Let's look at the bowling figures, and it's been pretty good. Amninder Singh there took a wicket in the first over, 1 for 10, but everything else is pretty much, apart from Kamaljot's 12 off the over, everything else is below double figures. Some
Yeah.
of them very, very good figures there.
Team effort. Like you say, they've got other players that we haven't necessarily seen with the ball. But anyway, here's Sukhvinder that gets that second over. We saw him bowl the 6th over. Went 4 ... wicket 1-1. And he is spicy. I think he's got to stay full though here. Russian Silva on strike. He does stay full. Rajmani should handle this. Deals pretty well with the Tortuga. Keeper's on here.
Oh,
Went to the bowler's end, but I think that I would have thought he'd have the experience here to go to the keeper's end, because he's got the power, and you can see it would have been out by a lot. I mean, when that throw came in, maybe a direct hit would have got the non-striker.
if he'd held it, he might have still had a chance, but definitely on at the other end.
All right, up in the air, and that's going to be into a pocket of space as well. Run away for 4, so Silva does survive the ball before, gets back on strike and gets 4 runs.
Yeah, they need everyone they can get at the moment. Milan United, Punjab will want to get all 4 of these points, and the harder it is for them, the better it is for Milan's chances to keep the point, which is so vital now. The bonus point.
Yeah, it really is. Gets you one, but takes one away from your opposition. Swing and a miss this time. Silva gets out muscled by Sukhvinder. I think Chris Smith has come in. He said he's suffering the effects of a pretty salubrious Saturday night. I wonder if any other of our viewers are. We went out, but just for a nice, quiet dinner. A bit of a welcome dinner for you, Danny,
nice.
to Brescia.
It was in a place where we were likely to be murdered, though.
It was at kind of the what would you call it? Like the dockyard. I picked out the place when we got there. It's probably more for food chat, but I won't be here last game today. Oh well, tried it one more time, and that time actually it's his best effort so far because he's hit it. But the problem is he's got a little edge and it's gone through to the keeper. This will tell the story. Just a little bit of it.
Is it an edge, or did you just paddle it back to him?
Looked like it, kind of straight off the face of the bat maybe, but yeah.
So this place was interesting because it was like, let's catch a metro and then we'll walk from there. Yeah. And the further we walked, the more it got into this industrial.
The less we saw.
It was an industrial estate, completely away from anywhere that could be a food establishment.
Yeah, and then we saw it, and it looked like, oh, this is abandoned. I think we came up on the back of it, right?
Yeah.
Silver goes for 15.
No, it wasn't the back of it. It's just that the restaurant's entrance is at the back.
Yeah, true.
So there was a big red arrow, to be fair.
Which wasn't illuminated.
It wasn't illuminated.
Senator Ratner, by the way, is going to get a bowl.
It was still light. So
it was good. It was ribs. In a ridiculous... I saw the portions were big. I still ordered the ribs for 2. The guy tried to talk me out of it. I got most of it in.
You got half of it in.
More than half.
Well,
70%. Had a bit of help in the end. Anyway, I need a bit of help here, Milan United. Save the rest of that for food chat. Anyway, Sukhvinder 2 for 12. Our last ball coming up. Miss. And go back to Sukhvinder. The race is on. I think he's made it.
No, I don't think so.
I'm going to say he's made it.
All right, I'm going to say he's not.
All right. I'm probably wrong. I just think he took one step too long. He has... Come on. Get in.
Oh,
Yo,
he's made it. All right, okay. You win.
And I remain undefeated with my live run-out calls. So, yeah, he just needed to trust himself. He needed to throw one step too early. Credit to the batter for hustling. And, again, I like the hustle against Milan United, but they've been kind of outmaneuvered, haven't they, this morning? They're going to finish with 70 for 7 off the 10 overs. Makes it pretty simple. If you go 10 and over, you can get all the points here if you're Punjab, who are really impressive in their first 10 overs of ECN cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at, did you say 10 and over? I think it's 7. Your maths isn't the greatest at the moment, Vinny. To get all the points. See, I should listen to you more. So, really good effort here from Punjab. That was a simple catch there. They just lost too many early wickets, did Milan United, and their top order can be so destructive. Heshan and also it was Jayasekara not scoring many in this. In fact, Jayasekara I think went for a duck. Simran taking a couple there. Very good fielder, but really good bowling display, held most of their catches, as you can see out there. But it was a good display from Punjab first up. They'll improve as the tournament goes on as well, obviously. Once they get used to the conditions and the pitch and playing cricket with each other. You can see there's a nice little flick, and we'll see the final ball, and well, should have been run out, but good effort there from Vinny Sandhu. Good eyes. As we see the first innings in this lovely facility here with the lakes behind, or the ponds behind. So Punjab, they need 71 to win. 70 is a little bit more than what Jorawa told us they'd bowl them out for, or they'd keep them down to 7 wickets down. Never quite got going, but hung in there. At least they've got some sort of target to bowl to at Milan United, and they've got a good bowling attack. But, let's see what the Punjab team have with the batting. We haven't seen them yet because they're a brand new side. We'll see a scorecard in a minute come up as we see the facilities here with those 3 grounds. Of course, using the middle one there. It's a lovely facility, which will of course improve as time goes on. But Punjab is going to be hard to beat. Milan United, they did concede 167 against Brescia this morning. So again, it'll be a really difficult task to keep this Punjab team, who've got talented stars all through, down to under the 71 they require. So again, fantastic conditions for cricket here. See these little cotton things fly past us all day. You can see the second innings of this game come up very shortly between Punjab and Milan United. Come back in a few minutes' time to see the second innings, see whether Milan United can defend this total or whether Punjab can get the 71 they need. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Sorry, we had a slight delay, but man, we actually just got ahead of ourselves. Here's the first ball from Sanjeeva, and it disappeared. So Punjab have had a very, very good start to their batting innings. 70 on the board means that this 4 points very achievable. 7 over chase would do that for Punjab. Can't really see the bowling team being able to restrict to 49 or less. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on day number 7. And we start with that ball getting whacked away as Danny Hudacek joins me once again. Perfect start, really, for Punjab.
Yeah, good start for Punjab. It's a good ball there, second. Up right in the block hole. Nice piece of feeling there from Heshan, the skipper. But yeah, Milan will have to get early wickets to restrict this Punjab side. Very talented, this team. And cheeky little single. Good work from the bowler to get it back to the keeper, but well taken. Quick single. Almost forget about those in this form of cricket.
Yeah, I mean, single's next best thing, isn't it? Especially if it's a decent delivery. So I know that Dave B was saying in the drone footage, I can't see the camera tower. You just need to look harder, Dave. It's there. It's just kind of small, considering how far away the footage was taken. It does kind of blend in with the ground.
So it's Sanjeeva who's the bowler, the opening bowler for Milan United. Did very well in the last game, did Sanjeeva. It's gonna be a tough ask for them, but they do have a talented bowling lineup. Milan United. I need to ask questions of this Punjab side.
That's really well struck, isn't it? That's going to be 4. That was all just the wrist snap through the ball from Arvind Kumar. It's not the worst ball ever, maybe a bit of a half volley, but it gives it a little bit of the, I don't know what you call this, kind of like a flat bat follow through.
That was an unusual cricket shot, but very effective and very well played. But you're right, it was all wrist. Just dragged it from under him. Yeah, it was a lovely shot.
That's a paddling. Now he's going to go similarly, but down to long off where it's just a single.
It's not conventional. They're not conventional cricket shots with a straight bat. Well, that last one wasn't. It was again a little flick of the wrist, but straight. Yeah, effective though. And after 1 over, Punjab are 13 for no loss. Well, 53 matches since a golden ball. Don't think we'll see one in this game. You never know. It's still very early on, but 13 off the first over doesn't really help Milan's cause as much.
No, that's right. I mean, they're out to get the 4, no doubt. And someone has just had some an equipment malfunction here. But I'm looking forward to the third game of the day as well, depending on what happens here. But it looks like it'll be 2 teams that have had strong first games. Brescia and Punjab going head-to-head in the third game, which should be an absolute cracker.
That will be a very good game. Punjab want to prove themselves against Jinnah. Jinnah, the home club at this ground.
See, the equation on the screen is actually to get all 4 points, so you can see they need around that 10 and over to do that. As second over is Joe Cody, who's going to bowl. As Kumar just knocks it away for a single. That'll get Hardeep on strike. And Hardeep is a player we haven't seen a lot of him on ECN, but he's a guy that obviously commands a lot of respect in the region. That's why he's been given the captaincy. And this time he'll work one away. Maybe 2, maybe 4. Yeah, it's going to keep on rolling. Maze, this kind of sand-based field, it's still really, really quick. And that's kind of rolled down the hill, kept on going, 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you guys got quite a bit of rain earlier with the thunderstorms and stuff, but
you wouldn't believe the amount of rain. This was underwater, this ground.
Yeah.
Puddles everywhere. Next morning I was thinking, okay, we're probably not going to get on straight away. But because it's sand-based, it all just seeped down, and I won't say it was perfect. It was still a bit damp, but it was definitely playable. Hardik, by the way, we have seen him play 3 games for Albano last year. That's all. Right now, he's letting his bat do the talking. That could be car territory. There we go. It's a little bit of a tyre nestler, but it's going to be Maximal. 6 runs to Punjab.
I was going to mention, going back to cars and car parks, I, as well as going out to watching some of the greatest cricketers ever with World Series cricket, all right, shows my age, but
yeah,
I don't care.
I've seen it on TV.
I used to go and watch rugby league. I'm a big Manly Warringah fan.
Yep.
And used to travel all around Sydney. This is slam down the ground, just a single.
Good fielding.
And I used to go to a place called Henson Park, which was an oddity. It was a traditional ground, Newtown Jets.
Yeah, that's real old school.
So I remember going there, and firstly, you can only, when you see a player on the other side of the ground, you can only see them from the knees up.
Right.
Because there's a hump, or it used to be a hump.
Wow, that's going to be a blast, and that's going to be over the offside for 6. Maximal, Kumar, and seeing 2 former Albano players opening up together. You can see what Albano's been missing in this series. They were rooted to the bottom of the table, but this is a very strong opening.
So there was one small stand. I think it was the George V or George VI stand. It was a long time ago. But, and I'll come back to it in a minute.
I'll have to wait for 6 more, then we can come back to you. But that is another great shot from Arvind Kumar. It's 25 off 8. And never mind the 7 overs. They could do it a lot quicker than this.
Wow, this is a real statement of intent here from Punjab. They're just annihilating this Milan United bowling attack. As we see up here, changeover Brescia, Brescia, both with big wins, 4 points. Milan
Punjab
United
are going to join them.
Yeah,
and,
I think you're right.
37 for no loss after 2 overs. They're already over halfway there. Okay, so you could only see kind of knees up on the far
Yeah,
side of the
but
field.
that wasn't the real oddity of the place. At one end of the ground, you could drive your car into the ground and watch the game from your car.
What, like a drive-in stadium?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure I could find you a picture of it later on to show you. But
I mean,
Henson
I
Park,
wouldn't want it at a cricket match.
no,
Because
no. But from one end, like you could sit all around it.
it was
From one
elevated, or was it kind
It was slightly sloped.
Okay, yeah.
Slightly sloped, and you could drive your car in and watch the game. This was a while ago. I'm not sure if you can still do it. You might still be able to do it because.
Wow, there's 6 more. This is a real pulverising job at the moment. Kumar is so hot right now. He goes to 31. Maximal, 6 more for Punjab.
This is, again, it wasn't a terrible ball, but just.
Can I throw a
absolutely
random
hammered.
question in?
Sure.
What else would you like to see drive-through? Like it's kind of like a drive-through, drive-in sporting games. And you can do it with food. Used to be able to do it with movies. Probably
Yeah.
still can. What else should be drive-through? Like work?
Drive-through work.
Nah.
I mean,
It's nice to get out of the car. I'm just trying to think. That's why it's a question. Oh, okay. Some people said drive-through bar, but I mean, it's fine. It's not the driver. Anyway, in the end, it truly should be gone. First wicket, it is. Our credit to Sanjeeva. He's kind of stuck to the task. Hasn't been easy, but Arvind Kumar gets Punjab off to a real flyer and in a great position for the 3 points. Means someone else will get a hit, and I think that someone will be Rajmani. He'll come to the crease with the score, 44 for 1. Good innings, though.
yeah, good innings, and well, they have a lot of work to do here, Milan, to try to. I don't see them having much of an opportunity to win this game, to be honest. They need to get wickets, but they've got a class batting lineup.
Interested about the team dynamics of Punjab as well. You know, they come from various different clubs. You can see kind of a relaxed confidence about them.
Yep.
At the moment, but it'll be tested. They've got Brescia next.
Yeah, that'll be a tougher test than Milan, who, as I said, I don't think they look terrible. They're not a pushover side. They're well drilled, and they've got. But these 2 other teams so far are going to be right up pushing for this tournament.
Well, it's like they've brought a Nerf gun to a knife fight so far.
That's well said.
Rajmani's going to come in. Took a while for them to realise he's left-handed. It's a fairly well-known player in the region. But anyway, he's going to face up. Sanjeeva gets that first wicket. Nice catch by Suresh Silva, by the way, but kind of regulation job in the outfield. Here's Rajmani. He's wasting no time either, but drills his first one to Milan for no run, and ball crashes into the bat of Hardeep on the way back.
I love these the throws at the stumps for no apparent reason. That was one of them. Just hoik it.
Good teams do that, right? Good teams throw the ball around. They have confidence they can back it up.
Yeah, they had to have backup. I agree.
Well,
Whoa,
slower
that's a
ball
bit-
goes wrong. We had no ball for off the pitch, but where does it bounce? Let's have a look.
And it was pretty high as well, Vinny, to be fair. Went
Yeah, I
past
think it's a
his-
no ball for height. Yeah,
Went
in the end.
past
It's
his-
not actually no ball for off the pitch. Good spot. So anyway, free hit coming up for Rajmani. Not the guy you want to have to bowl one to. And he's going to flat bat this straight. And that's going, and it's gone. And he's off the mark in the series. Brings up the 50 as well for Punjab, who are racing towards a 4-point victory.
You were going to protect the equipment right there. I had no idea where
I
it went.
lost it, but yeah, I went into rule 1 and protect the equipment. And it was pretty straight, though. It can be a tough one to pick up in the clouds.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
When it's a bad feeling when you don't know where the ball's gone. 20 off 25 for a bonus point.
You know, though, that it's coming hard.
Last ball, the power play. Short, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximal. It doesn't get quite as much, but still gets plenty. Sanjeeva finishes 1 for 33. And it might be time to order those pizzas for lunch, Danny, because after 3 overs, it's 57 for 1.
Yeah, I think you're right. The what did you order?
I just said, surprise me. They asked us, there was pizza for lunch, and I said maybe something with a bit of meat, bit of vegetables, but like what you said.
That's exactly what I said.
I said, I'm easy to please, bring me anything. But
Yeah.
I gathered that that actually made me more difficult, because it's much easier if someone just tells you what they want.
Yeah.
Then once I say, just get me anything,
It's
then
not as
they
though
have to decide.
It's not as though they came up with a menu. It was like,
yeah.
what pizza
Just,
do you
yeah,
want?
what pizza
It's
do you
like,
want?
I should have screwed with him a little bit, Vinny, and gone with Hawaiian. See what they would have said.
Yeah, not a huge
Actually,
fan of Hawaiian.
To be fair.
I may not eat it. Here we go. His guy in silver. And this is up in the air, and that's got some legs as well. Maximal. As we'll have a look at the upcoming games. It's probably a sign that this one hasn't got too much longer to go. And Brescia are taking on Punjab. Punjab winning the toss and batting first. So obviously wanting to get the full 10 overs in. Stay tuned for that. Still 50 minutes away from the first ball.
I think this is going to be a cracking game next. Make sure you tune in for that.
Well, this is in the air, but this isn't going so far. And
Good effort.
oh, well, he won't be able to pull it back in, but had a bit of work to do there, Mendes.
He just took a hand up. Didn't catch it, but did save runs.
Yeah.
Really good effort.
Climbed
Just
the
hit him in
ladder.
the arm.
Got too high in the end, didn't he?
But yeah, look, I think one of the great sins in the world will be ordering a Hawaiian pizza, a ham and pineapple pizza in Italy. I think you get slapped.
I think you'd do jail time for that.
Definitely the
I
waiter
think it's a
would.
bit like ordering almond milk in your in your coffee. Anyway, 7 to win. This is a powerful signal, I think, from Punjab. This will be more. It's actually going to be 4. I think he slightly misjudges that Heshan down the ground. Feel like if he judged it well, he might have been able to get to it on the full, but instead he's trying to just kind of bat it back, but he can't do that either. And that's 4 runs.
It's a good effort, but might have 1 ball left. No, I think I'd get slapped by the waiter.
That's a whole other conversation that I feel like we don't have time for in this game, because it's 3 to win, and that is going to be up, and it's going to run away. There's 1, there's 2, and we're still alive.
Golden ball, Vinny.
Yeah, well, you'd only need how many more dots? You need 40 dots in a row. So theoretically, it's possible.
Yeah. Highly improbable, but possible.
All right, any score wins it now for Punjab. And that'll do. They're going to get 6 of the best, and it's game, set, maximal. Rajmani actually ends up catching Hardeep as well, as he'll finish on a very quick 24 off 7. Hardeep 20 off 7. Arvind Kumar really lit the fuse, didn't he, with his 31 off 10. But it's a huge win in the end, with Punjab getting the win with 39 balls to spare. 37 balls to spare in the end. But whatever way you slice it and dice it, Punjab showing they're a force, and we see them again. This will be a great game.
Yeah.
Match 32. There's a bit of an extended break. We'll be back in about 45 minutes to take you through that one. Two teams that have 4 points to their name after their first performance in this Group B of the European Cricket Series. And that was quite a remarkable kind of follow through there from Arvind, but his four sixes and a 4 were pretty crucial in making sure the Punjab got off on the right foot. They never looked back on the way to that target of 71.
Yeah, look, they're full of stars, this side. First time we've ever seen them as a team, but we've seen a lot of these players before, various sides, both in Northern Italy and also from Rome. And very, very impressive start. And Milan, they'll have to come back strong. They're a good side.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel from them a little bit. They've run into two really good teams here. We will see them a little bit later on, and or in the series at least. But we'll see them later on actually today against Trentino Aquila. So it gives them a chance to maybe get something going, and then we'll see them in match 40 against Friends 11. So, maybe I'm not going to count them out just yet. I mean, I did like what I saw from them. I just think I ran into two teams that were red hot. Yeah. 31 early on from Aravind, who was the only one to fall. 20 not out and 24 not out, respectively, for Hardeep Singh and Rajamani. Both off 7 balls. Just the one no ball in there for one that got away. But a big 4-point win. I think that will have to put them at the top of the table on that run rate. But whether they stay there after the next game, time will tell. It was Sanjeeva that came up with the 1 wicket, but it was pretty violent stuff really from Punjab. And that second innings only runs 3.5 overs. So extended break then, back in about 45 minutes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. Hope you're enjoying day 7. It's Sunday Fun Day, and we'll be back with more cricket after this break. You're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the third game of the day. And for me, this could be the game of the day. A bit of a blockbuster coming up in match number 32, as we will see Brescia, the hosts, taking on Punjab. Well, both these teams were pretty impressive in their first hit-outs. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Tyrone Peters.
Punjab cricket team to call. Heads is a call. It's a head.
You're going to bat first.
He's going to bat.
So Punjab have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. So that's a good, strong move by them. And certainly we saw them flexing their muscles. They are a new team to ECN, but they've been put together and they've got some really, really experienced and highly skillful players in there. I got to say, they've got a lot of bowling options in particular. Also, their batting lineup looks pretty deep. So obviously they've come to play and they're going to have a really good test here against a Brescia side that kind of blew away Milan United in the first game of the day. And we know that Brescia have just come off a pretty successful ECL campaign as well. Jannika Vas, well, his injury certainly has caused a few problems for Brescia, who are going to get a real test here about where they're at. So, like I said, I think it is the game of the day, and Danny Hudacek is going to take you through the first moments. The news from the toss in match 32 is that Punjab have won the toss, and they're going to have a hit. It's over to you. Danny, let's get ready for the first ball.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back again to all of you watching this game in the European Cricket Series in Italy, in Brescia. Game number 32 between Brescia and Punjab. This is going to be a cracker as we see the teams here. Some stars on both sides. Amazing to see Jannika Vas come back. A miracle recovery from what looked like a hamstring injury. And it'll be, as Vinny said, Punjab won the toss, elected to bat first. Interesting how they bat very deep with Monulal batting second, 7. And as you saw with Rajmani Sandhu, the star there for in the last game. But 66% is the win predictor for Brescia. Rightly so, I think. It's their home ground. They've just come off an ECL as well, where they came third in Europe, which is pretty good. But coming up against a very talented Punjab side. And it will be Hardeep Singh opening with Arvind Kumar, as I saw in the last game. And I can't predict a win because we've only seen 3 Punjab batsmen, even though we've seen a lot of them in past tournaments. They'll need a good start here with Brescia with the ball, but they wouldn't want to lose too many early wickets, Punjab as well. There's that man again who'll open the bowling, Mohammad Imran for Jinnah. But this is going to be a very good game, I think. 2 quality sides, not taking away from Milan, who played 2 earlier games. You'll see them again a little bit later, but these 2 sides are hot. So it's a fairly regular offside field as per normal. Only 2 on the leg side. 2 men back. One at deep third man, the other one at sort of a deep point area on the boundary. So waiting the first ball. Here's Mohammad Imran, and he'll be bowling to the keeper, Arvind Kumar, who looked pretty good at the start of his innings in the last game, but fell to a nice catch on the boundary. And we're ready to go. The first ball of this game. And it's slightly down leg side, tucked away. And just a single to get off the mark. It'll bring Hardeep, who batted beautifully in the last game. Big hitter of the cricket ball. As are a lot of these players, to be fair. Comes in again. It's called a wide, swinging away. Gets good movement. Let's have another look at this. And whoa, a little unlucky there. That was inside that line, but it was swinging away. But that line now a clear differentiator. Comes in run again. One's hit high in the air. Player coming back, and one bounce over the boundary. So that was a good effort to reach it there. It was Umar Gujar. Couldn't quite reach it. Of course, there's a field restriction, so he's inside the 30-metre circle. He hit it quite high, did Hardeep. Comes in again. Oh, this one he's pulled. This one should be all the way. First 6 of the innings. Nice shot by Hardeep. Just leant back and slammed it over cow corner. Didn't get all of it. Got enough of it. 15-metre boundaries, remember. So, good start here for Punjab. And especially Hardeep Singh. Arvind just faced the one ball, tucked away for a single. 12 for no loss after 3 balls. In fact, they've pumped back the... They've got a very straight long off now. They've taken the man from square back into the circle. Good move, I think, because he's going to try to look straight. Here's Hardeep. He's swinging hard at the ball, though. If he connects, it's going to take some catching. At least they've got a bit of protection there. Comes in run again. And again, swinging ball. He's going to do his back, I think, one day, Hardeep. Swings so hard at that ball. But a good contest. 12 for no loss. 1 ball left of the first over. Expected score is 137. Here comes Imran. And again, big swing and a miss. It's that shape out. That's a good line and length and a good way to finish the over. Just leaving him a little bit. So at the end of the first over, actually we see here the 2 groups. We haven't seen Trentino Akia or Vincenza yet from this group. Seen all the other sides. Changeover looking pretty good yesterday against Friends 11. Brescia and Punjab looking very good. Milan United. I'll have to look at the other teams in the lineup to see if they can get a few wins up. Have a chance against Trentino Akia in the next game. But they're a good side as well. Maybe not to the level of these 2. Nice one's hit over the top. That's 4 runs. Bit of a dodgy edge. Got away with it. Came back into him a bit. Race to the boundary. This game's getting a lot faster than it was earlier in the week. It's quite a sandy complexion to it. Drains very well, as we saw earlier with the thunderstorms we had. Played it on the next day. But very low cut grass. Starting to get quicker. And this one, well, didn't need the grass for that one. Just leant back and absolutely hammered that over backward square leg. And that's another 6. This one for Arvind Kumar. They're looking good, Punjab. And it is, well, Janika, who's bowling, does get natural in-swing. Quite a lot of natural in-swing. That's a miracle recovery from what looked like a pulled hamstring. Magic Spray has done wonders for him. I'm sure there's some strapping on there as well. Comes in again. Oh, lovely shot. That's got all the way as well. Straight over cover. Beautiful shot. Such a wristy player. Let's have another look at this one. Probably overpitched a little bit by Janika. See, in swing, down on one knee. That's a glorious shot. My shot of the day so far. Arvind Kumar, 17 off 4. 28 for no loss. Only 1.5 overs gone. This is a great start for Punjab at the moment. And, well, Jinnah, they're a quality side. I'm sure they'll reply somehow. And he gets another dodgy edge. And that has, I think, gone all the way. It has. 6 runs. He won't care, though. Actually, it might not have been an edge. It might have been just wristy. And he definitely played for that sort of area. Great start here for Punjab. So, how can Janaka come back? 22 so far for the over. This one's hit straight down the ground. Another shot. Beautiful shot. Another 6. This one flat. Just slightly on the onside straight. And wow, this is great batting here from Arvind Kumar. Such a good batting lineup to come as well. And Janaka, this one's going to go supersonic. 28 so far. And a maiden ball. Well, that was a fantastic over. 40 for no loss off 2. Tony Kavas going for 28 off his first and possibly his last over in this game. As we see the table, Punjab up the top with that net run rate with a massive win against Milan United. Changeover and Jinnah, the next 2 teams, and then no points so far for Friends 11 or Milan United. Still very early in this side of the group, side of the tournament. Welcome back into the marshmallow, your friend Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, we're in the marshmallow. I wished he probably had sat this game out after coming on. Certainly wasn't quite himself, was he? Imran's going to come back and bowl out, but yeah, Kumar and Hardeep have been a powerful opening combination. And you're right when you say there's heaps of batting to come.
Yeah,
look at someone like Jorawai who's batting 6 and Manu Lal batting 7.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it's about balance as well, and you'd want to see, especially with the tournament developing for them. This is only their first day. To see some of these guys get a bat, maybe against the teams that they don't find as threatening. Well, they don't find Brescia threatening at the moment. And that's Hardeep slamming another 6.
Yeah, and goes on the charge. We've seen a lot of batters do this unsuccessfully today, but he just kind of holds his shape and gets the ball he wants. Jinnah right now under attack, and I mentioned, Jinnah obviously did great at the ECL, but Italy, there's a lot of good teams when you get to the top end of the pyramid.
Yeah.
They've sent 4 different sides to the ECL, for example. But Jinnah need a turning point here.
He's hammered another one. Beautiful shot there. Just so much power.
Well, I mean, I feel like you should be paying an entry fee for this because this is a proper exhibition, isn't it, at the moment? And this power play is out of control. Punjab, well, they were pretty keen to bat. I think that they wanted to make sure they got the use of the whole 10 overs. Right now, we're not even 3 in, and they're already past the 50.
That's crazy. Fantastic batting. Expect to score now up to 164. Swing and a miss. Again, not much wrong with the bowling. It's just exactly how to bowl to these guys, especially at the other end. Arvind Kumar he's so wristy, plays the ball very late and difficult to bowl to. And Hardeep get any little thing wrong and he just powers it over the boundary. Here comes Imran again. And this one is just lifted over the fielder. Couple of bounces, another 4 runs. Didn't quite get all of it, but still in the power play, so they couldn't put any players back. They have a man straight at long off, but the mid-on was in the 30-metre circle.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Now you're playing Janike, he's standing at slip. You would never have a slip normally in this situation. But because he's so immobile, they're pretty much sacrificing a fielder. Okay, he might get one nick to him or something like that. But yeah, curious decision, I think, for it to have him in the 11, especially with the game later on today. And he almost stops that one, but he doesn't quite. That'll just be a single. End of the power play. Imran goes number 29. And yeah, it's powerful stuff so far from Punjab.
Yeah, very good start. 56 in their power play. I'll be very happy with that start. So we see the Manhattans really looking like Manhattans. Yeah. Skyscrapers at 28 in the middle. But I'm sure there's more. There's obviously more to come. And they've got one of their big guns.
Rajmani
coming in.
Came out and struck the ball so sweetly when he came out at 3. And that's who you got to look forward to. Having said that, obviously, Brescia, they're a quality side. This is Umar Gujar, who's going to bowl for Jinnah. And I don't think he played the first game, unless it was so quick that I missed him.
No, I think he's
Oh, no, he did play the first game.
I didn't see him either, to be honest. He didn't. Did he bowl? I don't remember him bowling.
I don't think he did. But he's a guy who is definitely worth looking out for.
That's going to be not called a wide.
But
that's fair enough.
No, it's a good call. But he's a guy, I remember first saw him for Bologna. And yeah, since then we've seen him playing around the traps, even played for Italy a little bit.
So hitting the covers, nicely stopped there.
But he's a very powerful hitter of a cricket ball, so watch out for him. Good pick up for Brescia.
Would you have? I mean, he is obviously a talented bowler. He's Umar Gujar. But would you have gone with Hassan Ali instead, change the angle a bit?
Maybe. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, Hassan bowled really well earlier on.
Oh, another lovely shot. This one over point. That's almost taken out of camera. He plays the ball so late. Have a look how much time he waits. And then it's that flick of the wrist. And it's an unusual style, but super effective for him.
Very wristy, you're right about that. But yeah, you're right. If he gets that timing right, it just generates that extra power.
Give Gujar a little bit to think about. Where's he going to put the next one? Oh, is going back, and good effort there by Mohammad Imran. He knew he was going to go over the boundary if he'd taken it. He might have been able to take it.
He's not really backing back that much. I think he was. Was he worried he'd already touched the line? Is that what it is? I don't know. I feel like he was probably able to.
I don't think he would have been able to take the. He's saved 5 runs.
He was pretty static. Yeah, and I'm not saying it's a bad result. Maybe just safety. Safety is the thing, but I mean, you'd love a wicket at this age just to try and change things up. And it wasn't like he was backing back quickly, so. It wasn't like it was a lot over his head. It was about shoulder high. I mean, you have to make these split-second decisions, so it's not a real criticism. Just curious. I think he might have been able to take that.
He wasn't set and balanced. He's still on the move. So I think that if he'd taken the catch, he would have gone over. So I think it was a really good piece of fielding to save 5 runs. All right. Good job again. Good line and length. Bit of pace.
Yeah.
It's a better delivery. And not a bad over there from Gujar. 9 from it. And kind of what they needed. They do need wickets, I think. But just to disrupt the flow of what's happening with Punjab. But we'll see who they turn to next. They do have a couple of talented bowlers towards the end of the innings.
Well, they do. But I mean, we want to keep trying things and mixing things up, I think, no doubt. But what about this hitting we've seen so far? Those 5 boundaries on the spin, including the 4 sixes in the second over, really brought this to life. Wasim Ahmed's going to try and come and stop the bleeding in over number 5.
Well, let's hope he can. for Ginna's sake. But still, I mean, it's such a good contest because you know that that both of these teams have fantastic bowling and batting lineups. And this one's flicked and 6. Lovely shot again. Hardeep Singh.
Yeah, and these two both very, very powerful. Again, he's got pretty good wrists as well. Hardeep's guy. We haven't seen much of, like I said, but they think a lot of him. So much that in fact, he leads this side. And this opening partnership's out of control at the moment.
So, ball comes in again. Ahmad, and this one's over the top as well, over the slips. And 6 again, I think.
Yeah, it has gone all the way. So, again, I don't mind the location there. Maybe gives him a bit of length to work with. And, yeah, you're right. That does clear the line. 6 carreras. Punjab, this is just what they were looking for. They're going to have to face some pretty powerful batters in the second half as well. But remember, they're quite a clever bowling lineup. They've got good variety of themselves. The left armour in there and Sukhvinder. They've got Rajmani with his slower balls. You've got potential spin options and potential options we didn't even see earlier as well.
Kamal Jot's very good.
Kamal Jot was left arm.
See.
Joravar with his leg spin.
Yeah, very interesting this game. Full toss and misses that one. But I know you like low full tosses.
Yeah, low full toss is probably better than a 1 metre short of a Yorker, I just think. But good to see the expected score. Looks like it's back and it's working. It says 165 at the moment.
Yeah.
Got jammed earlier.
This one's in the air. I think it's between fielders, just over the cover fielder. Well, extra cover fielder. Could be a run out. Direct hit would have got him. Let's have another look at this. And they turn for the second. It was a good throw and
Might have just been home.
Yeah, I think he might have. Yes.
So that becomes good running.
Very good running.
It's funny how things can make a difference. Small margins.
It's a full toss. He's hit him. He missed out on it.
Love it that he thought there was a run there. Just now, okay.
That's
it's clever, but it's also a bit of a risk because the bowler would have had to have picked up those stumps and knocked them down again.
Yep.
So he says, right, okay, what you're basically telling me is you're making me hit the other end. So he loads them up and he misses. Guess that's good running.
That's good running. It's good presence of mind to actually take the run as well, because they know that they can't. He's not going to be able to pick those up and touch it in time.
But I mean, it was a classic case of one batter knowing that they could make it and just saying to the other one, "Good luck." But anyway,
would have had to have been a good throw because it's a.
I would have to kind of throw around the batter. Batter was creating traffic.
Yep.
But it just also shows you they're saying, look, we've got 10 wickets in hand. We can take some risks. We're not too worried if we do lose a wicket. We've got other guys that can do the job.
Well, we saw, even on the first ball, they do like taking quick singles as well. As that was called a wide. That's
the one that almost kind of sneaks back and gets some of the line, but not quite. I think it's a good decision.
So, yeah, they look for every run. I don't think that's just 4s and 6s. Yeah, if there's something on, they'll try to get as much as they can. It's just good game
They've just
awareness.
had a bit of doing little things quite well, this Punjab team.
He's used his wrists again. This one's going towards a boundary, and it's cut off.
I sunned him well to get there, actually. But it was a good late adjustment because that ball actually did swing in prodigiously from Wasim. But it'll take us to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 83 without loss. What a start for Punjab. I'm going to throw this open to you. What are some of the locations you're looking forward to seeing on the ECN calendar this year?
Well, England is a big one because it's the first time we're going to England. Looking forward to... Well, Estonia is going to be interesting. I hadn't been to Estonia for a while.
Yeah, well, I mean, Terry O'Connor, one of your good friends and your old commentary sparring partner in Czechia from the Czech Super Series back in 2020. Yeah, he's involved in the administration now in Estonia, so I know he's been doing some really good things up there. I'm looking forward to catching up with Terry, and maybe we can even get him on the commentary. I know it'll be pretty busy.
That would be great. He could explain all about what he's doing in Estonian cricket, because he's full of information, is Terry.
Yeah. He's super interesting to listen to. I mean, Terry's done over 50 games of ECN commentary now. And I remember, because we thought it'd be a bit of a race between him and Corey for a while, with Corey, really being able to fulfill his obligations. But anyway. But I think it was a race, actually. Could Corey get to 500 before Terry would get to 50? But no, Terry's really enjoyed the move up there, I think. And it's a pretty interesting landscape. It's different there's different dynamics there to a lot of other countries in Europe. There is a bit of investment in there. There is a really nice facility they've got there in Tallinn as well. And the Estonian national sides, both men and women, will be playing at the end of that 2 weeks as well. That's the next stop. Actually, just over a week's time. Hassan Ali does get brought on. Again, you can see the change of angle, just kind of mixing things up, and I think it is a good move at this stage from the Gina Brescia skipper, Ruxar Ahmed.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you can see he's angling it across, and it also cuts off this pitch. So it's very difficult for batsmen. Very talented bowler is Hassan Ali. Comes in again, left arm over. And this one goes in the air. Players going back. Don't think they'll reach it. They won't. They'll come back for 2. Oh, that could be close. Vinny's called it.
Yeah, I think this must be out. And again, there's no one at the stump, so it's probably worth taking. But this time I think they lose the gamble. And here we go. Gone. Yep. Yeah, so out by about 30 centimetres. Again, it's a risk worth taking. I agree with it, even though it's going to cost them a wicket here. But what about that for a throw? Was that Imran that gathers that? By the way, they've dropped Janaka out of slip, and now they're hiding him at backward point, probably feeling there might be a few more going in that direction. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's unselfish. That's the word I would use. Yeah. It's unselfish, trying to hustle for another run. Sure. But Arvind Kumar, he's going to be run out for 38, and it's 84 for 1.
Really nice little innings. But it's not a pleasant sight for Gina Brescia with Rajmani Sandhu coming in. And he's a left-hander as well, so that kind of nullifies Hassan Ali a little bit, because he's not going to be angling away. He's going to be, angling into Rajmani, unless he can get a little bit of outswing. But the ball's now in the 6th over. Not much swing left, possibly. But these Grizzly balls do swing quite a bit in the mid-overs sometimes.
Yeah, they do. I suppose they're always fairly new, these balls, aren't they? Hassan Ali will get the ball to Rajmani, who was good in the last game. He almost gets caught first ball this time. And I've got a feeling it's 4, but we're going to have to check that one, see if it bounces on the line or over. I think that's going to be 4.
It is just. Does well a fielder just to get a hand to it.
But Rajmani didn't really play a false shot in his last innings, did he? Absolutely banged them.
Hassan Ali showing his quality. Coming in again. Oh, this one's lovely. Lovely shot. Stood tall, waited for it, and smashed it over that deep cover area. Look at that. Beautiful shot. Just lifted it. Knew exactly who he was putting it. And threatened the life of a spectator.
Yeah, well, I mean, might have played a false shot first ball. No signs of it second ball. Smashed out of the ground.
So much time to play that. And Hassan Ali is not a slow bowler.
He's brilliant over the offside. But credit to Hassan Ali. Comes back, and here's over goes for 11. There's the first wicket in it by way of a run out. And Punjab, for the first time, they've snuck ahead in this game. It's 94 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, it's a good start for Punjab. Still plenty in this game, though. Again, just a few wickets. Well, just to stop the momentum of Punjab. That's what they'll need. But it's difficult against these two. New bowler will be Ruxar Ahmed. There's the skipper. Bowling to Hardeep Singh, who's 43 off 19.
Yeah, so if Rajmani gets out, they've got Simranjit Singh to come in next. Then listed at 5 is Gurudeep. Then Jorwar at 6, Monulal at 7. Kamal at 8, and Kamal was actually a pretty decent batter as well. But yeah, we're back to a 50-50.
Well, this one's just gone through for a single. Just got delivered something that looks interesting.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of dessert there.
I think so, yeah.
They generally giving us dessert. I'm not really a huge dessert person, but also I've just smashed a whole pizza, which was our lunch here on day 7.
I'll get into that pizza in a moment.
Yeah, you're due. You're probably 3.5 overs away. It's still going to be hot because you've left it in the sun. Is that a strategy?
Well, look, I like cold pizza as well. To be honest, I think pizza's the perfect breakfast food. So, but cold pizza, people who microwave pizzas. Ugh. This one's hit straight, and that's gone 6 again. Just leant back on it slightly. And these Jenner players, I know that they know the quality of these guys. They've been playing in the same area for years and years.
It's going to be 50 as well for Hardy, by the way. Brings it up of 21 balls, and he's hit 6 sixes and 2 fours in there. So it's been a really good exhibition so far from the Punjab captain.
He's pretty determined. This one's not quite timed, straight to the fielder.
Hardy, by the way, we've only ever seen him bat once, and that was in 2023, playing for Albano. Made 9 not out versus Kings 11. So, I mean, he's really done a fantastic job. And, obviously, guy, there's many reasons people might not be able to play too much during the week, especially in the European Cricket Series, but obviously he's made himself available, and he's doing some good things. 100s up as well for Punjab. But yeah, just the little things, the basics like that. Taking off straight away. I like the way they've attacked with the running between the wickets. And again, it shows confidence in the rest of the batters. So unfortunately for Arvind, he got done by a bit of a freakish direct hit from the outfield. But they're saying, yeah, we want to maximise our opportunities to squeeze every single run out of this innings.
It's good cricket. It's just good cricket. And just good awareness of what needs to be done in a cricket game. You see often players come back to that in a moment. This is lifted high and 6.
Yeah,
just did enough.
Yeah, to be honest, even if he touched that one, Gajar, he took off from the rope, so it was going to be 6 regardless. But judged it perfectly. Again, rolls the dice a little bit with that. Hits it up, hopes it's got the legs, and it does.
He just had the right club, didn't he?
Yeah, good club selection.
Yeah. Oh, it's a full toss. It's a bit of rubbish, and that's flicked over the top again. A square leg, another 6, and well, after 7 overs, Hardeep is 64, and as we see, the Punjab 110 for 1.
Yeah, 116 even with that one.
116.
Yeah, so can't even keep track of it at the moment. They're going so crazy. Anyway, looking at the ECRW squads, I've got to say one player to watch out for is Smaya Besharat. Now, she had to bowl the last over in one of the most tense games I think we've ever had. It was against Austria. Either one of Spain or Austria was getting knocked out of the ECCW. And that's the thing. A lot of these women's players, in Italy there is a bit more kind of at the domestic level, but in Spain there isn't. So she's probably bowling her 5th over of her life, and she's on TV. They've got millions of viewers looking at her, and she had to defend, I think it was about 12. It was a crazy finish. Now it's going to be a no ball. It's going to be a no-look 7 up. Watch out, watch out. The Grizzlies about, and it's going to be a free hit to come. It's the worst possible start for Wasim, who's come back here in the 8th over.
Not what they needed. And getting a bit of a chat from Umar Gujar.
So the other thing is, yeah, we had some of the players like the Zamorano sisters who were quite young for Spain. We had players bowling their first over in a match ever on TV. Yeah. Because all they've done up to that is training. So it's fascinating. I can't wait for the Challenger division. Spain and Czechia, they played that golden ball in the. They'll be meeting each other in the Challenger division of the ECCW later in the season.
So there's 2 different divisions.
Yeah.
Who's in the other division?
I will tell you exactly. So last year, obviously, the England 11 and Netherlands played in the final of the ECW, and the English team got up. But yeah, so we've gone to 2 divisions of 5 this year. So we've gone from 5 teams to 10. Wait for this ball for a seam, free hit. Well, now it's great fielding by Hardeep, who actually blocks the run, and Rajmani spooked out of it and says, look, let's not have anything crazy. Let's not have a viral moment happen where you essentially run me out. We saw one of those the other day, by the way, where we had a non-striker cause a run out of his partner like that. So England and Netherlands will be in again. They're joined by Italy in the Premier Division, but also an Ireland 11 and Scotland 11.
Fantastic.
So kind of mirroring what you see in the men's ECC, obviously.
Well, it's high in the air, should be caught, and never really looks set, but takes the catch, and that's the end of Rajmani. So, nice catch out there, and a little hug of appreciation.
Yeah, it's a really good catch, because that was high. That was so high. Asad Tanvir out there, but he judged it perfectly. Can't do any better than that, but a productive innings from Rajmani. He'll end up going for 17 off 7, and we'll get to see Simranjit Singh with the bat for the first time, but Punjab still in pretty good position, 123 for 2. But Jinnah might just feel they're bringing this game back in their direction. Rajmani plays some nice shots, but has to go.
Still got some very good bowling to come, or to come back, I should say.
So,
especially with Hassan Ali.
Also, I should mention, if I'm going to mention the Premier 5 teams, the Challenger 5 teams, Spain, Jersey, who we have seen before on the network. They played a series, in fact, beat the Netherlands 11. Netherlands, I should say, in women's. Beat the Netherlands last year on home turf in a T10. It was a cracking game. Then Austria and Germany. Actually, they've got a bit of history with ECN as well.
Sure.
Remember, we've shown their T20 nationals before. Oh, this is a dodgy one. I think that's gone, you know. I've got a pretty good idea this is out. So Simran's come out. Again, there's no hesitation, but the problem here, it does bounce pretty friendly to the bowler, and he's gone. It's gone by about a metre. And then it's a bit of carnage in the follow-through. So, yeah, uber aggressive, maybe pushing the envelope too much in that case. But Hardeep's going to be run out for 64. Shame, because he potentially was on for a ton there. And it's a pretty quick bit of thinking from Wasim Ahmed to run him out. It'll be 123 for 3.
Double breakthrough, 2 new batsmen. In fact, that was the first. That ball was the first one that we'd seen that weren't the top 3 from Punjab. They only lost 1 wicket in their previous games, so it'll be interesting to see. Gurdeep Singh, the new batsman, and they've established a good platform already. Still got 2.5 overs left, 123. Expected score just dropping a little to 159, but that's a very good total. See, I think anything over 150 they'd be happy with.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a test for their bowling, no matter what they make, I think. It's a nice innings from Hardeep. Gurdeep gets bat, steps back and misses. Just quickly, the final team in that Challenger division. So I mentioned Spain, Jersey, Austria, Germany, and Czech, of course. Czech, they'll be there. But I mean, I know that the plan is, and it's tough because, obviously, it's quite expensive. It's a big loss maker, to be honest. All the card tournaments are, because of the cost of production and flights and all these things.
This is high in the air. Player coming around and should take a catch. Lovely judgment there. Umar Gujar. Another wicket goes down.
Good cricketer, Gujar. Just seems to get it done no matter what he's doing. So it's going to be a duck. But had good awareness. I actually thought for a second that he was going to leave it for the other fielder, but he knew exactly what he was doing. And there's Derek making an appearance. Haven't had too many of Derek's appearances in day 7 so far, but it's a 2-baller for Gurdeep, 123 for 4. I know you're excited because look who's come to the crease.
It's the Enigma, and looking forward to seeing what he can do. I'll tell you why we call him the Enigma in just a moment. He's about to face his first ball. Just flicked that one quite risky straight down the ground, just a single.
Well, can I take it? It's not a guess because I know, but he's enigmatic. He's
enigmatic. But playing for Albano the first year that I came to Milan, Albano were a fantastic side. Jorrell was another one of the players who was playing for Albano. Barty Banger and Sheikh, and it was a really nice bunch of guys who play cricket as friends for each other. Fantastic. And they had a fantastic tournament as well. A really, really good tournament. But he would equally do something amazing. Come back. That's a lovely shot. And that is 4 runs. He'll do something amazing, and the very next ball, he'll drop a catch over the boundary, or he'll do something which is just the ball will go straight through his legs. It was either fantastic or terrible.
Yeah, he's unpredictable.
Unpredictable.
He's must-watch.
He's enigmatic.
Player, yeah. Enigma, I looked up the dictionary definition. A personal thing that is mysterious or difficult to understand.
Yep. That's a good ball, and it gets past the field. It's going towards the boundary, and it'll be another 4 runs. Just dabbed it down. Quite nicely played. Good ball, though.
Enigmatic kind of shot. This one actually ends up splitting the gap between the keeper, and there's a fielder just to the right of screen there, but nothing that Imran could do about that.
I've got to say, Albano have lost a lot of the players that made that team special, I think.
Just got lost their way. I mean,
yeah.
I found it frustrating, to be honest, watching them through their Group A campaign.
I mean, even though they didn't, I think they won 1 game last year, and the Enigma was the only one really holding that team together. And he batted very well through the tournament. Got a call up to the Italian side that played on that Romania tri-series, Romania, France, Italy tri-series. Did okay, but it's good to see him. This one is.
Yeah, I'm just going back. Albano, they did win 3 games, but they did finish last.
Okay. In
that series, and they've had a rough time of it, clearly. Hey, just go back to the women's for a second.
Yeah.
So I mentioned the 10 teams there that will take part. The idea, I think, would be great. It depends on many things, but if we could expand to a 3rd division as well, like an emerging division with 5 other teams. And I'm just thinking about the potential teams you could have. So Estonia is an obvious one for me. Estonia, probably Malta. I'm thinking Greece as well, that we've seen on network before. Throw in a couple of others if you like, but Croatia's one. But yeah, Sweden. I didn't mention Sweden. I mean, Sweden plays some good cricket. So look, and I believe also they'll work with promotion relegation. Probably one team going up, one team going down every year. So I think it's probably even more important with the women's that you have smaller divisions. Is it because it's probably more likely to get mismatches there. I just think, as we've seen, sometimes one player can be the key to a whole side. Or you have different levels within the team, so it's a little bit trickier. Whereas in the ECC, sure, we can have 21, for example, 21 teams this year on the top division because they've got multiple players that could fire up and win you a game. But in the women's, where it is in Europe at the moment, it's just less often the case.
I've got to say that it's great to see the Czech Republic in that group as well, because the program, it's still really in its infancy a little bit in the Czech Republic. There was no women's program when I was associated, so it's probably, I would have to guess, maybe in the last 7 years maybe that it started. And of course the juniors that Chris Pearce has been coaching are starting to come through as well. A couple of players there, which is really good.
Yeah.
And but it's really not a program that's been going for long. I mean, cricket in the Czech Republic's only 25 years or so, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, one thing, I was listening to the Emerging Cricket podcast where Corey Ruckers was the guest a day or two ago as Hassan comes back. Over number 10, a beautiful little drop kick when the Enigma is living up to his name. Oh, that was good, Monu. And Maximo over the leg side. What a shot to start the 10th.
Lovely shot. Again, just flicked it, but got the timing perfectly right.
So Corey was saying, actually, the host was quoting Dan Weston when he was on the show a few years ago, saying this is it's an aspirational thing that will take a generation, 20 to 30 years. So now we're kind of 5 years in, if you like, and look at how much progress there's been already.
It's amazing.
So there's no doubt things are tracking in the right direction.
Another lovely shot and another 6, and he's hitting these 6s against probably the best bowler in the Gina Brescia lineup, in Hassan Ali.
I know you're going to enjoy your pizza even more if Monu can send a couple more out of the ground. it's going to taste even better. But I suppose Hassan, it's not bad bowling, but he's given Monu a bit of length to work with. He's whipped him once and he's driven him once, but that's the difference. And Hassan will know this from playing for Italy and for playing at the Cardamom Oval in the ECL, the ECC. Can't give length to some of these guys at the end of the innings. Cannot give them length. He needs to find that Yorker. Needs to find it quickly. 147 on the board for Punjab.
Comes in again. And this one's going to be called a wide.
So, yeah, Hassan's a guy's got a lot of talent, no doubt about it. He's got a good rhythmic action. Again, this form of the game, though, those little mistakes get punished. And the higher up the levels you go, the less margin for error you've got and the bigger the consequences. And that's kind of true in any form of the game.
I'm sure that some of his mates from Australia are going to be watching this as well. And I wonder if the Australian batsman treated him in the same way as that Enigma's been treating him. That's just over the top, 4 runs. Got away with that one. Just over the top of the man at backward point.
Yeah, and that's, again, it's a bit unlucky that it doesn't get caught, although the guy catching it is on one hamstring. But he's off a little bit of length there, and that push is going to disappear away. And John Gray actually said, yeah, no, I didn't mention Romania in the women's program. They'd certainly be a team I'd love to see. I know that they hosted the Continental Cup Women's T20 last year. And they'll plan to do that again. So, yeah, lots of country. Again, we're going to run into the same problems. We're going to have so many teams that we want to get in there.
It's a good problem to have, though. Another nice shot. This will be 4 more, I think, will it?
Yeah.
It's deceived the fielder out there. A bit of an Enigma magic.
Well, you love the Enigma, and he's 31 off 10. So, it's funny. I think he was very happy to see you walk in this morning, Danny, because you're his good luck charm, I think. He's taken this last over apart. That was one of those cases that the fielder's running to his right, but the spin was always going to take it back to his left, and he just couldn't correct his momentum quick enough. 156 now, and 2 to come.
So Hassan Ali. That's been cut through. It'll just be a single, I think.
Keen to go again, just because he's won. Even now, I would have considered running because he's just had so much of a good run against Hassan. Even though you got Simran, who is batting 2 spots higher, but Simran hasn't faced really. He's faced 2 balls.
Yeah.
So I mean, and not saying Simran can't do it or won't do it. Got another 2 Italian internationals going head to head here. But anyway, Punjab in good position here. 157. Here's the last ball.
He's got that away, and that'll be 4 again. And well, over the 160 mark. 161 for Punjab. They'll be very happy with that. 16 and over.
Yeah, 161's a big score, but they're against a big scoring team, Brescia. So a few people I know were kind of in my ear saying, well, Gina, are they going to run away with this tournament? Who's going to be competitive? I've said this for a few days, actually. I said, just keep an eye on this Punjab side. They're not the only ones, but they are a side that look kind of built for this. They look primed for this. They look hungry for this. And once again, it was the opening combination of Arvind Kumar and Hardeep Singh that got them off to a rollicking start.
Yeah, they did. And Janaka on one leg, a bit of a pasting. And it's a big risk putting him in. He's getting a lot of swing, but 28 off the over. It's just, wow, not what they wanted. Important player, obviously. He's important with the bat as well.
Yeah, not what the doctor ordered. 12 off the first, 28 off the second, 17 off the third. 57, they were up and away. Gujar came on and slowed things down a little bit. But this was the first run out. It was a bit of a crazy one. They take on the unguarded stumps, but the castle got raided there. And unfortunately for Kumar, that was the end of his innings. But he scored 38 off 14. Brought Rajmani out. He gave a half a chance early, but then he also pounded a couple well out of the ground as Hardeep would continue on to his half century and slightly past it. That's a bit of a chaos, couple of overs there. That would almost cause a bit of confusion, caused a run out. Rajmani hit a ball into the sky. They hang up there a long time, but Asad Tanvir was able to get him out. And then this one where Simran coming out, it was first ball he faced a while before he'd face another one. He ran out Hardeep for 64. But they didn't lose too much momentum as Gurudeep would go. But it was the Enigma that brought it home with 26 off the last, putting them up over the 160. This makes a big difference. If it was high 140s, You might even say this is a 50-50 game, but that 160 plus total, that's going to take some chasing.
Absolutely, they will. And Punjab will be very, very happy, and they'll want to get out there with the ball as well, see what they can show what they can do to everyone. It is their first tournament. Not the first tournament for these players, though.
Yeah, not their first rodeo, it's pretty clear. And you don't knock up 161 against Jinnah unless you know what you're doing. And got to say, Kumar and Hardeep Singh batted really well. That first wicket partnership of 84 in just 5.5 overs, setting up a very good total. Rajmani with a cameo. And it was the enigma, Monu Lal, with 32 not out at the end, making a big difference. 2 for 24 was Ahmed, the only bowler to get the wickets, although shout out to Gajar, who took none for 20. But apart from that, they got a little bit ugly. We'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Jinnah will be pedal to the metal. And if there's any team that can chase 162 for victory, it's probably your ECL 24 bronze medalists. We'll take a break and we'll be back very shortly for more cricket in the north of Italy. You're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. We're in Brescia in the north of Italy for this edition of the European Cricket Series, and we're coming up to the second innings between two pretty powerful teams. It's Punjab coming out to defend 161, which they've knocked up against the ECL 24 representatives and the 2023 Italian champions, Brescia. But right now, the champions are on the back foot, if you ask me. Having said that, they are more than capable of chasing 162. I'll give you a little bit of backstory. They actually chased 175 at the ECL against the fellow European champions, Paco Badalona. So they can do 175 there. They can definitely do 162 here. As the bonus point target for the fielding side, 112 or less, would be a way they could get all 4 points out of this Punjab. 113 minimum for Brescia to secure a point. Pretty beautiful weather here, I've got to say. We're up in the 20s, 21 degrees. And Danny will be back with me shortly. But I've got to say that Danny has had a bit of luck with the series we've got him on, because this is what I call the Goldilocks zone. It has gone from pretty cold to, and soon it'll be too hot probably, but yeah, just like the third bowl of porridge in the Three Bears, this one is just right. As Amninda is going to get us going. 162 the target. Nisa is going to get going with a little kind of standing sweep over square leg that's going to go for 4. And Nisa Ahmed out there with Shahrukh Nawaz. And like I say, I think Brescia, they'd be pretty confident they could chase this. I'll be curious to see what the percentages say when we get them up on the screen in a moment. But Nisa is in very good form earlier on. He struck 66 off 23 balls against Milan United, who had a pretty rough day so far. We'll see them again playing a third match of the day against Trentino Aquila. And Minda. He's going to get hit up and out of the ground. This time he goes straight up. Shows a bit more of the full face to the bat. Maximo! 4 and 6. And we're off to the races. Amninda with his nickname Ami on his back. That sounds a bit like what an English person would call what Jana Gavas pulled earlier, but he's still in the side for Brescia. But yeah, I do think these openers have the ability to go all the way if they're not stopped. Better length there. The fuller it is, the less you can do with it. So I'd say, even though this is the beginning and you're kind of hoping to bowl maybe more of a traditional length, get a little nick, get a false shot, but obviously after seeing this, I think you've got to go a bit more into death bowling mode. This is up in the air, and that will bounce just inside. So 4 runs. We're working on getting the score up there for you. So 14 off this first over. You can see exactly why Brescia highly fancied. Pretty much a coin toss this game at this stage. Slower ball. Kind of like that, just trying something different. That is kind of more of a death bowling approach, or a later in the innings approach. Nawaz, he's also in pretty good form. Hit 44 off 15 earlier on. And end up trying to get out of this over. If we could get out of this with a single, then it's pretty much a par over in this game. In the air. Doesn't really go through with the shot there, and he's going to be gone for a golden duck. Nawaz kind of feeling for it, looks down at his bat. And it's going to be a golden derrick for Shahrukh. And so, well, he's going to have to trudge off, disappointed, as Amninda gets the last laugh in the first over. It's 15 for 1. You see here, it's weird how he doesn't really have a full swing on it. You'd think early on you'd be You'd be really trying to crack that, but it was an uncharacteristically tentative shot from Nawaz. And so he's going to have to go. And also, you've got to be aware that the field is there on the boundary. So, Umar Qajar is going to bat, I should say, in the 3 position. Yeah, Qajar, obviously a guy who can hit the ball a long way. As the captain comes in, Hardeep Singh, but he's going to get worked away. That's going to be 4 runs. And good start to the second over. So, Brescia's side were involved in a golden ball earlier on in the year. Golden ball to keep their series alive. 54 matches since a golden ball, not that golden ball. That was, I'm going to think it was golden ball 56 if my calculations are correct. We saw Brescia involved. Now pulled away, but there's a fielder there. So just a single. Many Sander here, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again after his journey into the culinary delights of Italy is Danny Hudacek.
Yeah, we had pizza for lunch, Vinny. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I got to say, we shared pizzas. Like
we did.
We went half and half in pizzas. Mine was very traditional, sort of. Peppers and salami, like a Hoddish salami. It was pretty good. Yours was slightly different.
Mine was literally like a kebab. As this one gets past Qajar, this is first up.
I've never had lettuce on a pizza before.
Yeah, it's not, because normally it doesn't heat well. Right?
I think they added it later. I don't think they added. I don't think they cooked the.
But then the thing is, because it sits for a while in the heat, it kind of. Yeah, they don't cook it. It's true. But I worked it out. I got 3 pieces, and I basically made it like a triangular pyramid kebab out of it, and that was my strategy. A bit early for food chat.
It was okay. What early for food chat? Just had lunch. I mean,
true.
Anyway, let's go back to this game, which is.
We can go back to the kebab pizza. I would have liked, if I'm easy to please, but I would have liked maybe a few jalapenos on it or something to maybe spice it up a bit.
Yeah.
But it was very nice.
You don't get many jalapenos in Turkey?
Sometimes I call us the kebab of cricket. Because this is in the air, it's going to fly away for 4. So not particularly convincing. But it'll be 4 more. Score continues to tick. Yeah, so I often say if like a test match is like your Michelin star meal, you know, with a crafted something and foam and all that. Yeah. Artisanal. And you've got your kind of ODI, you've got your T20 internationals, which is kind of your good solid pub meal. Yeah. Your franchise leagues, you're probably your fast food.
No, I'd go with the traditional sort of ethnic. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Another 6.
Good shot. I mean, he's a very powerful striker. That one's gone so far over the boundary.
Like a good Thai restaurant, good Indian restaurant, something which is typical of a region.
It's a good one. You can definitely improving with that. End of the second over, by the way. It's 30 30 for 1, I should say, after 3, after 2. 3 4-point wins so far. So obviously it's put Milan United in a bit of trouble, and Friends 11-2. Trentino Aquila, we'll see them in the next game. They're actually playing Milan United, so a big game for both those teams first up. Vicenza we'll see on the park for the first time tomorrow. I like that. So franchise tournaments, you think that's kind of like a good Indian restaurant or like a good Thai restaurant or something like that?
I think the definitely the 50 over game, because it's still kind of franchise. But
well, what I will say though is that ECN cricket is like, I often say it's like a cheeseburger from a certain establishment at 2 in the morning, or a kebab.
The dodgy kebab
but you can slam down 5 of them and you'll be happy. Probably not 5 kebabs.
Like tacos.
Cheeseburgers, yes. Tacos. The tacos of
Tacos are
cricket.
good because you can have 5 tacos quite easily.
Who doesn't like tacos?
Oh, tacos are great. All right. Bowler. And this has been put away, has it? Just over the fielder. Just a little short there. That's good Ipsing. And, well, it was not just a little bit straight. Got under it, the batsman. And that's another 6 runs to the total.
I want to say hello to Jeff Maguire, who said that he's watching with Marco. He's watching in Ireland. Marco's his new South African wicketkeeper batter coach, who's been doing a bit of work with him this week. So hello to Marco, welcome. And yeah, welcome to the circus. Oh, cricket going on, not just here in Italy, but all around Europe. We've got what I've been calling May Madness, with so much going on. I know that you're going to be in Romania, right, for the Continental Cup, the Men's Continental Cup, which is only a couple of weeks away. We've got a night series, I think we're about to officially announce. We've got Netherlands International T20s as well. See the Estonia series coming up as well. England at the end of the month. It is May Madness, really.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's always good to watch ECN cricket. I often put it on just to watch, but also just in the background, just to hear the commentary while I do other work. And but it's just so much happening all the time, especially when you get 2 quality sides like this. He comes in again, hit the pad, and just a leg by. In fact, I might have got a bit of bat.
A little bit of bat, according to the umpire. But yeah, a lot of people do say that they won't necessarily be able to watch all day or even much, but it is the sort of thing, because somewhere between kind of radio and TV commentary that we do, so that a lot of people might be lurking while they're working, and they might have it on the back screen or something, and they can bring it forward when there's something that you can bring to their attention. That's probably worth watching.
Well, to be fair, like if you ever, I mean, I listen to in the car to Test match cricket. Well, that could be close, you know. That could be close. It's good of him. And he's pointing to his bat, but let's have another look at this.
Oldest trick in the book, though. Let's have a look. Does swing in a lot.
Oh, yeah, was it doing too much, Vinny?
Can I give you my honest opinion? I think it's swinging past the leg stump, potentially. I mean, like it's close, but he actually gets a decent-ish stride in. He's actually hit in front of the...
It pitched on off.
I think that, my spider senses are telling me it's just missing, but I can also understand it's very close. Umpire has one look at it. He thinks it's crashing the leg stump, and you couldn't conclusively say it was missing. No. It's just one of those ones, if you try and triangulate it yourself, you might have the opinion it could have missed leg stump. But anyway, I suppose he misses the ball, and it's the swing that does him. Yeah. The swing does him pretty well. As Umar is going to have to go for 10, 37 for 2. One thing I will say, I didn't see an inside edge on that. No. That's always it's like the boy who cried wolf, showing the bat. But anyway, one door closes, another opens, and Janik Avas, the $6 million man, he's coming in, and he's going to work the first ball away. But let's just see how he's running, because he had what looked like a pinked hammy before. But let's just have a look.
Well, he's got a lot to make up.
Oh, he looks fine. Probably wasn't really testing it there, though, was he?
You did see him reach for his left
I've got to admit that my last tournament I played, actually, it was in Prague. I had a little bit of a hamstring issue. And yeah, the real issue comes when you need to spring off or you have to sprint. So if you're just jogging, that's kind of fine. If it's just a strain, like what you see there, it looks normal. But if he has to strive for that extra pace, could be a different story. End of the power play here, Jenna Brescia, 38 for 2.
Yeah, going back to Janik, he's got a lot to make up, because firstly, he's a bit of a passenger in the field. But secondly, we went for 28 of his over. So he'd like to get a good head of steam here and get some runs. Oh, it's hit the pad. Could be a run out. And don't know. I think the ball might have hit the stumps. Wasn't in the keeper's gloves. But
let's see what happens.
A bit optimistic. It was on at the bowler's end for sure. And flicked it.
He's just
back. Good effort by the keeper there.
Great improvisation work from Arvind, but batter safely home.
Such a talented squad, this Punjab team as well. Let's see what Hadib can do. The skipper, he's led his team well so far. As he's hit straight down the ground, that's 6.
Uh-oh. That looked pretty straight. I thought that was camera tower central, but luckily Nisa avoids hitting the equipment, but he does get 6 runs. Maximal. Good shot.
Yeah, he was right onto it, wasn't he? Just right in the right spot, just outside off stump. Dragged it a little bit, but it was nice. So Marco is a South African?
South African, and Jeff is associated with Grizzly Sports, which obviously provides the balls for European Cricket Series and also a lot of equipment for the ECL and the ECC. And he's in Northern Ireland.
It'd be interesting to see if Marco has watched ECN before and what he thinks about it.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, Jeff, do some digging. Let us know what Marco thinks. It is different. It was great to hear some discussion on that Merging Cricket podcast. Like I said, one thing that came up was wait for this ball. She's going to get hit. Slightly mistimed, but field it coming across. Will make the stop. They'll only get 1. Was the fact that it's ubiquitous. It's kind of omnipresent. It's always around. So if you want to watch some cricket, you can turn on ECN and compare it to some tournaments. They might pop up. You might never see them again, or they might pop up for a year or two. You're never sure when they're on. And yeah, we've got our marquee events, obviously Cardimer Oval, which they're kind of slightly higher spec. But yeah, people find a lot of comfort in it,
sure.
and they like the fact that they can turn on and watch some cricket pretty much every day.
That's a nice shot again. 6, just behind that fine leg area. Turn it around the corner. Nice shot. Didn't really look at the ball though. Just had his head in the air.
No looker.
Nice shot, but Nissa Ahmed is 40 off 14. And Janika, I don't know. There was a chance for a second before, and Janika just said no.
It wasn't the most convincing turn, was it? I think because of that injury. Nisa, though, 40 off 14 and motoring. Last ball, the 4th over.
It's a good final ball there from Hadib.
That looked like the one that instead of swinging in, it just kind of goes straight on. So you're playing for. He's got a lot of in swing so far in the over. Whereas this one, it's close, but you know what? I think it probably does get a bit of that line. I don't think it's completely outside the line.
Yep.
So I think under the new interpretation, I think that's probably a decent call. End of the 4th over. It's 53 for 2.
They are difficult to see as an umpire, those, because especially the ones that are swinging away from the batsman. So you're getting left armers or bowling to a right armer bowling a left-hander because it's going away. Yeah. And so even though it might be within the line, as you see it as an umpire, it's very difficult to tell.
Super difficult, especially if it's in the air. So if it bounces kind of on the crease, then you kind of get a good idea of whether it's on the wide line or not. But I suppose it still comes down to the principle. If the umpires aren't sure, they'll call it a wide. But the idea is if they are positive that the ball has passed the popping crease and some of it is on that wide line, then it should be a legal delivery. But it's all about, I think, the benefit of the doubt. The spirit of obviously wides and trying to promote attacking cricket is that if the umpire has doubt, then the batter should get the benefit of another delivery. Sure. It's maybe a bit more hittable. Anyway, here's Sukhvinder Singh bowling over number 5. I want to know about his nickname. His nickname's Rocks with double X, and it does look like something that would be behind a curtain in the old VHS store, doesn't it? The old video rental.
Yep.
We've got the back of Sukhvinder's shirt.
I kind of miss those VHS stores. There was nothing quite like a Friday night.
There he is. Rocks.
Nothing quite like a Friday night when you go to the video store.
You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, you judge it by its cover. Maybe a new release.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of weeklies.
I'll take another single. It's called a wide, and good awareness there from the batsman.
It's good pace though, isn't it? It's he's got a real whippy arm action, and he's got a good wrist snap as well. That's one of those ones exactly what you're talking about there.
Right.
That because it's so angular, it can be hard for umpires to judge that. That one has been called a wide, so it has some doubt there that it did get some of the line.
Here Comes Winner again. This one's hit straight back over his head. Be cut off, just a single.
Simran down there. We know what a good fielder he is. Just keeps that to a single. So that run rate required. I still think, with the players they've got at the crease, Nisa in particular, and even who they've got still to come. You've got guys like Asad Tanvir to come, Rizwan to come.
They can't afford a bad over. They can't afford an over which is sort of happening here. And you still need to hit quite a few boundaries and sixes. And again, this is really good bowling. But you've got 2 overs of Sukhwinder. If you can keep him tight, then it's pretty much game over, I think.
And it just loses his shape there. That was a very kind of un-Nisa-like shot because Nisa can kind of stand up, hit through the line. There's no deep cover at the moment, so kind of bottom left of screen. If on a clock, it'd be like an 8 o'clock. That's where I think you should be looking to hit him because that's the angle you're going to get.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rather than fight it.
There is a big gap between the cover and point fielders as well. Well, didn't need it because he just went straight over backward square leg, 6 runs.
That's the other thing you can do, but I suppose this one was a little bit closer to him and it made it a bit easier.
Yeah.
Because you can turn on it and kind of slap back against the angle that Sukhwinder is creating with that left arm over. So Nisa is going to move to 46 within reach of another half century. Could be back-to-back for the keeper bat.
Yeah, it's a class act, isn't he? And, well, both the keepers open the batting. Yeah, Arvind Kumar for Punjab as well. So, very talented cricketers, both of them. Here comes Sukhwinder again. Bowling to Nisa Ahmed. And uses his feet well, gets across, and I think that's gone all the way. 6 runs. Nice shot. Just slightly overpitched. Got it as a full toss. But he used his feet, moved right across very early.
I think it's a good bit of improvisation because he's probably looking leg side, but then he readjusts. Because he's deep in his crease, he's got that extra fraction of a second to change his shot. So that's actually very, very clever batting to Nisa, who brings up his 50, by the way, with that shot. His second of the day, bringing that one up in 18 balls.
It's pretty good going. What are your instincts? Is he going to go all the way to 100?
Well, you've jinxed him pretty good, and that's why the next ball straight up in the air. But can anyone take it? Date record points there, and he takes it. And Danny Hudajek, welcome back. You just just jinxed Nisa. Didn't even look like getting out. But Sukhwinder will get the crucial wicket. He would trade 16 for that wicket every day of the week, and after 5 overs, it's 69 for 3.
Yeah, he tried to flick it on the leg side. It was a nice catch out there. But, in the deep third man area.
I've been in incredibly good jinxing form this year. Incredibly good. Guys that haven't even looked like giving a chance. And Danny, you've come in pretty hot as well.
I'm 100%.
Gurdeep Singh taking the catch down there on the boundary. Yeah, we'll call you Mr. 100% for now. But Nisa, I mean, he's done his bit, hasn't he? But now he has to turn the game over to the middle order. 69 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, it's a vital wicket as you see what's coming up soon.
May Madness. I feel like I need to make more space on that sheet. In fact, we might just, Cyprus is going to get knocked off the bottom because we're going to have to put in the Portugal Night Series, which will start on the 14th of May. So yeah, that Portugal Night Series, again, I think I can announce it. That's actually starting in 9 days' time. So not Tuesday coming up here, but just the day after Estonia starts.
We have bikers.
Oh, hello.
Not real bikers. They're on.
I suppose they're bikers.
They're riding bikes.
Noisy. Probably looking straight ahead is a little free tip I'd give them there as well.
Someone trying to keep up on his moped.
Well, it's exciting.
Yeah, look, Portugal Series are always fun. Great to watch night series.
Miranda de Corvo Stadium. Great to get back there. I know we've just been to Portugal, but it's one of those things. We normally have one during the year, and it's just come up now.
One of the wackiest tournament, and one of my favourite tournaments ever. I'll come back to it in a minute. And so this could be close, and a bit high, says the umpire.
It was that slower ball. He bowled it first up, and this is because it's got overspin. It will probably bounce more. So even though it looks fairly straight, we see how far it's gone up, but from when it bounces to when it hits him. And if it's going to continue, That way, it's going to go over the stumps.
That's a good call by the umpire.
Umpiring's been really good today.
It has.
New umpires for Group B, so I'm going to give them a shout out to them for their efforts. As we've got Sukhdev Singh there, but we've also got Shahid Muhammad, we've got Hassan Ali as our Group B umpires.
So this spell from Rajmani Sandhu is going to be a vital one, I think, in this game. He's difficult to get away, but if they can score 15 odd off each of his overs, then they're still within a shout, I think.
Yeah.
But it's very tough going.
I said Tanvir has come out at 5. Again, I've got to wonder, with Vasa's not quite himself, how's he batting 4? Because Tanvir is a guy who actually was batting 4 in the ECL, but then Hassan Ahmed was kind of a bit out of sorts. Then he got this injury after that collision. So Asad went up to 3, and he was absolutely smashing it. So I find it a bit strange that he's out at 5. And he hit the first one pretty well. Meanwhile, Jadaf Kavas, again, you know, if he's definitely in some discomfort with the injury. And it's just a curious decision for me that he's batting 4 when you've got guys like Rizwan still to come. You've got Fareed still to come. You've got Wazim Ahmed still to come.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not quite sure of the logic.
I think the whole decision of playing him, obviously he's an important play for them, and this is an important game. But in the context of the tournament, why would you risk it?
You've got to trust your squad a little bit more, I think. There's that slow ball, but it's going to do the keeper, and that could go for 4 byes. It does. And it's the spin on the second bounce. See, it's like Shane Warne would have been proud of this one. So, do you want me to get super analytical?
Sure.
The second bounce, if you really don't know what it's going to do, you need your eyes right behind it. But look where his eyes are. It's slightly that side. So guess where it misses him? You see? So you need to try and cover your bases, and that would have just given him a bit more surface area behind it. Because it is true, you might not know what it's going to do. With those over the back of the hand slow balls, most of them will spin that way. But you never quite know. You can see the area there is pretty roughed up from the amount of cricket we've had. And also, he kind of went I got a question about this the other day. It was like I call it the stomp method, where you just kind of bang your pads together and hope for the best. Which, again, doesn't give you as much surface area if you try and actually kind of dive with your chest forward, maybe kneel down, and you've got more of your kind of upper body that might be able to block the ball. That's the pace on from Rajmani. And the other thing is, if you do use your pads, which probably never, most high-level keepers would be ever trying to stop the ball with their pads. But it only bounces off for a bye anyway.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a bit of a lucky break for Gina Brescia, who need a bit of luck as that required rates popped up over 20 and over now.
Been a pretty good over so far from Rajmani.
The other thing you can do with those double bounces is try and dive forward and try and pick them up on the half volley before they have a chance to break. But again, that's a bit kamikaze.
Well, you might. Oh, this one's hit long and high, just over pitch it slightly. Low full toss, and that's 6 runs. Good end to the over for Gina Brescia.
Yeah, just got the hand caught in the cookie jar there, didn't he, Rajmani? Bowled it once too often, but still a decent over, only 14 off it. They need well over that at this stage, Gina Brescia. 83 for 3 after 6. Are you about to say that you could diving forward on those is a bit dangerous?
Well, it wouldn't be my first instinct to dive forward to stop a cricket ball.
It all comes down to if you can recognise that it's bouncing short of you and how far short.
Now, are you saying this on a nice turf pitch?
Well, it shouldn't matter because a second bounce is unpredictable no matter what surface you're on, right? So, but what I'm trying to say is if you can get it, obviously you'd love to get it on the full, and then that takes it out of it. But even if you get it just after it bounces, if it does something crazy, it hasn't had time to really deviate too much.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if your point is that you're kind of in the dirt, that's also true. But I'll say what I normally say. Keepers got to be a bit crazy to do it, and they got to be a little bit...
Keepers are a little
they got to love getting hit by the ball. That's what I normally say as well. Got to love it.
New bowler is Jorawar Singh.
Yeah, Jorawar, we could see him out there with his leg spin. He's a real fun bowler to watch, isn't he?
I think they're going to retire it. What's going on? They were going to come out for a drink for someone or something like. It can't do that.
To be honest, Probably they should retire whilst the way things are going. Clearly not himself. He's 6 off 10. Right now, though, he's at the non-striker's end.
So, good bowling. That one went straight on. It's a bit short, and that's been absolutely spanked. Well,
Uh-oh. See, car park's filling up. Classic rookie errors. Welcome Trentino Aquila, but I hope your insurance is sorted out. Well, that could be a no ball, you know. Yeah, interesting. You know, like...
That is a no ball.
Probably is. Don't know if they saw it or not. I think it has been called, yeah. That's just something, at least it happens now. It's going to be a no ball past 6. But, yeah, he lands on the sideline. A good spot by the officials. And so it's going to be a 7 up.
Is the umpire obliged? Oh, yeah, he's telling him.
I think that's one that they keep an eye on because it's very... The umpire is... Umpires are working as a team, right? So you've got the third umpire watching these things. And he'll say, look, you know, we're trying to get as many right decisions as possible. So, Joe White is now going to get whacked out. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Well,
Did he clear the cars?
He may have cleared the cars, but Joe White's had a bit of a shocker of a start here. I think he deliberately does go wide of that ball before. Well, someone, I hope they didn't have their sky roof open and have a nasty surprise. Well, that's Maximo 6 runs, 13 off the ball.
Well, it's going to change the angle a bit if they find that ball. That was massive.
I think there might be some cars moved before too long. Tanvir 19 off 5.
He's done pretty well. Should be cut off.
I like that he changes his angle just to change something.
Yeah.
Right, so probably it's not his plan A. Now Janica Vast is going to get run out.
Yeah, that's a good
I think
thing.
there's a little bit of the kamikaze running about this because rather than retire him out, you know, I think you just got to realise he can barely run. He obviously hasn't done too much on the scoreboard, and it's a fairly simple clean-up job from Monulal to the keeper.
It's not been a good decision to include Janica, unfortunately, just because of the injury. Yeah, not because he's a very talented player, but when you've got an injury and you're playing at a good level against a quality side.
Exactly. Steve McVeigh is ahead of his time. He'd already put in a message saying, you might as well risk a suicidal run as be retired. So that's the thing. And he says, okay. But the thing is, if they had actually gone through with that, it would have been Tanvir that would have been run out. So
yeah,
I think Janica just kind of reading the room and trying to get off. And yeah, disappointing innings from him, 6 off 10. But again, I don't think he should have been out there.
Yeah, you're right. He's absorbed a lot of the innings as well.
Because if you take that out, actually, they've probably still got the run rate required around about 17 and over, which is pretty achievable.
It's flicked away, be cut off.
Gulam Farid out there, and he's the one that did hit the golden ball for 2 against CRYMS to keep them in the competition and knocked out last year's ECL champs Dreux of France, where we've just been.
Jorua. 1 ball left. Bit of an expensive over. And this one's a miss hit. Player under it. Should take it. Gets a wicket. So that's another wicket down. And it's Tanvir. That's a big wicket, Vinny.
Yeah, and again, changed his angle, kind of accentuated that across the right-hander. Tanvir trying to go leg side at all costs. And yeah, credit to Jorua. He gets his first wicket in the series. So it's a lot to do for Brescia. Not prepared to say they're out of it yet, but they're going to need something like 20 and over the last 3 to do this. As Tanvir departs for 20, and the score is 99 for 5 after 7.
Well, they need 112. That's their first target. As we see the 2 teams coming up, Trentino Aquila. We haven't seen them in the tournament yet, but they're a good side.
Yeah, Trentino Aquila always look good as well. I love their colour scheme, yellow and blue. They're led by Atif Salim Raza, and looking at their squad, I mean, they've got some good players in there. Mirza Bag up the top will be pretty interesting. Cameron Hussain behind the stumps. Milan United, well, this will be a test of where they're really at. I had a really tough draw this morning, I think, taking on both the 2 teams you're watching right now. So let's see if they can get their tournament going. That game will be starting in around about 30 minutes' time.
Yeah, it should be. It'll be good to see where Milan actually are in this tournament. just with playing a different side. These two are hot at the moment. Whoa!
Wow. Speaking of hot, that's actually, I don't know how high this was, but it's miles off the pitch. This is just a wild one.
Yeah, it's very high. So it's no ball for height, and then a no ball for pretty much anything else.
Yeah, it's probably a 3, but where does it go wrong? Yeah, it just came out completely wrong, didn't it? But he is a bit of a wild bowler, Sukhvinder. That's disconcerting. But anyway, free hit coming up.
Yeah, this is coming from that angle as well. It's going to be difficult for the batsman. Let's see what he does with it. And beats him. Good bowling.
Yeah, good comeback. I mean, for all of that, he only goes for a single off the first ball, potentially. One of those ones you would have sworn if it hit him on the pad, I could probably didn't pitch in line, but you would have sworn it was hitting the stumps, right?
Yeah.
It's impossible it's going to miss the stumps, but it just did climb over the top. We had bikers. Now what have we got now? We're getting a little bit agricultural.
Yeah, there was a tractor that went past before. We had in agricultural country here.
That's got to be noisy to drive because I can hear it from here through the headphones. Anyway.
Oh, he's absolutely hammered that to the cars.
Oh, good save.
Oh.
But there's got to be, I mean, if you're parked in there, there's a couple that are parked in, that's bad news because I'm trying to get my car out of that area as soon as possible. Look at that. That's an excellent save. I think it's still got a little bit of car, but not too much.
So
I'd be getting a lift to this ground every time. I would not be risking my own vehicle.
yeah, so just behind it, you'll see it in the overhead shots, the drone shots of the ground. I'll come back in a moment. Called a wide. Let's have another look. It's one of those at angles.
That's one for me that I think probably by the time it passes the line, it is outside. But it's hard to tell, right?
It's difficult if you make a rule like that because the ball is always going away from you with the angle, right? And so it's, for instance, if you had went past the same part, but it was a right arm over, or if Sukhvinder was bowling around the wicket.
Wow, look at this.
Be a
Turns
good
right, turns
catch. No, didn't. Never look set. They come back for a second, and that's out. Well, a bit of a suicidal second run. Watched it get dropped and went for it. He's just watching the ball.
Yeah, I'm sure this is out. May have been given on the field, maybe not. They decide to take it on. Pretty good reserve wicket keeping from Monu Lal, the enigma. We'll add that to his list of strengths. It's out by a country mile in the end, so it'll be one and done. It'll be the end of Wasim for 7, 109 for 6. I get what you're saying. So you're saying that the same ball in the same place obviously is harder or easier to play depending on which angle it was delivered from.
Sure.
Right?
Look, it's also with wides. It's also if it depends on the height of the ball.
Yeah, true.
You know, like if you're in, it could be a wide ball, but if it's short, you could reach it as a cut shot quite easily.
Because your bat's flat rather than diagonal.
Yeah.
But I think then, I suppose, I'll tell you why I like it. And it does at least provide something uniform for umpires to judge all the time. And yeah, some are hard, some are easier. But you wait for this ball to disappear out of the ground. Well, that's a decent shot as well, isn't it? Lift it up and out of here. Maximal. Sukhvinder Singh, pace in, pace out. As that's Rizwan getting off the mark with 6. Now, he was a hero in a big chase earlier in the year in the ECL. Yeah, so I suppose, yes, you're right. It is difficult to interpret in some angles, but at least you know what you're trying to interpret. Sure. Whereas I think if you're adding in all of these maybes, if, buts, and all these different criteria, then it probably gets more complicated. The other thing is the batter. Now, he's got some agency with it. So if he's finding them hard to reach, he can always sneak his stance across. It doesn't move the line.
Yep.
So
no, I think it's a good move.
Tactical.
But again, I'm sure this is the same thing.
Let's have a look. This one for me.
Yeah, that's definitely a wide.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
so it comes down to, see, that one was definitely a wide and definitely doesn't touch the line. But these ones that you're not sure if it does or if it doesn't, typically they will get called wides. That's what the umpires are instructed. If you're not sure, rather call it a wide. You don't want to encourage uber defensive bowling. That's what it comes down to.
Make a nice shot. There's a player out there. Should cut it off. Tell you what, the ground fielding's been pretty good today.
And this ground actually has played pretty well. It's a fast outfield, but we haven't seen too many Tortugas. We saw a few strange things when the rain came. A couple of times the quicksand was activated and some pretty hard hit balls just stopped. But it's a great facility here. 3 grounds side by side by side.
Yep. Yeah, very nice. I think they'll have to work on the ramps to try to get out in wet weather. That was the issue the other day, wasn't it?
Mentioned to the viewers, I'll say it again though, I was given the task of trying to drive the car up the mud hill without it bogging. And it was kind of like, a bit like Gilligan's Island at the end. Did they ever get off the island? But I was able to sneak it up the hill. That wasn't a sure thing at all. 118 for 6 after 8. And I suppose what they have done here, if my sums are correct, they have managed to secure a point. 161 the first innings.
Yeah, they definitely have.
Means that they need to get to 113. So they've done that. But now the question is, can they have a stab at the game? I need something magical. I need 44 off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, it's possible. Improbable, but possible. But, wow.
Well, when we've seen 32 off the last over to win, which we saw in the ECL, we actually saw Rizwan. I'm sure it was Rizwan that hit the last ball against Pakai Care for 6 to come up with a win. You never know, but Rajmani, he's a pretty clever operator. He's going to bowl over number 9.
It's just coming towards us. And we'll get stopped. Bit of a collision between the 2 players. Only get a single out of it.
This one didn't seem too high. Came in high-ish. I think it's just
dipping.
below.
Yeah, I think that'll be all right.
And then down the ground, they do make the stop. I don't think there's any evidence that he's touching the line at all. So that's good camera work. Got to say, our crew at Spring Media, once again, they're all on top of everything. An action-packed game that we've got.
He's moving more players straight again. It's Rajmani. Good idea.
1%, but we've seen that done before.
You can tell the line he's going to be bowling. He's going to be bowling at the stumps or just outside. Well, that one is going for 6. Well,
don't write them off yet. It's 37 off 10 now. And okay, so how do you do this? If you hit 5 balls, hit half of them out of the ground, then that's pretty much all you got to do. Rajmani though, let's see if he's brave enough to go slower ball here, or whether he tries to jam in the Yorker.
Again, nice shot. This should be cut off. Very well done by the fielder out there. That's a skipper. And gets the throw in. Come back for 2, but did really well to cut off that boundary. Saved a couple.
Yeah, good running. Really good running. Rizwan, do a really good job.
Comes in again, and that's got to be out, doesn't it? It gives him really good slower ball. As I mentioned, he's going to be bowling it pretty much at the pegs with the field he's set.
Yeah.
And that one, nice.
Classic just threw his shot, wasn't he? And this one, let's just see exactly where it hits him. But I don't think there was too much doubt at all. It hits him, for me, it's just in front of off. Actually, when I look at where it hits him, here, look, it hits basically on that part of the pad, right? So it's almost outside the line, but I think the key word there is almost. Yeah, so look at where that bit of the pad is that it hits. That kind of tells me, that when you know where it hit on the pad, that it's just inside the kind of outside bounds of the stump. So I think that's a pretty good decision.
I think it's a very good decision. And yeah, I think the bowler knew as well. It wasn't one of those optimistic appeals. It was a.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's one of those ones that looked way more out live. We started looking at something I wasn't really considering until we saw the replay. And 119 for 6, and so obviously it looks like a bit of a bridge too far for Jinnah and Punjab. Well, they certainly haven't done anything wrong at all. This is the last we'll see of them today, but what a successful first day. Them taking 7 points out of 8, including a big win over Brescia.
Been very impressed with them. Very impressed with this side. They'll go a long way in this tournament. And we've seen quite a few attempted ram shots. That one, I think he gave up on. Have a look at this. And tried to flick it.
Yeah.
Missed it.
I mean, if he hits the bat, something weird's going to happen. It's hard to tell what. But yeah, just trying to make a boundary out of nothing, I suppose. But it'll take us through to the end of the 9th over. So, like I said, a bit of a bridge too far. But again, great use of the slower ball there from Rajmani. Again, something. I remember when we saw him, I think 3 years ago, he said that's an area I want to be able to bowl late in the innings. I want to develop a skill set to do that. And he's really perfected that slower ball. And we've seen him do it for Italy as well. It just makes him more pickable at the international level. You think about his batting as well, but also what he can do with the ball. And he's a very good fielder. As Gurdeep is going to bowl over number 10. 34 required, but with hitting like that, maybe this game ain't over yet. Maximo to start the 10th. And watch out if you're on the other field.
Yeah, nice shot, just what they needed. Just a little bit short. But, wow. Twist in the tail, do you think? Not sure.
Not quite a twist yet. Steve asking, did that hit him on the full LBW? I think it bounced just before it hit the pad, but like I said, I think the umpire made a good call. There's another one, Danny. That's 2 out of 2.
Interesting.
Interesting. 28 off 5.
Surely not.
Well, if they do get this, it's 34 off the last over. That will be a new record, going past the 32 we saw in the ECL. There was a time where a team needed 36 off the last over and won, but there was 5 penalty runs for the time, and then it was Ashraf Tharaparetti in Hungary that went 5 sixes, and there was a wide in there. Did it with a ball to spare. But there's another one.
Going to come and kill us, is it?
Oh, well, what a time to keep bowling in the slot. You've got to find one Yorker here. So it's a perfect start, 6-6-6.
Oh, Vinny, we'd written this game off pretty much. Almost. But Mohammad Imran.
You just got to get it right once. So literally, if this doesn't go to the boundary, it's game over as long as you don't have any wides. Surely not.
Oh, he's got him. Well, that's game over. And inside edge. Good little
great effort, though.
flailing innings there from Mohammad Imran.
Great over from Imran. He gets a pretty steely look from Gurdeep. He says, yeah, all right. I win the war even though you won 3 battles. And so, Brescia, I mean, also saving a bit of net run rate here. Margin won't be too many, but yeah, brave effort from Imran to go 6-6-6. He'll be out for 19, and with 3 balls remaining, it's 140 for 8.
Yeah, it's Hassan Ali, the left-arm bowler, will be coming in.
It's not a bad bat either, Hassan.
Yeah, for someone batting at number 9. Yeah, it shows the depth of this side.
Anyway, might as well go for it. Maybe you're lucky you get a no ball somewhere along the way.
It's again well bowled, just short of length. So, what are your impressions of Punjab?
Well, couldn't be any better. You've just beaten the Italian champions of last year in your first game against them in your first day of ECS cricket. We will see Punjab again, of course. Just looking at their schedule. Because they play tomorrow in the 4th and 5th game. They don't play the next day. And then they play first up on Wednesday, match 1 and match 2. So they have 3 2-game days and a day off in there. As it is, though, it'll be 161 to 140. Pretty entertaining game. Hard-hitting game, really. Over 300 runs. But Punjab, they do get the win, and the margin will be 21 runs. That's what's coming up. Trentino Aquila versus Milan United, starting in 15 minutes, as we'll go back and have a look at the highlights. Once again, Nisa Ahmed out there with Shahrukh Nawaz. But yeah, Nisa was able to do something. Shahrukh, unfortunately, wasn't. But Nisa certainly started in the mood. Back-to-back half centuries for him on day 1. Full first day 1 of Group B.
Yeah, it was a really good start there from Nisa Ahmed and from Brescia. Lost a couple of wickets, and the wickets kept on starting to fall. There were some lusty shots. and the runs did keep on coming, but it was just wicket after wicket. They lost 8 in the end, so it was just a bit too much.
It was vast. Came out at 4. I bet they'd loved some of those balls back. He ended up 6 off 10 and just couldn't do what he normally would be able to do. So yeah, it's hard to criticise a team that obviously climbed to the top of Italian cricket and also come 3rd in Europe. But I do think that there was some suboptimal decision making. Keeper was MIA there, so Manu Lal stepped in and was able to grab a run out there. But really, they left themselves a lot to do. Even though they did push things towards the end, you can see they just had enough runs on the board to get a bit of a cushion. Rajmani, he liked that one, to be honest. Impact pretty tight, but I think the umpire, if he hadn't given it, there would have been a riot. And Imran, he went bang, bang, bang in the last, and we thought for a second we might see a little bit of ECN history, but he chopped on, and that was pretty much all she wrote, as Gina Brescia ended up 140 for 8 off the 10 overs. As far as the bowling went, as far as the batting went, I should say, Tanvir with 20, and a couple of kind of little contributions, but Nisa Rahman doing most of the heavy lifting with 52 off 19 balls. Bowling-wise, Goody with a couple of wickets, including that one at the end. Amninda with 1. Sukhvinder with 1. Rajmani 1 for 19. Thought he was outstanding. And Jorawar did come back after a tough start. He finished with 1 for 16 off his over. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes. And we'll get to see Trentino Aquila for the first time in match 33, taking on Milan United. Until then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. We'll see you soon for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for match number 33, and we'll introduce another team into the tournament, though it is a team we have seen quite a bit in the past. It's Trentino Aquila who are here, and in their first game they're going to take on Milan United. I know that Tyrone Peters is out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Milan United to call. Heads a call. Head it is.
Volley.
They're going to bowl.
So it is Milan United that have won the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. So obviously they've had a pretty tough run so far. 2 heavy losses against Brescia and then Punjab. But I do think they're a decent team. They've just had a really tough draw. They'll be hoping to kind of put that aside and start again, essentially, against a team playing their first game in the tournament. I think she'll find some runs from somewhere. Maybe they need to sort their order out, and Milan United get some of the guys to the top that have had a bit of success today. But Trentino Aquila, team we have seen a fair bit in the past, actually. Watch out for their captain, Ali Saqib Arshad. I think that he is a brilliant player. I'm not sure if he's the captain this time around, but I can tell you he will be a key player. And they're looking fantastic in their yellow and blue bright uniforms. I'm sure they want to make a bright start to this one. Danny Hudacek is standing by. I can tell you that it will be Trentino Aquila who are batting first after getting sent in by Milan United at the toss. Let's see what happens as we get ready for the start of the 4th game of the day.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone for this European Cricket Series match between Trentino Aquila and Milan United from lovely Brescia, match number 33. First time we'll see Trentino Aquila in this tournament. Milan United, as Vinny said, had a couple of rough games with 2 of the favourites for the tournament up first off this morning. So, Milan United won the toss, elected to bowl. I think it's a very good toss to win. Trentino obviously used to this pitch, but Milan have played a couple of games, and they've got a good rounded bowling attack that I think won't come under fire as much from this Trentino Aquila side as it did this morning with the other two, with Jinnah and also with Punjab. So it's the Trentino 53%, 47% for Milan. It's a very even match-up between these two sides. Let's see what happens as the players come onto the field. 2 umpires are out. Again, the beautiful weather we're having today in Milan, not in Milan, in Brescia, is staying with us. And as we see the imposing frame of Guri Singh open the batting. He'll be there with, we'll see in a moment. It is Mirza Beg. So, just about ready for a start. Trentino Aquila. Been quite a few of these tournaments. Always do fairly well. Not one of the favoured teams, I guess, compared to the big guns, but a very good club. It will be Changeover again to open the bowling. It's very impressive this morning. Took a lot of stick, but also did turn innings around a little bit with a good spell against Brescia. We have field restrictions as normal. There's only 2 players outside the circle. As Changeover comes in, short. This is in the air. Could be a chance for a wicket. And the keeper has taken it. Great start for Milan United. And that's the end of Guri Singh first up. Just hit it straight up in the air where he wanted to get distance. And nicely taken by the keeper, who judged that very well. That's not the start that Trentino Aquila would have liked. End of Guri Singh. Lovepreet is the next. Oh, it's a diamond. No, it's a platinum duck. It's a royal duck. Okay, thanks, Vinny. Royal duck. First ball of the game. Haven't seen that today. Don't know if we've seen that during this tournament. I'm sure that Vinny will fill us in with that in a moment. But very well spotted by Spring Productions. As I said, a very, very good start here for Milan United and Sanjeeva. As I said, there are two players out on the boundary, one wide at long off, and the other at deep backward point. Only two players on the leg side. Sanjeeva comes in again and tries to chase one. It's called a wide. It's a pretty good call, I think. And just outside that line. It is a good indicator of that line, I think. Still not an easy call. But you can see that that's what Sanjeeva did earlier on. He started putting it towards that tram line, getting batsmen to reach. And that's another wide. Interesting. It's a good tactic. Gives away a couple of wides occasionally. Hard to get it exactly right. But Sanjeeva does it pretty well. Coming again. Bowling to Lovepreet. And that's a good ball. Good shape as well. Keepers love that. The ball swings away from the batsman and just they can go with the flow and take the ball. Left alone by Lovepreet. Comes in again. And just dabbed down to the covers, no runs. You can see that the win predictor is now 51.49 already adjusted after that wicket. So, oh, it's changed the other way now. I want to keep up with that. That's fascinating to me. After a dot ball, it's just changed 2%. This one's dragged over from outside off. Didn't take the run. Good backing up as well. Just got dragged from outside off stump to man at just a short mid on. Of course, inside the circle. It's been a good start here from Sanjeeva. A couple of balls left in the over. Making 1 for 2. This one's dodgy edge, just bounces in front of the third man. Just be a single. They won't mind it. And it'll bring Mirza Baig on strike. Three of the first batsmen quite hefty. Big hitting batsmen. This is in the air as well, and it's coming towards us. And a nice shot. That's the first 6 of the innings. Got under it. Did Mirza. Not the most convincing looking shot, but very effective. So this is coming up this weekend. Italy against Spain. Looking forward to that, Vinny.
Yeah, good to be back. And yeah, just as far as the Spain side goes, Christian Munoz-Mills will lead them, but no Isan in the side for them. I think Awaz Ahmed will be the vice captain. But Asad Rabbani gets a go. He played for Pac Care in the ECL pretty recently. I know they like him. Danny Long Martinez and Alec Davidson Soler are retaining their spots in the side. A couple of new faces to the Spanish side, though, in Omar Ali and Murad Ali, who've had some pretty good performances. Omar Ali, for example, he was the best young player of the ECS last year in Barcelona. Played for various clubs over there. We last saw him for Men in Blue. And Murad Ali, who's been... He's just got something about him. He's a fast bowler. He's all kind of arms and legs. He's been doing his thing for Royal Barcelona for a while. And he gets his opportunity. So, obviously, a few availability issues. Oh, that almost cracks the bowler. And another interesting bit of footwork, but that'll just be a single. Yeah, so I think just speaking to Corey, who will be here this weekend leading the side or coaching the side. He said, just with the schedule at the moment, they've just come off a T20 weekend with Jersey. So because guys are juggling work, maybe not all the players they normally have are available. So Isan's a good example of that. But a great opportunity for him to expand the squad and get more people into the program. They said that they actually went, until those T20s that were a couple of weeks ago, they'd gone 13 months without a T20 series because it's expensive to put on.
Yeah.
So, as you know, in Czechia as well.
Sure. They played the Czech Republic, and again that was in was it Kartama? It was in Kartama, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think
and
so.
it was difficult for the Czechs. Oh no, it was Barcelona.
Well, they played in Barcelona. They played
Barcelona.
Yeah, they played in the ECIs, not Kartama. Yeah.
And the Czechs hadn't played a series or hadn't played any cricket since about October. A lot of players were unavailable.
Oh, how about that? I think this has gone for 4 though. Well, to be honest, there's no way of telling unless they fess up.
Yeah.
Because I think this kick, it goes sideways and it might touch the rope. See there, for me, there looks like it hit the rope. There, I'm pretty sure that hits the rope.
It has to.
You could
It's
tell.
gone along the rope.
Yeah. But it's weird how the reason I thought maybe we were just fooled is the keeper picks it up like nothing and throws it back in.
Yeah.
But maybe he conceded it was 4 as well. To be given the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. Well, there was certainly one viral moment out of that men's series, Spain versus Czechia. It was Baba blasting one-handed sixes. I actually did a fair few interviews about that as well with Australian radio and all kinds of things.
What did they say about it?
It was more to do with the ECL, but then they recognised him from that clip. And this is up. It's in the air. That's going to fly onto the ground. Maximo! Bag goes big. And Joe Cody, it's been a good try for Milan United today, but that one was kind of half volley. And thanks for coming. A little bit of inside out on that from the batter. Yeah. What I said, though, I said it's a good example of just the rawness of European cricket. So then, oh, geez, that was picked up cleanly. That was a genuine run-out chance. I don't know if you saw in the ECL, though, against the Guernsey team, Baba then, in a game when they were well winning, started trying to do it again. And he even started doing some left-handed and this and just made a bit of a goose of himself. And then that was kind of taken as a bit of an affront to the game by some of the other teams. He turned himself into a bit of a public enemy at the ground. So even the non-Spanish supporters were giving him heaps as if he would kind of almost disrespected the game, which I don't think is where it comes from.
Well, it was disrespectful, to be honest.
Yeah, look, everyone's got an opinion on it. I'm not saying that's a misplaced opinion. I mean, I don't think it comes... 20 years ago, if you played a reverse, right, everyone would tell you that's disrespectful. I'm not saying that we're not all playing one-handed shots. But I just think what my point was on the radio, I said, here's the thing. Baba, he doesn't have like a publicist or like someone managing the Baba brand, right? He's just going out there, and he said if he was smart, he would have never played that shot again as long as he lives on God's green earth.
Yeah.
Because he's got that, it's kind of like a myth, right? And it was, I think, was it Chagi that got belted for a couple of those big sixes?
It was...
was it...
it's Rutaraj, I think.
It was Rutaraj Magari, was it? But anyway, I mean, put it this way. But I also think Baba kind of feeds off the being the villain a bit. So
it was one of those series where it was very much another strength Czech team. This is in the air and should be safe, I think.
Oh,
would have been
great
a great catch.
I think she might have pulled that back. We'll probably check it out in the replay. But it was a fantastic effort by Mendes. Check it out here, thanks to Spring Media. Now we'll check the rope.
I think it's fine.
Oh, yeah. I actually think he's fine.
Yeah. I'm not sure if his arm was touching.
I think it hadn't quite. Yeah, I think he hadn't quite touched rope when he touched. Now, we're back to live action.
Yeah, so I wasn't just watching as, well, semi-neutral. I do have a lot of love for the Czech team, obviously, but I thought that was disrespectful from him. But that was a bit of a hiding to nothing for the Czech side. I guess it was good practice. There were quite a few new additions to the team to see how they'd go. And
Ratul, for example.
Ratul wasn't there. He was there for PCC.
Ah, yeah.
He was great. A few players actually. You saw Lala. That when PCC went to play in the ECL, I think they had a very good balanced squad. Where I don't think that the Czech team for that tournament had a balanced squad. They were missing a lot of bowling, especially. And then for some reason, Venki, who's a club mate of mine, and a good off spinner.
Yeah.
Didn't bowl in the first game.
Yeah, that was funny because he had such a good good season last year.
He's got an international hat trick and Pfeiffer. Good bowling, just squeezed out for 4 runs. Lovely shot. Yeah, it was a last-minute effort to keep that out, but managed to get 4 runs out of it.
Just quick, I wasn't going crazy. Ratul did play for Czechia, by the way, in that Spain-Czechia series at the start of the year. He did play, actually.
Did he?
Yeah, yeah. But taking your point as far as the PCC squad for the ECL, I mean, they were incredible. I mean, they beat England. Yeah. They beat the English club, Wimbledon, in that, it's a huge moment for Czech cricket.
That was when Lala came in down the order, wasn't it? And smashed what they needed.
Oh, tight one. Pretty well backed up in the end.
They needed a few, like 14 or something off the last over.
Yeah, it might have been potentially been more than that. 29 for 1 after 3. I think at one stage they needed 36 off 8 or something crazy like that. 36 off 9. Then the ball started disappearing. Funny thing is, Lala had asked me for a few tips for that game, and I just said don't. It wasn't. Let's just say I don't think I'm some sort of super coach.
Yeah.
I just gave him a few what I observed. And then, of course, he gave me way too much of the credit. He started pointing at the commentary box after he hit the last one. I said, good on you, Lala. And then the same thing happened with Jonty Jenner, who, by the way, doesn't need my help. He's a guy who's, played a high level of cricket, played first-class cricket. And then I got caught talking to him. And, we were actually talking about some places to go out in Portugal when he plays for Team Europe. Then he went out and he hit like a 97 and 100. And I just kind of got this aura as some sort of batting whisperer. But really, we didn't talk any cricket at all. But yeah, the PCC, they're an interesting case, aren't they, in Czech cricket? Because they're kind of the behemoth, I suppose, as far as clubs go. They've got
the
3.
evil empire.
You call them the evil empire, yeah? I'm not willing to say that term. but I suppose a lot of the other clubs may think of it that way. In the air, and how do you like that? That's a brilliant catch. Well, that's a pause in the air for the camera's job from Roshan Silva. Spectacular catch, going hard at this one. Oh, well, he could have been an acrobat there. He had that completely under control. So that'll be the second wicket to fall. And spin to win once again for Milan United. It's 29 for 2.
I've seen a lot of these unnecessary dives. Sudesh used to do them before he got a bit older, but it's these spectacular dives, and it's a Sri Lankan thing. I think
I'm going to put it this way with that: is that he probably has to dive to some point to reach it. So he decides to take off early, and he's kind of in control of the dive.
But it's more than that. It's something about. I'm not sure if it's a cultural thing, if it's like a classic catch composition that Sri Lankan kids have. I've seen it. When you see a catch like this, it's often a player of Sri Lankan origin.
Well, they are spectacular.
Yeah, I
player
agree.
Group.
Ooh.
I wonder if the foot has any movement here. I didn't pick it up, but let's have a look. Appeal.
I had no doubt.
I think it kind of shuffles, but it never actually leaves the ground. So that won't be out. I suppose like that one, if he doesn't dive at all, he's got an awkward kind of... He'll be leaning forward, leaning to the side, and it's a difficult
not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's the manner of the dive.
Yeah.
It's almost like a...
they've got a natural flair for it.
It's like a 5.8, 8.3.
Yes.
It's something about it, and Sudesh used to do the same thing, and I've seen other again, players of Sri Lankan origin. There was a fantastic catch at Kartama a few years ago. And again, it was, I'm not sure who it was.
This isn't a replay, by the way, but this is a replay of what wasn't a replay. I think it's the same sort of thing. He's got to be a bit careful not to take that, or not to breach the stumps. Yeah,
Anyway.
the one at Kartama, let me try and think which one
It
you're
was
talking
a
about.
great catch.
Was Hamid Shah, was it the one hand up to the right, or was it one of those?
It was a
With
Sri
a bit of
Lankan-
mayo on
It
it?
was a Sri Lankan, and it was spectacular with a fantastic dive. I don't know. I can't remember who it was, but it was amazing.
But yeah,
But anyway.
I got to say, I love.
Ooh.
Oh, deceptively straight this one from Jayasekara. He plays all around it. Good keeping once again from Pereira.
Yeah, it's a nice take. Good bowling coming around the wicket. It's been a good over so far. And
Oh, wow. And I'm glad that this is the end, by the way. I haven't told you this, Danny, but you'll like this. Have you noticed yet that there's one end where we have the stumps on the base and one stump where they're knocked in?
I've
So
noticed
at the keeper's end, they're our kind of in the rubber base stumps,
Yep,
and the other
yep.
stumps they're actually knocked into the kind of sandbox there. So you can knock them out. Bowls this one from back at the stumps, and he's going to be gone. It's no need for a bounce that time. That was a bit of a rough thing to watch for Adil Ahmed. He's going to make a 5-ball quacker. And so it'll be 29 for 3. What an over by Ramesh Jayasekara. He's going to take a double wicket maiden. He bookends it with wickets. 4 balls in between. And I don't think any of those balls in between were hit. That one was, but it was caught. And suddenly it's 29 for 3.
yeah, it's you can see such a difference between what Milan United are doing here against Rotino Kia. Because, as I said, they look like a really good bowling side. I'm not sure about their batting yet, but as far as their bowling and their fielding, they're a good side. And Trentino Kia, with all due respect, don't quite have the same. They're not the same level as Brescia and Punjab, at least today. But it's
Plus they're coming and playing their first game.
that's
so
exactly right. It's a really good toss to win as well, and to bowl. So yeah, it's you can see that Milan United actually have a good base to their side.
Yeah, and like I say, they've had a tough draw. Still got 4 more matches, including this one. Lovepreet will face up. And a miss. And that's now 7 balls where the score hasn't moved. So I was just saying, you know how you got one set of stumps that are the artificial base, and you got one that is the into the pitch. Because when they first measured this pitch, they measured it at 22 metres behind the stumps, not 22 yards. So I don't know how you can see it these days. Maybe we'll have a look. Camera 4 normally shows this pretty well, but we'll wait for this ball. So I'm not sure how long before it was realised. This one looks like it's completely fine. But there's actually a little bit of it. That's where the stumps were. See behind the actual stumps. So I think after not too long they realised, well, the bowlers maybe not having the same zip. Their bowling was about 2 metres different. Because actual it's 20 metres, about 22 yards. That's a really well-timed shot. And I think that might have even gone all the way. It has. Maximo! What a shot by Lovepreet, who's had a bit of a tough time so far. Just gets over there, cracks it over cover. It wasn't too far away from the fielder. But
It was a couple of metres away from the fielder, who gave it up very soon. But it was almost past him by the time he really reacted.
so yeah, the quick singles probably were not so quick when it's 2 metres too long, the pitch. So now, good news is we've got it back to regulation. And yeah, I'd expect the players to be super fit, though. If they're running the extra metres every time, it all adds up. Anyway, Lovepreet.
How long did they play that for?
I'm not so sure. But obviously, we come and make sure everything's up to ECN specifications. It made me think, though, in golf, you can have some holes longer than the other. Even Australian football, some variation. What if we said, hey, in different pitch conditions in different countries, just thinking outside of the box, a thought experiment. What if you could say you could have anything between 18 and 26 yards. This is up in the air, and that's going to plug. It's the old quicksand area out there. Copped the worst to it the other day. Yeah, imagine that. So like you could tailor the pitch to your bowling.
Why not just fielding hazards as well?
Oh yeah, we've talked about this. Crazy cricket. It's like bunkers. So you know how they love foot fielding? They'd have bunkers like golf.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to use your hands in those bunkers. You've got to kick it out.
Yeah.
Rico likes the idea of little ponds on the field as well.
What
like
about little like paintball style landmines where you hit it and a puff of blue smoke comes out and you're blinded temporarily?
Yeah. And you could have an electric fence around the whole field, so then you can really decide how much you want
a chained leopard somewhere.
A chained leopard. We'll get the animal cruelty people onto us, I think, for that. 36 for 3. He'd be well fed. 36 for 3 after 5 overs. Milan United, they probably know exactly how this feels, and they had similar issues with the bat earlier on. But Trentino Aquila back in the ECS. We did see them in Venice, believe it or not, in 2021. That's the first time we saw them. And they finished second on the ladder, but they had a bit of a shock loss in their semi-final to Royal Cricket Padova in the 2021 series. And we saw them in Milan in 2022. We also saw them last year. So I suppose they haven't quite been able to put a whole tournament together. But it's good to see them back. And yeah, Trentino is a nice little part of the country, I'm told. Yeah, the chained leopard. But then it means we're going to have the pond. We might as well stick some piranhas in there or something.
Yeah, could do. An alligator.
You can see some spectators checking it out.
I mean,
good vantage point.
You could imagine you hit it towards a leopard, right? You
What's the
could
strategy?
run 70.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the scores? This could be out and takes a nice catch there. That's a hit straight down his throat. It's Gazanayaka who's there.
Yeah, well taken. And came kind of flat to him, didn't it? So Adil Mohammed is the next to go. He'll go for a second ball. Derek's been busy. In fact, that is the third duck of this innings. And the score now is 37 for 4. Just want to say a quick hello to Chris Ward. I also want to say hello to Saju Vaya from Bangladesh. Saying hello, ECN family. Hello to you. And Mandrake has popped in as well. Chained leopard. Shark tank. What else?
Shark Tank could be silly.
Oh yeah, but the chained leopard isn't. Why have it on the chain? Be good fielders. Well, tell us your crazy cricket ideas. There's been a few that have snuck in, like, hitting the sign. You talked about hitting the car earlier. That's how to do it.
Talk about hitting cars.
Yeah, where you been all my life? Awais has just come out and launched that ball miles. Jayasekara had been unhittable so far. He had 3 for 1 of 8 balls, and that one has disappeared.
Yeah, nice shot. It's not going very quickly here for Akia.
What a shot from Awais, though. Coming in very low, but giving opportunities to some others. And they've only lost now 4 wickets. The problem is, this spin is strangled because Trentino Aquila haven't really had the answers.
Always.
We saw Punjab and Jinnah kind of being able to whack the spinners out of the attack. Anyway, there's Diana down there who is back from a few days off, and she gets a good close-up of that. It's going to disappear away. Thick edge flying away for 4.
Yeah, it's tried to smash it straight, hit it in the opposite direction, but it's effective.
Yeah.
I think they'll take the runs.
Of course they will. Still, I think Jayasekara still thinks he can probably win this battle. It's got a couple of balls to go in the 6th.
It's wide outside of stump, but legal according to the umpire.
Yeah,
that's good.
He's getting a proper stare down, but I don't think that was very close to a wide at all. Mandrake just happy now. The wide lines have been painted white. They were blue before. They're pretty hard to see. There's that longer ball. So that ball was essentially the 23-yarder. But it still would have been a no ball on the old distance because he bowled that one from in line with the stumps. Anyway, it's 48 for 4 after 6. Thing is, as well, Trentino Aquila, they'll have seen what happened to Milan United's batting earlier on, and they'll say, look, if we can just fight here, if we can take 10 and over off these last 4, get up to 88, maybe that's defendable.
Yeah, look, absolutely. It's not been a great inning so far from Trentino Kia, and you can see that Milan United have had a chat, and they know that they're competitive in this game. Again, the first 2, they got absolutely hammered by Punjab in the second game, and they had got 167 hit against them in an onslaught, especially early on by Brescia. But you can see that they are a very good side, maybe a more conventional side than others. Might not be suited too much to this format with the 10 overs. Yeah, maybe longer form of the game, but they're a good side. As they come in again, and this one's, well, too much down leg side. 6 runs, nice shot there from Oais. It's Gayan Silva, the bowler.
It's been a real firecracker, hasn't he, away since he's come in. You can see the intent, and he's got kind of what it takes to actually do it. And yeah, okay, think about it. If he can get going, maybe you can get this over going magical. So you're still looking at that 100 plus potentially. Against Milan United side that struggled with the stick today. They won't fancy, especially after doing so well to restrict for so long in this inning.
You know, just something about tournaments here a while ago. I remember talking about the big 3 for several teams. Like there was a big 3 that dominated everything.
Yeah.
Both of the bat and the ball. I don't see that so far in the teams we've seen today, in any of the teams. You know, there's so much depth in all the teams so far. Trentino and Kia, again, we've just started to see them, but you've got Oais hitting some runs.
Hitting bombs at 6.
So it's no longer those top 3. It's really a lot more depth within the side.
Italy is one of those countries with good depth.
Yeah.
For sure. It changes depending what country you're going to in Europe. As his way swings straight through this one. But yeah, it's a good point you make. And that's what we tend to see, that teams with more depth, they win more often because they've just got more players to kind of get them out of it. Drew famously got to their win in 2023 as this is flying away. Maximo Oais. He might have missed the one before, but he backs his power here. This isn't the worst ball from Silva. It's like a challenge ball. It was actually pretty wide outside the off stump, but he absolutely launches it.
Yeah, straight over us as well. We just watch it sail over.
I never felt in danger.
No.
That went way over us. Of course, he goes again, but there's the error. Now, can anyone catch it? They cannot. And maybe Gayan thought he should have gone for it. I don't know if he would have reached it, but it might have been Gajanaka down the ground. It couldn't quite pick it up either.
It's funny with those because they just bounce in front of you, but it gets to a point where you just kind of give up on it. And this is...
Well, there's another hot topic. This is a keeper's catch. The keeper's called it. He's going to find it, and he's not going to get there. Again, just got the deer in the headlights. And while there's no keeper, they're going to sneak it too. And, well, all action all the time at the moment. Trentino Aquila somehow navigating the way through this 7th over.
He's trying hard to give him catching practice, all these two. And just, yeah, straight up in the air. Well...
but I was going to say the Italian sides have typically done well in these high-level tournaments, ECC, ECL, because they've got that depth.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's pretty clear. Brescia did very well. As this is going to pull just in front of the field, and that'll be the end of the 7th over. So Trentino Aquila, not magical, but not far off. They'll get 16 off the 7th, and the score is 64 for 4. Coming up, we have so many more locations, and we actually started all the way back in Cyprus in January. Good news is Cyprus gets another one at the start of June before we head to Czechia, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, then Rome. We'll be back in Italy in the middle of August. We'll also have the first ever Meltle Shield, which is the women's version of the Western Shield. Britain and Ireland, British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe in that one. Austria and Croatia before we head back to the Carter Oval for the men's ECC, which is across 2 divisions this time. Then we'll have another 6 weeks or so of the ECS action before we head back for our first ever 2 division ECCW. Huge season, 49 weeks. Can I tell you something that I haven't said out loud, but I might as well say it now.
Sure.
The ship has flown, so to speak. Anyway.
Oh,
give us a ball.
Okay. Ships don't normally... Airship? We're getting an airship.
Rithik Inosh is going to get a bowl, and he's going to almost create a run out. That could be... Oh, only be 2. Might have been 5, though, the way it was thrown. Now, by the way, looking for every possible run here.
So what are we doing with...
Inosh has come into the side, by the way.
It's a new commentary box.
No,
it's an airship.
It's to do with where we were talking about looking into having a series. Again, we're looking at all kind of options because, sometimes for an ECS or a night series to happen, as he's bowled him, Inosh gets a wicket, and he didn't wait too long before he got into the action. So the overthrow kind of pays off in a way because it puts Lovepreet back front and centre, and Inosh gets it bang on target. Trentino Aquila, 66 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling. Saw him coming forward and just darted that one in. Really nice bowling by Inosh.
So I feel this is a couple of weeks have passed. But yeah, some people say, oh, how come you don't go here? How come you don't go here? It's because there's a lot of boxes, and you know this from Czechia.
Yeah.
There needs to be the ground availability, the player availability, team availability, enough volunteers and a lot of things to help out. And it's a big operation now, the European Cricket Series. And when we do night series as well. Just wait for Inosh here. He's playing his first match on ECN, and what a great start for him. Getting that wicket, 66 for 5. Here's Usman Arshad. When he almost gets 2 in 2. Sneak through for a bite. Hasn't missed too much here. Pereira behind the stumps, but he misses that. So we were looking to do a night series. Portugal was the obvious one. We said, okay, let's look at some other options that we could potentially look into. And again, kind of helps to have lights because otherwise we have to put lights in. It becomes a bit non-economical. And here's one that came up and got unbelievably close to happening. Drum roll, please.
It's on a ship?
It's not. I just meant it's not happening, but it almost did. This could go for 4. It's going to fly away at this time of the day.
Can you give me clues? Or?
Okay, yeah, I'll give you a clue. Okay, this will be 4 with a thick outside edge off the bat of a ways. Okay, I'll give you a clue. I mean, my only clue is this. It's not in Europe.
Yeah, now I gathered that it might not be. It's not Australia.
Not Australia, although Australia has been discussed before. Maybe because when we get into the European winter, again, it's difficult.
Is it a traditional cricket playing country? It's not in Europe, so it's not Canary Islands or somewhere like that.
No, but it's quite a big country. It's quite a big country.
But they do play cricket there.
They do.
Okay. It's
a double glove ejection again from Pereira. He doesn't even field the ball this time.
Northern Hemisphere?
No.
Southern Hemisphere. Is it somewhere like Argentina? That would have been great.
Remarkably close.
Really?
You'll definitely get it the next time then.
Brazil.
Yeah.
Brazil. Oh.
71 for 5 after 8. So it's not off the table. It's just they couldn't make it happen this time. Yeah. And one of the benefits of that, of doing a night series there, is that's not actually night at that time because we need it to be night European time to come after our games. So you could do it in the afternoon there. So say starting at having a couple of games, 1:30 and 3:30, and it would be 6:30 and 8:30 European time.
Can I volunteer for that?
Let me tell you, I looked at it just to cover my bases. We're talking 2.5 hours out of the airport in Sao Paulo, I'm assuming into the rainforest. This ground looked pretty cool, actually. But in the end, the Brazilians couldn't make it happen. But anyway, this is up. It's in the air. Could be caught. Oh, it's a great catch and release job there. They'll get 2. Might even look for 3 here. Probably not. But, yeah, I think he does really well. He's just forced to throw it away in the end. See here. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, had 1 foot land and then realised that the next foot was going to go over the boundary. So, great effort, 2 runs.
Yeah, really good effort out there.
You want to go to Brazil?
I would love to go to Brazil.
I'm not paying the ransom. Anyway, this is going to be across to the point. So these cameras are magnetic. They're Griswold magnets at the moment today. They've been hit so many times. That's going to be 4. Trentino Aquila fighting all the way to the end. That takes them up to a walking stick, 77.
Yeah, so going back to Brazil, 2 hours plane ride from like Sao Paulo in a rainforest.
It was a drive, not 2 hour plane ride.
Oh, okay.
It was a 2 hour drive.
That's not too bad.
I don't know if it's rainforest or not. I just assumed so.
Is there an all-you-can-eat sushi?
I don't know. As long as you're not on the menu. Anyway, high at 6. That's a really good shot, Arshad, showing that they've got batting all the way down to at least 7 because that's a proper shot. 6 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Hundreds could still be on. I told you they just needed a couple of people to turn it around. That's what they've done here. Nice shot.
They've got a fairly competitive total.
We still might do it in the future. And what would have been great, again, with their short notice, it was a bit difficult to organise. Obviously, logistics got a lot of series on as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but it would have been our first ever ECSW and ECS. So it had Women's European Cricket Series and then a Men's European Cricket Series afterwards. But, yeah,
So-
that's the thing.
So who would be? It would be local Brazilian clubs.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, 5 or 6 probably in each. And I know that women's cricket's actually a bit ahead of the men's cricket in a couple of these countries in South America.
Huh. Yeah, it would be very interesting.
And this is where people will say, oh, but, you know, ECN, European Cricket Network, can you?
Yeah.
But I look at it as European cricket is kind of like, it's a brand of cricket now. And so I'll give you an example, like BP, British Petroleum.
Yeah.
But you don't...
Eurovision.
Yeah, Eurovision's got Australia in it now.
Yeah.
So if a good idea is a good idea.
Yeah.
And we'd love to spread it as far as wide as possible.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic.
But just to be clear, we're not going to Brazil just yet.
Yeah, that's all right.
But it's on the cards.
Yeah.
We're going to England now. We've tried to go to England for a while. I know England technically, geographically, is kind of in Europe. But I had a question. It's actually, speaking of the England series, Dave was asking, can we have the robot in Wimbledon? He can definitely guarantee it won't be too warm for the wearer. I can tell you, though, that robot is in Khartoum. And I don't think we'll be able to get it there in time. But I do like the idea.
It's still covered in Corey's sweat and hair, isn't it?
I think about a year was enough to get it out of it. But it made a couple of cameos at the ECL robot. Very popular. Unfortunately, a lot of the time, whoever wears it gets rugby tackled. As this is hit, and that should just get over. It does. Maximo. This has been a really good resistance job from Trentino Aquila, who looked to be putting a kind of ugly 100 on the board, potentially. That will take us to the end of the over, and it'll be 91 for 5 after 9. That over ended up going magical. Sanjeev went for 20 in the 9th.
Yeah, look, it's a good fight back, and it just changes the momentum of the game a little bit. If they have a good over here, then it's really a very, very even game.
Can't remember who was in it, but Alistair, a.k.a. Mr. Baywatch, he laid a proper rugby tackle on whoever's in it. Because the illusion is that you're completely padded. And that's true in some parts of the suit, but not really the parts. You've got like a little bit of a foamy front and back. I've never actually worn it. But it is hot. I can tell you that. It is boiling hot. Corey. Probably the most fun thing I did in that ECL was when Corey wore the robot suit, couldn't see, and I just got to throw cricket balls at him. Well, that's going to be 6 as well. Well, these two might want to head up about 5 or 6 slots in the order because they have really turned it on. Awais starts the 10th with a bang, and they're up to 97.
Yeah, nice shot again, just down on one knee. And they've really turned this around, these two.
I know that we've talked a little bit about European Cricket Series Las Vegas. We're worried that Corey be a bit like that movie, the docu-series, The Last Dance, you know, about the Chicago Bulls. Doesn't quite get this. Should run hard here in case there's a fumble. There's no fumble, so it's only 1.
Corey in Las Vegas might be a
It'll
bit
be
dangerous.
like, you know, when Dennis Rodman just says, I need 2 or 3 days off. And I'm the one that's going to have to go find him, knock on his door and say, excuse me, Miss Electra, is Corey home? Pull him back on the tour. But, yeah, where else? Maybe ECS New York in Central Park. They were those softball fields. We could probably turn one of those into a cricket field. Sounds expensive.
Sounds very expensive.
I like Dare to dream. Up in the block hole. Good comeback here. That'll take him to 99. Also think smart not to throw. Almost got him on the old... That's such a baseball thing to do as well, the fake throw and see if you can get someone. This isn't really fake fielding in that,
I didn't think so.
In that he's trying to fool the batter. It's just that he did.
He
pulls out of the throw and then... Would have been funny if he
pulled out a throw because it just would have been an overthrow.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so 99, 2 to come. Can they bring up the ton? Yeah, maybe. Going, and gone. Maximo. Always with a great innings here. Fighting to the last. 41 he is. And that does bring up the 100 for Trentino Aquila there. 105 with the ball remaining. Yeah,
it's been a really good innings. Brought them right back into this this game. And they've got a defendable total.
Never judge game too early. We know that. We've been around the traps. As Inosh. He's bowled pretty well in his first ECN match. He's got 1 for 20. And they're still not quite settled to bowl this last ball. But, I mean, have a look at the top of the order. Guri Singh went first ball. Baig did score 24 and Lovepreet 15. But Adil went for a 5-ball duck. Adil Muhammad went for a 2-ball duck. But since then, these two, they've got 60 between them. Here's the last ball. Short. Gets a little piece of it. I can't see them having any chance to try for 2. So that's going to finish with a single. A waste, 42 off 15. Really good knock. And Trentino Aquila, well, they're alive. Put it that way. They're 106 for 5 at the end of 10 overs.
Yeah, it was a good recovery. And as I said, it's going to be an interesting chase here from Milan. Very capable of getting there. But at least there's a target on the board. And it wasn't a great start with Guri Singh going straight away. But I think Milan was ahead of the curve, ahead of the opposition, and doing very well. And just got on top. It was an okay power play. Wasn't fantastic. That was a spectacular diving catch. But you thought that Milan had enough to sort of keep them from getting that 100, but it was just a good display from Oasis to really push it up.
Yeah, it was. And for Trentino Aquila, I mean, the fact that they do get that partnership towards the end basically saves their bacon, doesn't it? I mean, they came together at 66 for 5, and the innings was melting away. Only 16 balls to go, and in those 16 balls, they're able to put on 40. So yeah, the cost of failure was high. Also, I like the effort from Milan United as well. They have set themselves up still to be in a pretty good position in this game. In fact, I probably would say they're favourites in this game still, but it looked like they might be running away with it as we saw towards the end. A few balls disappearing out of the ground. Ashik Awais with 5 Maximos in his 42, and Usman Ashad with 2 of them in his 19 not out. They get a single off the last, but they do get 35 runs off the last 2 overs. So 20 off the 9th, 15th off the 10th. They come home with a wet sail, and they do have a fairly competitive 106 on the board. Baig battled early, 24 of 12 for him, and Lovepreet couldn't really get going, though he did score 15, just the 1-6 in there. Apart from that, it was a gaggle of ducks. But that last partnership, 42 not out from Ashik Awais and 19 from Usman Arshad, gets them to a fairly healthy 106 for 5 off the 10 overs. As far as the bowling went, they had some good performance again, went pretty heavy on spin. Sanjeeva went for a few in his second over, but Jay Sekarat, double wicket made to get him going. He finished with 3 for 12, and Inosh was pretty good on debut as well, with 1 for 21. As Milan United will have to get the bats in hand and see what they can do in the second half of this game. 2 teams fighting for their first win in the series. We'll be back to find out who will get it after the break. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back to the Brescia ground here in the north of Italy. It's great to have your action. It's day 7 here in this European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And we're taking you through the second half of Trentino Aquila versus Milan United. Trentino Aquila put 106 on the board. That means that they need to restrict Milan United to 74 or less if they want to take all the points out of this for Milan United. Well, if they could find their batting boots, go around about, I'm going to say about 15 and over, maybe a touch more, then maybe they could chase it in 7 overs and take all the points themselves. Danny Hudacek joins me in the commentary box, and he'll be here today, and also we'll be taking you through the action tomorrow and the next day. Danny, it was a pretty good fight back, wasn't it, from Trentino Aquila to reach that 100 plus in the end?
A very good fight back. They are a good team, and have been competitive in this tournament for many years. So, yeah, it's a pretty even contest for me here. Milan United obviously smarting after the 2 early losses, even though they were really not in the contest for most of it. They'll want to win. That's the main thing for Milan United. How determined they are to do that is we'll see in the next few overs. But Trentino Aquila now a very good fight back, and it's really just a bit up in the air now. Well, who do you tip?
I just got a feeling Milan United are going to find their bats at the right time. I think it's also the fact that they're not having to face some of the weapons that they got this morning. Having said that, confidence breeds confidence, and lack of confidence breeds lack of confidence. There's probably a few guys there that are probably looking over their shoulder. Where's the next score coming from? But Sanjeeva, he's a bit of a key for me. He's going to face up as Guri Singh will almost bowl, but he won't. And Sanjeeva, for example, he really got bothered by a lot of the prodigious away swing that Janaka Vas was getting in the first time these two teams met. But what I'm liking is on the screen, 51-49. That tells me we're definitely in golden ball territory.
Yeah, it's been like that since the start, pretty much. We'll keep an eye on that, as I said before. And it's a good ball. Didn't leave me any space at all. Nice start.
Yeah, probably a little bit close to cut, wasn't it? Maybe a 4th stump kind of line. And Guri be keen to make a contribution after he got out of the first ball of the match. He's a pretty big unit as well, isn't he? Sanjeeva tries again. This is wild. Very good take down the leg side. It's Cameron Hussain has to stick out the one glove, and he saves the boundary.
Yeah, really good take. He judged it well in the end. He did see it was going down that side pretty early, though, because it was never. It wasn't as though it was obscured by the batsman.
Yeah, that's true. Further back you are, the more ground you can cover sideways. That's better, though. And if you've been watching today, you know that's the area to try and get Sanjeeva, especially early in his innings.
I remember Gurpreet from a few years ago. He was, again, a very good bowler. Very, very consistent. Got a sort of a whippy action. And a lot of shoulder as well.
Yeah, he's taken 15 wickets in the previous 2 series. We didn't see him in 22, but we did see him in 21 and 23. Sanjeeva, though, just needs a wider bat at the moment. It's just another one that's beaten him outside the off stump.
Yeah, it's really good bowling. And exactly what we need from an opening bowler and an opening just over. Just one from it so far.
Also because Sanjeeva, he's got that traditional, like wants to get forward, but these difficult balls get forward too. Maybe just stand your ground, throw your hands at it. See, he takes that big, it's going to go for 4 byes, so that's a little bit unfortunate for Trentino Aquila. But yeah, because he's looking to drive, look at that big left foot, but then it's not a comfortable length to drive. So we see different techniques, different people, I guess. But some batters would kind of stay put and just kind of throw their hands at it and maybe try and slash it away rather than hit it down the ground. And use the pace a bit more. Had a bit of a bonus there for Milan United. This has Thriller written all over it.
Golden ball, maybe.
This one's a bit straighter. Not going to take a run here. Well, 50-50 is what the wind predictor's saying at the moment.
It's a very good start here for Trentino. It's still just, well, there's 5 of it, only just 1 off the bat. Just with the bye getting through, just bouncing in front of the keeper.
Yeah. Indeed.
It's gone 52 now, Vinny.
It's mesmerising, the win predictor, isn't it?
It
When
is.
you start locking into it. Last ball of the over, or not. That's down leg side. That'll be re-bowled.
Yeah, so the other teams that are in this this side of the draw, we have Friends 11, who you saw yesterday.
Yep.
How do they compare to these 2 teams?
Pretty comparatively, I think. I think that these 3 teams are all pretty close to each other. This is cracked away off the back foot, and Sanjeeva does get away finally. He'll be relieved. He'll get 4 runs. This is one that he doesn't really need to get forward to, and he doesn't really try. That's what I was talking about there, but it's a bit short. It made it more of an obvious decision. So that'll be the end of the over, and the score's 10 without loss, although only 6 of those will go against Guru Singh. There were 4 buys in there as well. 55 matches since a golden ball. We're on golden ball alert here. Trentino Aquila did play one last year. Golden ball roulette, let's play. All right, generate number 30. Okay, number 30 is, it's the golden ball that broke the longest run ever without a golden ball, which was 405 matches.
Was that with Charlie?
That was Charlie.
Yeah.
And it was in the Portugal Night Series. And we just mentioned that we are likely to have a Portugal Night Series before too long. And that was the 24th of July 2022. Lisbon Capitals against Gorka 11. It was a French cut, and it went for 4. And the longest drought ever was broken. And there's something about me and being in bodies of water, because I was swimming in Rome after the European Cricket Series that we were doing there at the time. That's a nice shot. Yeah, Cody won't waste any time getting off the mark. A little bit short, a little bit wide. Fairly safe shot as well. This is Sadikat Ali. I know we don't have pin code Kumar this
I was just
year,
saying,
but now do we have pin code Ali?
Yeah,
2712 on the back.
Sadikat pin code Ali. Yeah, I was thinking that.
We've missed pin code Kumar.
Yeah.
One of your favourites.
But definitely, yeah, it's if you ever find his wallet, not that I'm suggesting that
If
you
it's
should
an
use his
emergency.
if it's an emergency, that's his pin code.
2712. Anyway, this one gets past the bat. Yeah, so I was swimming in Rome. Some great beaches around there, by the way. There's some great swimming around here at Lake Garda as well.
There's a pond next to us. Can you swim in that?
I wouldn't
Maybe
try
not.
it.
It's probably.
Oh, you mean here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is like a water ski park.
Really?
Yeah. In the air, gone. Well, it's an interesting one. Almost like it couldn't pop out of his hands. It did for a second, but yeah, the first one was up-pish. This one, he was just hoping it was around the field. If it was, it's 4. But instead, yeah, it's Usman Arshad, I think, that takes it. Gives us a bit of a party trick as well, but that'll be the first wicket in the chase. And the score now is 14 for 1.
Yeah, just a neat little catch. It was like catching practice, though, for him.
It was like, the people that do yo-yo tricks and they can do some of that action. You know what I'm doing. I don't have to do the actions on the camera. You know what I'm saying. But yeah, behind us is a water ski park. There's also a private fishing area where apparently you just catch fish and throw them back in. And then on the other side of that is another cricket ground. So there's 4 cricket grounds all in the same kind of micro area. But anyway, disappointment for the batter there. He made a good start, didn't he, Joe Cody? But he'll go for just 4. 14 for 1. Yes, a golden ball 30 was when I came out of the beach and I was just like, oh, beautiful. And my phone had blown up because we'd been waiting so long for a golden ball. And Charlie, to his credit, he broke the drought. There was a golden ball 31st of March in Portugal during the day series. And then that was the next one, 24th of July. So it was a good kind of almost 4 months without a golden ball. Anyway, this is short and it's pulled away by Roshan Silva. So good start to his innings. Second boundary in the over.
Yeah, just tucked around the corner. Still a bit short.
Last year, we actually started with 5 golden balls in Malta, and we were saying this is going to be a crazy year. We're going to break all kinds of records. But then we finished with 2 of the longest droughts. 3, actually. So when we got into May, we'd had how many for the year? I mean, I don't have to count them. This is pulled away, and that's going to be stopped, so just a single. So we'd had 10 golden balls going into May. So that's crazy pace. The most we've ever had is 14. And we said, we're going to smash the record here, right? But then, listen to this for matches without a golden ball. Now, the average is 100, right? But we had 3 runs of 286. Oh, no, then we had 127 without, and then it was the Prague golden ball that we had.
Yep.
Wait for this ball, which is driven in the air, almost turns that into a catch. Now someone's going to have to chase it. Time to start running, guys. Yeah, that's not going to go for 4. I'll take a very leisurely 2. So, yeah, so actually when we got to, when you're one, because I said you're the golden ball magnet, the one you did on your own 30th of April, it was 127 before we had another one. That was Bulgaria about 4 weeks later. Then we had to wait 2 months for the next one, which was 286 games without. Then we had to wait another 2 months, which is 334 games without one. And then we got all the way to the end of the season and said, it's like 360 odd. We're not going to get another one. In the end, it got broken in the ECCW in that crazy Spain-Austria game, 21st of December, 369. So those were the runs that finished the year. 127 without, 286, 334, 369. It's funny. Rico says they're like London buses. When they come, you get multiples.
Yeah.
But I wonder if we'll ever get that 400 mark again. Anyway, this is in the air. That's going to get over the top. Shouldn't really go for 4, although he does well to pull it back. I think that'll just be another walked 2.
Yeah, Sadakat Ali over there. He did very well to catch up to it.
And in Italy last year, again, I was on the plane to the ECC and I left Nish to do the last game of the day. A bit like I'm leaving you last game today.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm expecting at least 1 golden ball out of you while I'm away.
You mean in the next game?
Yeah, or in the next 2
That
days
would be
when I'm off. That's a pretty good shot. That's going to get over the top. That'll be 4. So Silva, good power play batting from him. Lifts it over the top and gets 4 for Milan United. Yeah, so I'm expecting you've got 9 games.
It would be funny if the
by
next
yourself.
if the next game
11, sorry.
if the next game was a golden ball.
Yeah.
That would be.
Well, that's what happened when I left Nish to go to the ECC on a Saturday night. And literally, I tested, when they say, please turn off your devices. I'm sitting there on the tarmac, and I'm like, it couldn't be, could it? And Joy Pereira hit the last ball for 6 of the regulation, and that was golden ball time. And I don't want to say that the fate of all the passengers was in my hands, because I know that there's various scientific evidence about how much it matters.
I think they've stopped that. You don't have to. In fact, I think you can use your phone.
Sometimes, some airlines, there's different policies. Yeah. Remember they did a good Mythbusters. You know how at petrol stations you have to, and what they did is they put like 400 mobile phones in a car and rang them all at once and tried to create an explosion.
Isn't that in a caravan or something?
But it didn't work. Push to the ring. I won't get a run here.
I do like Mythbusters. I think it's a good show.
That was a pretty good show. Yeah. But yeah, Nish came up with a golden ball, and that was, I can't even tell you the number that was. That was the only golden ball we ever had that was actually an extra. It was golden ball 49 on the 23rd of September 2023. Short, hitting the solar plexus. They won't get a run. So yeah, it was Sahil Zadran bowled a high no ball. I think it was attempted Yorker. It was waist higher above. Joy Pereira knocked it for 1. Everyone was a bit confused except for Joy. He knew 1 for the no ball, 1 for the run.
Done.
Game over. Italy got the win. Pretty good considering they needed 6 to tie for the last ball.
Yeah. All right, tell us what's happening in this game.
They're slightly behind the rate, but only slightly. See, they're a little bit gun shy, I think, after earlier. But Sanjeev at 6 off 10. He's got a bit of an obligation to try and do a bit more and do it quickly. Otherwise, maybe needs to get out the way because still 9 wickets in hand at the end of 3. It's 28 for 1.
It's good over there from Adif Raza. But one thing that when you're going for a lowish score and you try to measure that the run chase, it rarely works. It rarely works because you tend to get bogged down. You don't take as many risks. You've got only a limited number of overs, obviously, especially in this format. But you've got enough batsmen generally to be able to get you over the line if you take risks.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need to pretend you're trying to chase a pass score. Give yourself a bit of insurance there. But right now, we're going to see Hasnain Raza coming on to bowl. First one, fraction short, pulled away by Silva. I think with Sanjeeva, it's not that he's not trying to score fast enough. I think there's these ones that are kind of in a dangerous spot. He's happy to kind of pat him back. But I think it comes down to shot selection. I think he's trying to overcommit forward a lot of the time. And with this bounce on this pitch, and there is good bounce, it has to be quite full to drive it comfortably. So I'd just be kind of maybe looking to work it sideways or backwards a little bit more, depending on the length. If it's up there, then short, then drive through it, but drive it confidently. This one is in the air, and he does try to pull, but he's going to be gone. There's a heavy ball from Raza, so Sanjeeva, unfortunately, he's going to walk off with a few dot balls in the boot of his car. He goes 6 off 11. Again, he's trying to move things along, but you see, he's definitely technically he's a good player, but I think he's just struggling with kind of getting him off to the starts that they need to. So that will be the second wicket to the fall, and the score now 29 for 2.
Yeah, he's trying to push a run rate, but it did get very bogged down, did Sanjeeva in that innings. He's a man who won't get bogged down, though. It's Heshan, the captain.
He's a good front foot player, but if you're not bowling full, then it's not so natural for him to kind of spring back. And you see even the way he tried to play that, kind of ended up a bit flat-footed, was hurried. And well done by Hasnain Raza, who comes up with his first wicket of the series. As this is a player, I think he is a guy that can get the game moving. The captain, Toridu Heshan, batting 4.
I definitely have to get moving. There's a bowler. And outside off stump, bit of a slash. No run. Good bowling.
Yeah, Trentino Aquila. When you think about where they were in the first innings, remember they were kind of in all sorts early, weren't they? You never judge a game too early. They were at the power play mark. They hadn't done too much. And in fact, they were 36 for 3 at the halfway point. So just going at a run of just over a run of ball. So 36 in the first half, but they get 70 in the second half.
Yeah.
And get to total. I still think it's a bit under par, but often we'll see teams maybe not hitting the ball as well when they first come into the competition. Good seed there. Kind of catapult action over the top from the bowler. Just leaving the right hander, Hasnain Raza. Bowling really good over here. 1 wicket, ...
Thanks for the suspense.
I was buffering. All right, last ball of the over in the air. Can anyone reach this? They can. Excellent catch. Really good catch. And well, it goes the full Kate Winslet in Titanic. Time to put the kiddies to bed. Lovepreet with a really good catch. It's 29 for 3.
Lovepreet living up to his name. Lovepreet, the love machine. Have a look at this. Boom.
Oh, it's a kind of celebration that you feel like you should be putting a 1-900 number over the top of it, but it was really good. I love the way he recognised where he had to be. So unfortunately for Heshan, he's not able to change the narrative. And Milan United, unfortunately for them, the more things change, the more they stay the same. The captain back in the shed, 29 for 3 after 4.
He's a man who can change the game, though, is Jaya Sekera. And this will have to be a big innings, I think. Get these two with a little partnership, get them up to at least striking distance. It's still very early in this innings, but it's a big appeal, not out.
Teef, the captain, comes back. This looked like, I haven't seen it front on, but suggested that it was going down the leg side. Comes right to the crease. It's pretty close.
That's very close.
We saw one not given earlier.
Especially on the back pad.
It's a good shout. I can understand also the angle of it. The umpire might have had some doubt if it was actually going to hit. Gets very wide of the crease, the tee, to see where his actual release point is. But you're right, back pad, I think just benefit of the doubt. Fortunately, going to Roshan Silva. Here's Jai Sekera. He'll be hoping that he can make something happen here. Saw him make 5 not out in the first game. And in the second game, didn't see him get a hit. So let's see if he can be a bit of a difference maker. But Raza does go very wide. I'd be looking maybe to get across and work him leg side, make the most of the angle. But then that's well bowled. They just seem to have the fielders in the right spots at the moment as well, don't they, Trentino Aquila?
Yeah, there's a real buzz around the field as well. You can hear them geeing each other up. So, and Raza's spell's been very good. So he got 3 balls left, only 8 from his spell.
Yeah, 8 off 9 balls bowled, so he's getting less than a run a ball. Nice looking shot though, but can only get 1. So just have a look at that, the rate required. And like I said, they're not in a very dissimilar position to Trentino Aquila. When they batted 36, they scored in the first half. But where's their big partnership going to come from? That'll be the question. Yeah, 36 for 3 they were at the 5 over mark. Trentino Aquila. It's a bit wide if there's no nick. It misses the line, so that'll help. Yeah, so they need someone to step up. I think Heshan going without scoring, that hurts them a lot.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. You saw him earlier in the day, really hit a few big sixes. Massive hitter of the ball. There's Latif again.
Yeah, doesn't know really what to do with that. It's well bowled. Milan United trying to avoid the donut. None on 3 on their first day of action. The other thing is, remember in Group B, you only play 6 matches. In Group A, you played 7 because there's 1 extra team. So Milan United is essentially playing half their games after the next 5 overs is done. Fake step, real miss, and that's the end of 5 overs. The score is 32 for 3. Time for some in-game analysis, and I just think we're seeing the value of bowlers putting the ball where they want it. It's something we've talked about for a while on the network. And yes, okay, you're in a format where it is kind of stacked towards the batter. That's the way modern cricket is going. But bowlers still have agency, and I think that the good bowlers stand out. That's something that I say all the time. The good bowlers stand out.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's the thing. That's a big difference. There's no shortage of big hitting, blasting batsmen, but quality bowlers is. I mean, we've seen quite a few on display today. It's where you can win or lose this game.
And that's a really good delivery first up. Kind of illustrates my point perfectly. There's really not too much you can do with this ball. I mean, your best case is probably squeeze it as a French cut for 4, but you're not really in control of that. So, yeah, really good start for Hussein Raza. Can he follow it up? It's more of a length ball, but I won't hit this either. So I'm also a little bit worried, actually. Milan United didn't take a point out of either of their first 2 games. But even to take a point out of this, they're going to have to get to 75, and they're actually not on that pace either. So Raza doing a brilliant job. Now in the air. Now, this is hanging a long time. Fielder camps under it and takes the catch. That's a really good catch. He's looking straight into the sun. But he had it under control. Jai Sekera, he's not going to be able to change too much in this game. He'll go 1 off 5 in the end. And Milan United still struggling with the stick. They're 32 for 4.
Yep, it's going to be wow. It's a long way to get to any points here for Milan United at the moment. And it's just been really dominant with the ball of Trentino Aquila. Maybe struggled a little bit with the bat, but yeah, we know they're a quality side.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant turnaround. Everything since the last 5 overs has been going their way. Here's Mendes. Oh, I think he's actually a pretty decent batter. He's coming to 6 here. But who's going to be their kind of Prince's Charming here?
Who's going to be their Akish Awais?
Yeah, exactly. They need something similar, don't they? But Raza, 3 for 1 off 1.3. That's a palindrome he'll be enjoying. Yeah, this first one gets a bit big on Mendes. So yeah, 3 for 1 off 1.4. Getting good bounce out of this. And I think with this pitch, you need to be able to play those horizontal bat strokes confidently. If you just kind of are looking to drive all the time, the bowlers can work you out. It's a cement pitch, concrete pitch. It's got good bounce, but it's pretty consistent bounce. Yeah, that one is hit pretty well, but the fielder is perfectly positioned and everything going right. Seems like they've got about 30 fielders out there at the moment for Trentino Aquila. Another good catch, another duck. Milan United, well, time to roll the eyes because nothing's going their way. Pretty good shot, but straight down the throat of deep point. It's 32 for 5.
Yeah, it's disappointing for Milan United. Really folding here. And Raza's up for a FIFO. He's got one ball to get it.
So much for my theory that the bats would finally come good for them. Well, it's not over yet. And you're right. You know, we haven't had a FIFO since the ECL. And it was ECL Group B. It was Arafat Afghan of Mechelen Eagles. So that was the 29th of February. So we didn't have one in March or April. But he's got one ball to try and do it, doesn't he? But the other thing, he's only conceded one run. 11 balls bowled. Disappointment there for Mendes. Anyway, Pereira, the lefty, faces up. It won't be a fifer, but will be a fantastic spell of bowling. Oh, there you go. Good effort from Lovepreet. He spent a fair bit of time on the ground in this last few minutes, but this time it's going to get away from him. And so it's going to ruin Hasnain Raz's figures. Would have had 4 for 2, maybe 4 for 3. Ends up 4 for 5. But after 6 overs, Milan United are 36 for 5.
Yeah, look at this scorecard. Honey, Roshan Silva reaching double figures. And just not good enough from Milan United in this innings. But you've got to say, though, it's been pretty good bowling all up from Trentino.
Yeah, I think credit's got to go to the bowlers. I think they've been pretty tight. It's easy to kind of criticise, saying, you know, like you're smashing everything for 6. But easier said than done. You can only really play the hand you dealt. And now this is going to be Adil Mohammed to bowl over 7.
Yeah, handy bowler as well.
Gets this one up in the more or less the block hole. Only worked away for a single.
Yeah, it's tough going. Only a left-hander, they might just change the angle a little bit. Throw things up. Plays with the bowler's line as well, these pesky left-handers.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
I mean, Pereira hit some nice shots back in the second game of the day. He scored 16 off 11 against Punjab. Obviously, that was a heavy loss. So again, he's capable, but I think the fight is just to keep the point at the moment. He goes for this, and he's going to sneak over the infield. He's going to roll away for 4. So nice shot by Pereira. He picks that slow ball. I like that he kind of goes with the movement of the delivery, and he's able to find a valuable boundary for Milan United.
Yeah, it definitely helps a little bit, but we need more of those. There's a bowler again.
Now, oh, he's going to be caught. Well, I think this is more glove than anything else. Kind of jams him. So Pereira, again, he's able to provide a couple of boundaries, but no more. Pretty nice catch by the keeper as well. As Cameron Hussain, it's all about getting there, and it wasn't travelling too fast. I think kind of crashes off the gloves and then into the right glove of the keeper. So Milan United now, bit of a horror show with the bat today, continues. The score 41 for 6.
Well, I've got to say that target 107 is not going to, they're not going to get there. They have to get, was it 75, Vinny?
Yeah, so with a score 106 in the first innings, they'll need 75 to keep their point. Maybe we'll be able to see pretty shortly what that rate is to do that. But it's about 10 and over. Top of my head.
I'm not going that at the moment.
Not even close. But it is an achievable rate if they can get someone in and going. And here is Inosh batting for the first time on ECN. Bowled well. Kind of gets deer in the headlights there. Doesn't offer.
Yeah, when
That cut was so late, it never came.
I've always said that in any sort of form of short form cricket, whether it be T20 or T6 or T10, you shouldn't be batting after number 6. Yeah, if you are, then you're probably in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it can be that way for sure. As we get to the end of the 7th over, 41 for 6. Last game of the day coming up, and it's going to be Brescia playing their third match of the day against Trentino Aquila. Trentino Aquila winning the toss and electing to bat first. So this time it'll be Gina on the chase, and we're about 35 minutes away from the first ball there. Yeah, take what you're saying there. You shouldn't have to bat below number 6, but I think the magic number, definitely when you're getting up the levels, probably 8. 8 genuine bats. 3 that can't at all, fine. That's the kind of number I think you want to go with to give the confidence that you can still be hyper attacking. And this is a pretty attacking shot. So yeah, we're getting to the point now. It's 34 off the last 3 overs to get the point, which is really all they can get out of this now. Good start to the 8th though, 4 runs.
Yeah, really nice shot to drag and Metzout off to the leg side.
Here's the equation for a point. 30 runs off 17 balls. So yeah, dot balls kill you here. Should get 2 if you're running fast. They won't, because the fielder jumps on it pretty quickly.
It's looking okay.
So we had this debate about who will keep for Italy in the ECIs and maybe the ECC this year. They've used Riliguragi, who bats 11 essentially and keeps. So my argument would be, as long as you've got 8 genuine bats, and I mean that probably even bowlers that hit well, count them as bats in T10 cricket, then you should be picking your best wicket keeper.
Yeah.
Even if your bat's number 11.
To be fair, you should always be picking your best wicket keeper.
Because I just think that can save you so many runs. And normally, you don't need that many batters. You might, but I just think they can save you kind of 20 or 30 runs in the field. And then, yeah, like I said, hopefully don't need them. It's different if you are really short of bats. So if you've got a lot of bowlers that just are hopeless at batting, that's different. But in Europe, generally, a lot of the good bowlers are also good bats.
Yeah.
There's a lot of all-rounders in Europe.
Yeah.
Because of various levels they might have played before. All right, that is hit, but cleanly fielded. Actually, it's going to send him back. I mean, that's one I think you've got to be taking a run at this stage. So again, we're just seeing the game. We saw the game creep away. Now we're seeing the point creep away, aren't we, for Milan United?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I thought they bowled pretty well, but that was that one last partnership that really pushed the score up.
And it's pin code. And that's going to be a hit. It's going to be catchable for Guri. And he's going to take the catch. So they have fielded very well as well. So Inosh, he hasn't had much luck with the bat on debut. He's going to finish with a 6-ball duck. And Milan United fall further into the quicksand. It's 46 for 7.
Yeah, well, we're down to Senavinatra. No.
Yeah, Senaviratna.
There you go.
That's what you're going to say.
Yeah.
Gajanayaka and Gayan Silva. And who have we got here? I'm pretty sure this is Ravindu Senaviratna who's coming out now. Now, this reminds me the 4-digit shirt number. And this came out at breakfast this morning, actually. It might have been last night, actually, at dinner. Who has the highest number ever on ECN? And it's Mukhtar Singh in the ECS Italy in 2020. He had 6 sixes on his back.
Because he hit 6 sixes in
apparently, and I think he scored 7 runs in the whole series. But anyway, that's confidence. So that'll be... Is that the end of the over? I think it might be. Anyway, into the final stages of this game. As this gets played away, and that's going to find the boundary. So Milan United trying their hardest to make something happen here, but it just hasn't been their day. Trentino Aquila, they'll be thrilled that they're potentially going to start here with all the points.
Yeah, it'll be a handy win for Trentino Aquila if they can get the bonus point as well, and they look likely to do it.
Yeah. That's probably hit that above the waist, but you could see with the trajectory and how far out of his crease was. I think when it reaches the crease, it's going to be well below.
Well, Gino Kiel have got another game after this against Gina Brescia. So it's...
let's see if they can replicate this against some of the firepower they're going to come up against.
That's it.
But also they've decided to bat first, so obviously they're going to have to make it a decent score first with the bat, otherwise it might be a kind of a done deal at half time.
Just poked into the covers just for a single.
Yeah, Milan United just can't. Again, they look like a decent cricket side. I think. I hate to kind of say they're a long-form cricket side because I think all of the skills transfer. But look at their spin attack and technically their batters actually look like they can handle themselves pretty well. So I can see them winning a lot of games in the slightly longer format. But they just comes down to can you hit enough 4s and 6s to be competitive sometimes. And short answer has been no.
Just if you were to play a 40-over game.
That's a nice shot though. And traditional whippage from Silva. He'll move to 29 as gives themselves a prayer. Still 19 required. It's 56 for 7 after 9. 19 required to get a point, that is.
If you were to play a 50-over game with the same conditions, with the same field,
yeah,
right, do you think that some of these batsmen would change the way they bat?
It's a really good question. And I think a lot of them wouldn't. Some would and some wouldn't. And actually, it's not 40-over game, but I know what Corey's been doing with the Spanish side. When they play, they don't care who they're playing. If they're playing on artificial turf, artificial pitches, they just go, hey, bat the same way, or mostly the same way. And they've been putting up kind of 200 scores, depending on the opposition. So I know from when I was at the Cardimer Oval, and there was one of the club games on as we were setting up. I think it might have been Madrid United we're playing on this occasion, but it looked like there were a few getting whacked around. It was basically the Cardimer Oval field. So 50-metre boundaries, that's what it is anyway, same pitch. And it was a 35-over game, and I said, how did you go? And he says, how many do you guys get? And he said, yeah, we've got 240. And I said, oh, ouch. Always goes on to the stumps. In fact, it might have been 210. He said, yeah, 210. I'm like, that's a pretty good score, 210. He's like, no. I got 210. So again, he hasn't changed his approach. So yeah, I just think it comes down to shot selection. So it comes down to if a ball's in your zone to hit to the boundary or over, you take it.
Yeah.
It depends on how well they bowl to you. You shouldn't be looking for dots. This is probably a wide because it misses leg stuff. But
I tell you what, these ramp shots are starting to get a bit annoying.
The ramp percentage has been unquestionably low today.
The only time that any players hit it, he hit it directly to the keeper.
That's true. And that was a feather, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it was the full face of the bat, to be honest.
Yeah, probably.
Just flicked it back to him. That's better.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's a genuine pull shot that's going to clear the boundary. So that's the thing. The theory is you can do it with genuine cricket shots. That's the thing. And this is just good shot selection. So 11 off 3, basically, it needs to be 11. So 10's not good enough. They need to go 2 6s here to get a point. Silva's fought hard. I mean, where would they be without his 35?
You watch him just...
Maximal bust.
Let's have a look what
happens. Got to go for it.
Another ramp.
Smart, though.
It's
Look, he's going to get it wide. At least he gets out of the way of it. You know what that does do? It means they need 10 for a point now. So now you could go 4 and 6. 4 and 6 will get you a point. And will it help you in the end? You'll have to play better the rest of the tournament.
Do you think he's playing for that?
No, but it's a good result.
Here comes Gilbert again. Nice shot.
Yeah, there we go. So now, okay, we've got a classic last ball bonus point thriller. So it's going to be 6 for a point. Can Milan United get something out of their first day of action?
Yeah, it's been a tough day for them. They've lost all 3 of their games. They do need a 6 here just for that little bonus point.
All right, here we go. 6 or bust. Bad option. He was never going to hit that for 6. And Again, that's just a slight lack of awareness maybe of the format or something, because that's even if he hits that's not 6. Needed to actually give it the good old college try, and poor Milan United. I thought that was the end of the game, unless I'm mistaken. But I think they're going to end up with a big donut here on day 1. We're not going to have another 10th over. Not sure if the game's over or not, are we?
I don't know. There's a determined batsman out there.
Well, there was a wide. I think there was a 4. I'm sure it was 2 to come. I don't see the graphics anywhere.
At least 2 ramp shots.
Well, we had... Okay. Well, that's not right either. I think this game's over. I think we're playing a dead game. Fanny's ever seen this once before.
I think it's over now.
Are they just going to keep going forever? Guess not. It's, yeah, that will be the end of the 10. It's a good effort from Milan United. It's tough to come into the format and to try and perform straight away. Match number 34 is the last game of the day. It's coming up in 25 minutes. Brescia taking on Trentino Aquila in that one. And it will be Trentino Aquila batting first after winning the toss. Let's go and have a look at the highlights. It looks like kind of modest chase. In fact, the computer had it about even Stevens, but it was anything but really as the wickets clattered in the second half of match 33.
That was a good performance with the ball from Trentino Aquila, and you could tell it was almost like halfway through their bad innings they started to click into gear, and they came together as a pretty good unit in the end. That one was just cut off. They fielded pretty well, held their catches, and some very good bowling from especially from the 4-wicket man. It was Raza. So good effort. And lusty hitting occasionally, just not enough, unfortunately.
I think I'll give credit to the bowling side though, and I think the fielders backed them up by taking the catches as well. I think that was a bit of a key. And to think where they were at the halfway point, that was a nice one with the keeper, wasn't it? They were, what was it, 36 of 5 overs with 3 wickets down. To think they could come back from that to take all 4 points out of the game, it's a brilliant start from Trentino Aquila, because I did say I kind of had them, Milan United, and the Friends 11 as well. Vicenza, still to see them, obviously, but I'd probably grade them about the same. So to be able to grab a 4-pointer is huge for your qualification prospects.
Oh, absolutely. Look, it's a big victory there for Trentino Aquila first up. I'll have a tough test next game, though, against Brescia, who went down to Punjab a little bit earlier.
So it'll be a tough day in the office for Milan United. We'll take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly in 20 minutes. It'll be the last game of the day. Who will get the chocolates as Ginner take on Trentino when we return to the Brescia ground for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the last game of the day, and it's match number 34 on the card. So maybe a few random questions. I'm sure Danny would love to take some food chat on as well. So why don't you get involved? As you can see behind me, we have another game going on, and there's actually 3 fields side by side here. So it's just great to see that concentration of real estate devoted to cricket here in the Brescia region. But coming up in match 34, it is the hosts, Brescia. They're taking on Trentino Aquila. Time for the coin toss. Let's see what happens. Tyrone has the 2 captains.
Trentino Aquila to call.
Head.
Head is the call. That's head.
I will bet.
He will bet.
Bet first.
So it is Trentino Aquila that win the toss, and they've elected to bat. And they had a little bit of a slow start, didn't they, in their first game? But some good hitting kind of got them back in it. Maybe they need to look, even this early, at changing things up, maybe getting some of the guys that are feeling confident up a bit higher. Although you can also understand that some of the top order guys that missed out, they probably will want another opportunity. Brescia, well, they started with a very big win, a 4-point win, didn't they, over at Milan United? But they weren't able to win their second game. They were outplayed by Punjab in the middle game today. So I think it's going to be a really interesting contest. Surely they have to start heavy favourites in this. But Trentino Aquila, they're a plucky side, and they're a side we've seen play some pretty good cricket over the 3 times that we've seen them in the European Cricket Series. And as they're here in their 4th campaign, they are no easy beats, no doubt about that. Danny Hudacek is actually going to take over. I'll be back in a little while, but for now, I'm going to leave you with the capable voice of Danny Hudacek to take you into match 34 with the news from the toss that Trentino Aquila are going to have a hit first after winning the toss. Danny, it's in your hands.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone for this final game of today between Brescia and Trentino Aquila in this European Cricket Series in Italy from Brescia. It'll be match 34. Trentino with a good win over Milan United in the last game, and Brescia, well, they went down to a very, very good team a little bit earlier in, well, actually, let's have a look at these 2 teams. It was Punjab, of course. Nisa Ahmed is up the top. Trentino will be opening the batting, though, so we'll see, no doubt, the very good bowling attack of Brescia, including the man Hassan Ali, that see if they can keep them down, Trentino Aquila down to a lowish score. So 9% for Trentino. That's you can see the favourites. Home ground as well for Brescia. Trentino will have to play very well to beat them, but they're a capable side. They're a solid side. Need to get some runs on the board though, and some good runs. Wasn't quite enough, we thought, against Milan, but they bowled very well. 105 they ended up with, and they got 70 in the last 5 overs. They'll need a better start, especially from Guri Singh, who got a first baller in the last game. He's on would it be a king diamond pair? I'm not sure. He gets another one. So this Brescia side, they're one of the top teams in the country. Came 3rd in the last ECL, so 3rd in Europe's pretty good going against some of the teams they're up against. And they'll want to win this tournament. It's been dominated over the last few years by Fresh Tropical. But in Punjab, also Brescia, who we'll see again tomorrow. And Brescia, there are 3 very, very good sides in this half of the draw. So just about to get underway. The 2 men back. There's the 3rd man. And can't quite see the other man outside the circle. Doesn't seem to be one. So, putting pressure on early. There's a bowler. Big swing and a miss. Well, not quite a miss. That was an edge, and well, that's another duck there, and it's what are we calling it? little edge. And there we go. That's the King Duck waddling off with Gurpreet again. Or Guri Singh. So not happy. Obviously he didn't hear an edge by his body language. Everyone else did. So it's not the start that Trentino Akia would have liked, but it seems to be exactly the same result off the first ball. And a good start here. Mohammad Imran is an excellent bowler. Had very good opening spells for Gina Brescia all day. And he'll be bowling to the new man, Lovepreet Singh. Still with this very tight offside field. Only one man on the offside, onside as well. And oh, that could be close, you know. Oh, didn't play a shot. So he's going down leg side. Came back quite a bit. Let's have another look at this. Might have pitched outside. Yeah, pitched outside, leg stump. Would have missed leg stump as well. Good decision by the umpire. You can see just between his leg. Misjudged that completely. Thought it was going down further. Did Lovepreet. But wasn't hitting the stumps. Not out. Good decision. Imran coming in again. This one's hit down the ground, past the bowler. But there's a player there to mop that up. That's Umar Gujar, who bowled very well in the last game as well, after coming into the side. So, Janaka Vas is not playing this game. We shouldn't have played the last game, to be fair, with that hamstring injury he picked up in the first game. Here comes. And again, and then Nick over the top. It's been cut off by the third man, who's quite fine. Gave themselves some space, just got it over the top. Most of those have been going down to the boundary, but luckily there's that third man made good ground to get there. So good start here again for Gina Brescia. There's Hamid Imran again. 1 for 1. Big swing and a miss. Bowls with really good shape. A little bit sidearm with his action. And doesn't get too much bounce. It just sort of glides along. And swings out a bit with decent pace. But just mainly a really good line of length from the bowler. Here he comes again. Bowling to Mezabaig. And it's hit in the air and gone. Made good ground there, did Hassan Ali. Came out from long on. It's another wicket down. Fantastic start. This is high in the air. And really well judged. It was a player closer, but Hassan Ali called it. He's got a good safe pair of hands. Good athlete too. And it's 2 wickets down. As we see here, this is the European, the challenger group of the women for the Kardamarova in September. And then also the Premier Division, the 4 groups there. Just checking out what's happening with those. And there's Championship Week coming up in October as well. Always a fantastic tournament in Kardama. So we have a new bowler. It's Wasim Ahmed. He'll be bowling to Lovepreet Singh. Adil Ahmad is the new batsman. This is at the non-striker's end. And this is hit just over the top. This will be 4 runs though. Just chipped it over the covers. Nice shot. 4 runs. A bit of movement in the air. Didn't affect the shot. It's the kind of shot he plays. Every shot does Lovepreet. So relieves the pressure a little bit. Still 5 for 2. What a fantastic first over. He's 2 for 1. It's Mohammad Imran, in that first over. Bowler comes in again. Tries it over the top. Player coming back. Doesn't quite get there. Just over the top of him. He's trying to lift it just over that ring of fielders. There's no protection back there either. There is a man back on the leg side. Backward square. And again, I think he's the maybe one other player. That long on. Hassan Ali tucks him up a bit. Turns it around the corner, just a single. Nice tight bowling. So, not much chatter on the field, but Brescia well on top. They would like 4 points out of this game, obviously. Keep up with the boys up top. Nice shot, just got past the fielder, and it'll go down to the boundary. There's a player out there. And just a single in the end. So, Adil Ahmed on strike. It's 1 from 1. Lovepreet 7 from 6. And again tucks him up. Really good bowling. Just not letting them swing their arms. You can see every shot they want to hit out of the ground, which is, well, T10 rather than normal cricket. Normal cricket. It's a bit of a differentiator now. Comes Ahmad again. And again, just good ball outside our stump. Didn't quite know what to do with the batsman. End of a good over. And at the end of the second, Trentino Akia are 8 for 2. So, here we go. The standings. Punjab at the top. 2 big wins. Only picked up 3 points against Brescia, who are second in the table, 5 points. Changeover only played 1 game. We'll see them again tomorrow, as I said. They're a very capable side. I think those 3 teams are the 3 fighting out for the top 3 spots. Pretty wide open for the others, though. This is in the air. Slip is going to take a nice catch. That's it. Another wicket down. That's the end of Lovepreet Singh. So nothing going right for Trentino Akia. Lost their 3rd wicket, only 8 on the board. Still last over the power play. It's not been the greatest power play for them. Just not being able to get anything going at all. Here's one man that could, though. Ashik Owais, who batted superbly in the last game. Who really dug the Trentino Akia side out of a big hole. Was struggling in the power play. They're about 35 in the of the first 5 overs, and then they hit about 70 odd in the second 5 overs of that game, mainly through this man. So for Trentino, they'll want more of the same, and he's in the 3rd over, so he's got plenty of time to build an innings. Here comes Mohammad Imran again. And, again, just it's that swing, and he just seems to get it with this ball. Some players get a natural swing. It's mainly from the wrist position and also that sidearm action he has. Comes in again, bowling to Owais, and that has just gone straight through him. Well, they've only got a couple of balls more to face from. How has that missed everything? Really good bowling. Played the wrong line completely. Just a little bit of outswing. And the length is superb as well. So 3 balls left. He's 3 for 1 off his 1.5 overs. This is another big swing and a miss. Just can't seem to see the white ball at the moment, these batsmen. Again, just a really good line and length. He seemed to come wider on the crease with this one. So just every ball has got a slight difference to it. Just comes from an experienced bowler. 8 for 3. Disastrous power play for Trentino. They wouldn't want to lose another wicket there. Oh, and they could. This is going to be out. Well, from a disastrous power play, it's gotten worse. That's Owais, who's gone. And, well, it's hard to see what Trentino are going to do from here. So they're 8 for 4. 1 ball left in the power play. Another duck. And Mohamed Imran's on a fifer. He's got 1 ball to get it. Superb spell of bowling. Well, we might have an early finish here to this day. This is the final game of the day. It's been a good day's cricket, though. Really good to see both the Brescia side and Punjab, 2 quality teams up in this part of the world. Punjab it's their first day of cricket, but all those players are well known here on the network from previous tournaments up here, just with different clubs. See if you can get a fifer, Mohamed Imran. And just played down the pitch. Oh, he'll get a single, will he? That's another run for Trentino Kia. And it ruins Mohamed Imran's figures. 4 for 2. Doubling the run. Doubling the runs just with the final ball. Flicked it, try the run out. 9 for 4 is the power play. That's not great for Trentino Kia. Let's see if they can rescue something. Let's have a look at this. 1 off the first, 7 off the second, 1 off the third. And that's not pleasant looking if you're a Trentino Kia fan. So it's not going to get any easier, was he, Mahmud? He's going to continue. Maybe bowling to Adil Muhammad. He hits it slightly in the air. Chance for no, a bit of a mix-up. Could have been a chance for a run-out, but just a bit of a fumble there by Rukhsar Ahmed. And he just plonked his bat home. Probably would have been safe. So Wasim Ahmed bowling again. Just a big swing and a miss. Seems to be a constant with this side. It's the same sort of shot every time. No subtlety about it. They know the ball's around there somewhere, just trying to swing at it. But there's just that little bit of movement from these bowlers, just with natural arm action. They've got into double figures now, Trentino, though. 10 for 4. Nice looking shot out there to Umar Gujar. Who just throws it back to the keeper. Just another single. .11 for 4. Expected run rate. Expected, score 58. Oh, dodgy edge for 4. They'll be happy with that. There was stifled applause for the 4. I think 2 players might have given a small clap for that boundary. Just looking at the Trentino dugout, and they're not looking very happy. For obvious reasons. Brescia, it's their 3rd game of the day. I'll have a bit of a rest tomorrow, I think, until the afternoon. I'll show you what's coming up tomorrow. Oh, this one's flicked nicely off his toes. Another boundary. Well, This is a good over so far for Trentino Akia, making a bit of a fight back. Not sure if he hit that behind his legs or after his the ball went past his pads. Still 4 runs. Last ball of this over. Ahmed on the leg side. Should just be a single, I think. It will be. And Adil Muhammad will keep the strike for the next over. I'll have a change of bowler, obviously, because these two have bowled out. But then got no shortage of bowlers to this this Brescia lineup, and it's not going to get easier for Trentino Akia with a big left-hander coming on in Hassan Ali. So he's very difficult to get away. He's going to bowl over the wicket. The batsman will have to move to the other side, as you just saw. Again, a very offside field. There's only 2 players on the leg side. Hassan Ali comes in. And this one's in the air, should be caught. Nice catch, well done coming forward there for Umar Gujar. Didn't quite get all of it. Came forward, they're tough catches these. And took it down around his knees, good athleticism. A good athlete. So that's another wicket down, 5 for 20 at the moment, or 20 for 5 I should say. Trentino Akia, as I said, it's not going to get any easier with Hassan Ali. Bowling from that end. New batsman. Here's Usman Arshad. And it's very, very quiet over there with the Trentino players. They know that this might not be a very long game. Still, Jinnah is showing that there's a bit of a gulf between the teams at the top and the teams who are struggling probably for that 4th place. Trentino will definitely be in that area. Comes Ali. Nice ball right in the block hole. Squeezes it out. They'll look for 2. They might get it, you know. Be a good throw, and was a nice throw down at the base of the stumps, but a comfortable 2. Nice shot. Good bowling though. And the sting's gone out of this game a little bit. Hassan Ali. Interesting to see if they keep an over for him towards the end, or they just try to bowl him out. This one's just clamped down into the pitch. No run. It's always difficult with a left armour. You don't get many left arm bowlers, especially of the quality of Hassan Ali in these leagues. Just changes the angle a bit. He does seem to like to push the ball across the right-hander. Then he has the occasional one that'll dart in. This one's going towards a boundary. He stopped, just a single. Yeah, he'll aim it at the toes as well. He'll bring it in. But his stock ball probably moves it away from the right-hander, which gives them very little chance to hoik it on the leg side. I saw earlier a batsman just sort of padding a bat out there, just pushing it through gaps. That's an effective method against this type of bowling. And tried to hit it too hard. So Rukhsar again in the cover, preventing the single. But all in all, it's been a very good day's play. From we've seen a couple of competitive games. The main one was the Brescia Punjab game, which it's almost taken the stumps. Got an inside edge, hit his pads. Let's have a look at this. Inside edge onto the pads, and then just about rolled onto the stumps. So those two teams Very, very good. Upcoming events. Well, I've got still this week of Italy and Brescia, the Medina Cup, also Estonia and Netherlands Continental Cup, and then the first ever ECS games in ECN games in England. So a series in England. That'll be a fantastic, high quality cricket, and some on a very nice ground there in England. It's towards the end of May. Lots of tournaments in May. Also a night series in Portugal. It'll be coming up over 3 weeks. It's always fun, and a little bit of a bonus cricket from Portugal. This one's just hit through the gap at point. Just a single, mopped up by the man deep on that boundary. 24 for 5, halfway through the innings. Here's where they started to accelerate last time, but the man who did it, Ashikawas, is already in the sheds. This one's got through the field. This should be 4. Nice shot, hit firmly. It's good for runs there for a deal. Slowly keeping that score up. The expected score is 63. Still not much to bowl. The bowl at the defend. Well, this will help. Lovely shot over the top of covers for 6. Just picked it up off a good length. Hammered it. Nice shot. I said this is where they accelerated in the last game. Hopefully, for the sake of the game and Trentino Akia, they can do a similar thing, so they can have a target to bowl at, to defend. Trentino Akia now at 1%. And Brescia 99%. It's pretty accurate at the moment, I think. You never know. Cricket's a funny game. Strange things happen. So he is hit firmly. Just down to Gujar, just a single. Building up a little partnership, these two. Adil Ahmed, 13, and Usman Arshad, 4 not out, of course. One just edged to slip, and no run. It's a good pitch here in this Brescia ground. Bowler comes in again. It's down leg side, called a wide. Beating the keeper as well. Towards the boundary, and we'll get there. Well, that's quite handy. It's a wide plus the 4 byes, which will go down in the extras column. Once again, it's not a bad over here for Trentino, up to 40. So yeah, very nice pitch here. It's a concrete base. Comes through nicely, but a good even bounce. So it's good for batsmen, but the bowlers have a little bit in it as well. We get Ruksha Ahmed to continue. One's hit straight, and the player out there, Sasan Ali, will just pick that up and lob it back to the keeper. And quite an expensive over there, 18 from it. As we see, well, in fact, 22 altogether. As we see here the scorecard. Adil Ahmed not out on 13. Adil Muhammad 11. 3 ducks in this innings, including another first baller for Guri Singh. So important is Guri Singh, both with the ball and the bat. For him to fail twice with the bat, getting first ballers in the 2 games he's played, not a great look. Umar Gujar is the new bowler. Again, not getting much easier at all for Trentino. He's a top bowler. Bowls at a good pace, right arm over. Comes in again. And just short of a length. Could be one for the over. Just checking where the umpire is. The sun is setting, or starting to set, on the left-hand side of the monitor, which is getting in the player's eyes. That'll be on the leg side. You can see one of the players there. I can see one of the players just shielding his eyes from the sun. This is in the air, and 6. Lovely shot. Over backward square leg. Swings hard at it. Slightly with the ball. So yeah, the umpires have the umpire at square leg is no longer at square leg. He's at point. It's not the point umpire. He's still the square leg umpire. And this is an edge over the top for 4. A couple of boundaries in the last 2 overs, pumping the score up a little bit. Over 50 now. Trentino Akia. And they did the same thing in the last innings. Had a pretty poor first 5 overs and are starting to mount up a bit of a challenge. 51 for 5. The expected score now up to 82. Still very quiet out there. Maguja, so he replies. A little bit of a slower ball. The grunting slower ball. So it's a good little fight back from these two. The wides on the last over helped a bit too. This is high in the air, and it's going to go all the way. Got right under it. Lovely shot. Another 6 runs. And Usman Ashad going up to 21 off 11. Good little innings here. But doesn't seem to be any reaction from the Brescia skipper. Oh, that got through him. Just missed the stumps. Yeah, I said expect to score now. 87, as we see tomorrow. Starts off with a new team. Vicenza against a team we saw last night, changeover Brescia. And they've got a double header against this team. We'll come back in the second game against Trentino Akia. Vicenza, Trentino Akia, Punjab. We'll see twice in the afternoon against changeover Brescia. That should be a cracking game. And then Vicenza, which again we haven't seen. So we'll see what we get from them against Punjab in the final game of tomorrow, day 8 of 12. So starts 7:15 Greenwich Mean Time, 9:15 local, and Indian Standard Time at 12:45. Hope you can join us. We have a new bowler with no number on his back. That's convenient. It's Aman Ullah with the bowler. Well, welcome to the game. That's been absolutely hammered. It's, this time it's Adil Ahmad who gets on the act, and some good runs coming here. Just a little bit on leg side from the new bowler. I said welcome to the game. 63 for 5 now. Making a good comeback. Our Trentino Akia. Dug that one out. There's a player out there. Cut it off. Just a single. And bring Usman Arshad back on strike. It's a bowler we haven't seen in this tournament so far. And Ullah. said, bowling to Usman Arshad, who's been impressive. And this one's going to be a wide. Pushed it out a little bit too far. Again, a left arm bowler. Comes in bustling. Just drifts that out. Trying to push it across the right hander. Just started it a little bit too wide. Yeah, so it's a lovely facility here. Three grounds. There's one down the road as well. So we have a hotbed for cricket around this area. This one's gone towards a boundary and picked up. Nice pick up there. The boundary rider. Come back for 2 though. But yeah, a very pleasant day here in the sun. Well, the sun is sort of creeping down into the commentary marshmallow at the moment. The whole left side of my arm's going to be, well, it's pretty warm. This one's hit in the air and is caught on the boundary. Just didn't quite have enough legs. That's Hassan Ali, who was back there. Just didn't quite have enough legs. It's the end of a pretty good innings there. And Amanullah gets his first wicket. Nice catch. Is that on the boundary? That's the end of Adil Ahmad, who goes for 20. Off just 12 deliveries. Good innings. Really pushed the score up a little bit. 66 for 6 at the moment. Still 2 overs and a bit left. But they've given themselves at least something to bowl to. Probably not going to be enough, but we'll see how many they can get off the last couple of overs. A score of 80 plus would be handy, 85. Comes Ullah again. He's on the ground, straight to cover. And it's Rukhsar Ahmed again, and just picks it up, tosses it back to the bowler, and having a chat is Usman Arshad, probably saying, "Give me the strike. I either hit a 4 or 6 or a nothing here." Big swing and a miss. And it will be Usman Arshad to face the first ball of the 9th. Let's have a look. Yes. So it's grown steadily. Pretty disastrous start, as you can see. They were 4 down in the power play for just 8 runs. And then they've mounted a pretty good recovery. Usman Arshad is the main part of that recovery. Him and Adil Ahmed. If he can stay in for these 2 overs, they'll push a decent score. And it is Hassan Ali. He'll be coming left arm around the wicket. Interesting tactic. You wouldn't want to put it too far down leg side though, because there's no protection down at fine leg. Any flick is 4. Well, just what I was saying. Don't put it down leg side, especially short, where you can get pulled for 6. That's a lovely shot. Hurried up on him, but got it away. Great shot there from Usman Arshad. Got to say, not the best bowling. You've only got 2 men on the leg side. 72 for 6. Very similar to their last innings. He's come back over the wicket, so that experiment failed. Again, down the leg side. Fielder will have to do the work. Does well. Puts a hand out and keeps it to 1. Really good fielding out there. That's have another look at this. Hit it pretty well. Just put a hand down, scooped it down, lost his hat. Kept it in the field of play and threw it back in. Excellent fielding out there on the boundary. Comes Hassan Ali again. And short, good bowling. Really cramped him up. Didn't like that, the batsman. Hassan Tahir is the new man down at the strikers end. Got to give Usman Arshad the strike though. He's 29 of 15. Just any bat on it. Again, another swing and a miss. Usman's got to have a chat to him. All he needs to do is just dab it down in front of him and they take a single. And then it gets Usman back on strike. Because he has to get there. So here absorbing 4 balls now. For no score. Say it's not good cricket. Will he try to play the same shot again? Yep, exactly the same shot and exactly the same result. Got to say it's good bowling by Hassan Ali, and Usman's having a chat to him. It's a bit late now. There's only 1 ball left in the over, and he's absorbed too much of the strike as to here. 73 for 6. So again, have a swing, get a 4 or a 6 or nothing. It's probably going to be nothing, I think. Yep, same swing, same result. He's frustrated, but I think so is Usman Arshad and the other Trentino players. So end of a pretty good spell there from Hassan, or good over, I should say. Let's see the bowling. Hassan, he was in fact his end of his spell, 1 for 10. But up the top, man with the damage, economy rate of 1, 4 for 2 for Muhammad Imran was fantastic early on. And again, another wicket down the bottom there for Aman Ullah. And who's that man who'll continue? Aman Ullah, the left armour. So 2 left armours to probably finish off this this innings. And big swing and a miss. Within that line. So they'll want a few extra. You pump it up to about 85 in this this over. And you never know. Sometimes these small targets are tricky to get. And they've got a good bowling lineup to Trentino Akia. We saw that against Milan. This is high in the air and all the way back. Nice shot. 6 runs. Just got under it, lifted over the boundary. 79 for 6. It's been a good innings here from Usman Arshad, keeping his team really in the game. And that's a bit of a swing and a miss. Slower ball. Good comeback. So 3 balls left. See if Usman Arshad can get under it again. Get a few more 6s, a couple of boundaries. And this one's a nice shot again. And that will be just over the fielder, 6 runs. And just nicely picked up. Didn't try to overhit it this time. Just over that fielder. Took him on. It's been a different spell from Ullah. It's coming around the wicket now. See if it changes the angle. Will help. And this one's hit hard. It's going to go towards a boundary. It's another 4. Hit it through the covers. Hit it hard. Bit of an inside-out shot. And the fielder there, Gujar, couldn't get there. So, 1 ball left. 6 for a 50. Wonder if he knows. He'll try to hit it for 6 anyway. And misses it. He mishits it slightly. Going to be caught. That's the end of a very good innings by Usman Arshad. 89 for 6. And after the start they had, you never expected him to get up that high. Still a modest target for Gina Brescia to achieve. But very, very good innings from Usman Arshad to keep his team in with a sniff of a victory. See some of the highlights. That's Guru Singh going for another king duck. It's a king pair for him. Not the greatest day with a bat. And, some lusty hitting, but mainly it's to do with the wickets of Mohammed Imran. Very good effort with the ball. Just everything going to hand at the start of the innings. And terrible power play of 8 for 4. It was really up to a couple of batsmen, especially Adil Ahmed and that man Usman Arshad to pump the score up to something respectable. 89, not a terrible score. He got 105 against Milan, defended it quite comfortably. But Brescia on their home ground, different bag of beans. To see again that final catch. Well, it wasn't the final catch actually. See a little bit more. Some nice hitting again from Usman Arshad. And that was the final catch from Hassan Anna, who took a couple in the innings. So, let's have a look at the scorecard. I'll show you a pretty good indication of how this game has gone. We're at the top. The James Bond, the 007. Adil Ahmed, good little innings there, coming off 13. Adil Muhammad contributing a little bit with 11 off 6, but that innings of Usman Arshad, 45 off 21, really pushed that score up to something competitive, 89. So 7 to see the bowling figures, they're up the top, 4 for 2. Wasim Ahmad also wicketless but inexpensive. And Hassan Ali just going for 5 and over. Expensive overs otherwise. So 90 to win for 90 to win for Gina Brescia. Should be able to do it. Can they do it within the 7 overs? Possibly also, but Trentino Akia, the bowling team, see if they can restrict them, see if they can beat them. We'll be back in a few minutes' time to find out in the final innings of today's play. See you then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back to everyone. This final innings of the day in this European Cricket Series from Italy in the sun-drenched Brescia. It's match number 34 between Brescia and Trentino Acquia. Trentino Acquia, after a disastrous start, mounted a pretty decent total of 89. The achieved target is 7 overs. Well, they have to restrict Brescia to 62, which is probably unlikely, but they will need wickets, especially early with this Trentino Acquia side, because Brescia, they're down a little bit of manpower with Janica not playing this game. They're still loaded full of dangerous batsmen. But Trentino Acquia, with that score of 89 and that fabulous innings by Usman Arshad, giving themselves a little bit of hope. First thing is trying to get past that score for Brescia. Good start would see them get a bit of confidence. And even though he missed out again with the bat, Guru Singh proved that he was a very good bowler in that last game. I'm sure he'll bring it to these batsmen. So being attacked by a giant wasp or a hornet, I think it'll leave as Guru comes in. And this is hit over the top, just over the top of the fielder as well. And 6 runs. Well, it was the plan, I think. There was a man at third man, just went straight over him. And unfortunately for Trentino Acquia, just out of reach of that player. Good start there for Brescia. And it's Mr. Ahmed, as usual. His opening partner is Magujar. He's a talented player, good cricketer. Guru Singh comes in again. And it's going to be called a wide. A tight one maybe. That's fair enough. Umpire had a good look at it. Good think about it. It's a difficult bowling with this man though. Anything too straight, it's just going to get launched. So Ahmed's been in really good form today. And again, another wide. Patted down by the keeper. A couple of slips in. A bit of outswing, but he's got to keep it a bit straighter. Saw a good outswing in the previous innings from Mohammad Imran. It got him 4 wickets. I can hear crickets around. Get into that time of day, I think. Guri again, tucked away on the leg side. Field have to do well. Comes around, stops it just a single. And bring Gujar on, has been bumped up the order. So a little cricket friend in the commentary, Marshmallow, sings all sorts of little things. That hornet I didn't particularly love. Quite a few spiders around and ants. There's a fly at the end of the table at the moment. So lots of pets joining in the commentary for the cricket. This is punched through cover. Bit of a misfield going towards the boundary, and it'll get there as well. Well, that's a little bit sloppy. Can't afford that. As that hornet starts buzzing me again. If you hear a scream, you'll know what it is. So, Guri Singh comes in again. Down leg side this time, and will it be called wide or leg by? Not sure if it clipped a little thing. Something. It'll be called a wide. And well, Guri thought he heard something. but obviously not. Umpire quite certain. So 4 wides, 5 wides, I should say. Well, it'll be more to the point. I think it's 1 wide and 4 byes. I think it's a ruling. Guri comes in again. And, well, that's not out. Not quite sure what the umpire's just signalled. Thought I saw a finger go up. I think it must have hit a bit of pad. So nothing on. Bit of a stifled appeal. So look, must have hit thigh pad. Let's have another look. And yeah, hit his thigh pad. Bit of a stifled appeal. Umpire. Good decision. Guri comes in again. This one's full. Just punched over the top of point and 4 runs. It's a bit too easy there from Guri for a quality batsman like Gujar. Just poked a bat out. Lovely shot. No risk. And, well, not a great start for Trentino when you're defending 89, 22 off the first over so far. And 15 of it's been off the bat, the rest extras. Comes in again. And, well, he's hit him. Yeah, a little bit aggressive. Let's have another look at this. Just to get him in the chest. And, yeah, seems okay though. So, end of a pretty scrappy first over from Guru Singh. This is a match he'd prefer to forget maybe. 56 matches since a golden ball. Vinny's built me up as a golden ball magnet, so we'll see what happens in the next couple of days. But they're always exciting, these golden balls. So I was privileged that last year was involved or commentated on 2 of them. The one in particular was a fantastic game. When it was a catch over the boundary. New bowler is Sadakat Ali. This is it over the top and 6 runs. Just got a bit wide. And again, just a bit too much room. Would have been a wide actually. Just lifted it over the top. Simple shot. And again, Nissa Ahmed shows his class. He's now 13 off 3. Gujar 8 off 4. 28 the total. At the end of the 3rd over, we'll compare the power plays. This is hit over the top. Won't go for 6. Should go for 4 though. No, good work out there. That's Guri Singh who scoops it back. And just 2 runs. Just basically pushed it over cover. Didn't try to overhit it. Doesn't need to take any risks here, Nissa Ahmed. Probably just wants to bat through the innings. Get home a little bit quicker. Get the runs under that 7th over. They're looking on target at the moment. In the bonus point, there's a really good innovation brought in a little while ago. As this has been absolutely smashed. Just dropped it too short. And that's 6 runs. Yeah, the bonus point. There are 4 points on offer in each game, which is nice. So even if you lose the game, you could pick up a point if you're competitive. There's been a couple of blowouts so far in this side of the tournament. Yesterday, between the Friends 11 and Janjur Brescia, who we'll see again tomorrow. And then today, a couple against with Milan, 3 actually. They're pointless at the moment. Sadakat comes in again. And this one's not about well timed. There's a player out there who should cut it off. Just be a single on the leg side. 14 so far off this over. 36. 37 in fact. Our Junior Brescia cruising at the moment. They push a man back to long off. Still within the power play. Only 2 men back. And it's a good ball. Just poked down for a single. Bit of a shy at the stumps. There's man backing up there. That was Lovepreet Singh. So again, no risk cricket. Being so they're very dangerous. Nissa Ahmed back on strike. 22 off 6. Then again, this one's high in the air. Player coming back. It's not going to reach the boundary. Really good effort there from Gurpreet Singh. Just to drag it back in. They'll come back for 2. So it just got under it a bit. And it just plugged when it hit the turf. It was going towards a boundary. Just dragged back. Comfortable 2 though. And as we see here, Punjab up on top after 2 wins from 2 games. And then Brescia, they're just behind them. Changeover Brescia just playing the 1 game. Those 3 teams I think will fight out the top 3 places. On 40 for no loss off 2 overs. So 63 is the first target to avoid. They might do it in the next over. New bowler is Jawad Ahmed. New bowling to Gujjar. Comes in, left arm over the wicket. And it's been hit on the leg side. No man out there, comfortable shot. Didn't hit it too hard, 4 runs. Nicely played. It's very no risk cricket here by Brescia. Bit different to what we saw with Trentino Akia. Really, only a few of the batsmen applied themselves and played proper cricket shots and really attacked the fielding, the bowling, I should say. Comes in again. Hit nicely straight. That'll be 4 runs, will it? Guri tries to get there. Again, just off with a full face. Didn't hit it too hard. Lovely shot. Held the post for a bit. Just a classic cricket shot. Moved on to 17 off 7 is Gujjar. 48 now the score. Bowler comes in again. Again, same shot again. Action replay. Beautiful shot. 1 bounce over the rope. Just a lovely cricket shot. It's difficult now. Still in the power play, so you can't really plug that hole. Gurpreet's on right in front of me. Guri Singh, he's at long off. Bit short. Wasn't a great delivery, but batsman misses it. It was quite high, but Gujjar's quite a tall man. It's been another good over here for Brescia. Still a few balls left. Just flicked off his toes, a man out there. Off his hip, I should say. I'll bring Nissa Ahmed back on strike. The 50 came up just before as well. It's 53 for no loss. I'll do a quick comparison in a minute of the relevant power plays in this game. It's bowler again, and flicked around the corner and all the way, 6 runs. Easy shot. Didn't try to overhit it. Nissa Ahmed just went with the pace of the ball, just flicked it behind him. Nice shot. And well, it's going to be a shortish game, I think, this one. Let's have a look at this. So 22, 18 and 19 off the 3 overs. 59 for no loss was the power play. 9 for 4 were Trentino Ikea at the same stage. They did man a comeback, build up to a pretty good score, but don't know if it's going to be enough. So end of the power play. Atif Raza is the bowler who bowled very well against Milan. But that Milan team is not what Gina Brescia is on their home ground. It's going to be very hard to beat in this tournament. So Atif Raza will be bowling to Amar Gujar. Again, is playing no risk cricket. This one's tucked around the corner, and the fielder out there who does very well to knock it down. Just a single. A friendly bounce, to be fair, but really good effort there. There's Raza again. This one's hit in the air. Player's coming around and drops the catch. Goes over the boundary. Well, I think he looked up. He wasn't quite set. He thought he was. Just went away from him a little bit. Let's have another look at this. So he's just got away from him right at the last minute. Wasn't set. Another 4 runs. Bit of a streaky shot though. Here's Ahmed now 34. And this one, no doubt about this, absolutely hammered over cow corner. That's 6. So Ahmed is now 46 off 11. And looking for another 50. He's hit 2 today already. Very good batsman is Nissa Ahmed. And, well, 70 now. Only 20 runs to get to win. They're going to try to do it in the next couple of overs. They want to do it before the 7th. I think they're pretty much on target for that. I can hear my friend the cricket. And gives yourself a bit of space. Short ball, not the greatest ball. Gets away with it. And trying to make something out of something is Nissa Ahmed. He's much better when he just plays the ball on its merits. Then again, and this one's outside off stump, called a wide. But that wide line, oh, it's outside the other wide line. It's a good idea. Now it's very clear. It doesn't have to. This has to be on the other side of that line. If it touches any part of it, should be called a good delivery. It's been cut through the covers area, and I'll just get a single. So 41 now for Nissa Ahmed. Gujar, 23 off 11, but doing well. So he's brought this over back a little bit. 1 ball left of it. And it's been absolutely smashed down the ground for 6. Good way to the end of the over for Gina Brescia. That Trentino, they did win their last game quite nicely against Milan. They're going to go home with nothing from this one, I think. Let's have a look. You can see the difference there. Gulf of difference after 4 overs. So the current run rate at the moment is 19.5 for Gina Brescia. Who's have a new bowler. It'll be Adil Muhammad to come in. Clever bowler. See if he can stem the flow of runs. To be honest, I think Nissa Ahmed will want to finish this in this over. Comes in, reverse, and it goes in the reverse direction to where the reverse was supposed to go. Again, don't quite know why he's doing this. Surely you just want to, we hear it for the first game at 9 this morning. Slow ball, not bad. It's plugged through the covers, well placed. And they'll go for 2 off the misfield. Just dissect the field slightly. And 2 more for Nissa Ahmed, who's on to 43. Adil Muhammad again. And again, just been hammered right in the slot. And 6 more runs. So there's a bit of chatter there from the Jinnah Brescia boys. Really good fun. Need 4 or 15. I'll try to do it off this ball, no doubt. Comes in and just flicks it down leg side. It's going to be called a wide. And they didn't run. No need to take any risks, and they've done this very comfortably so far without the loss of a wicket. Not too far away from the leg stump, though, to be fair. Keeper thought so as well. His gloves on his head. But it's cruel that it's just fractionally missed that leg side, but called a wide. And there's a change in the field for no apparent reason. Too little too late, I think. Once again, there's a stifle appeal and, well, looking for a dodgy single. Not on. Ahmed is on 49. He's got 2 more balls left, I think, in this over to get his 50. If he wants to finish it this over. I think he's just looking for the right ball. And tries the reverse. And gets it through the fielder. And that'll be 4 runs, and that'll be the end of the game. In fact, it might even be leg byes. So he's missed out on his 50. And he's looking at the umpire. Not sure if that hit the bat. He's claiming it hit the bat. So, a bit of controversy at the end. Doesn't affect the result. Does affect the fact that, in fact, I think you're going to review it, maybe. But it's the end of the game. A very good victory there for Jinnah Brescia at the end of the day. And congratulations all up for these teams. As we see what's happening tomorrow, starting at 9:15 local time, Vicenza. We haven't seen them yet, against changeover Brescia, the other Brescia team. Trentino Akia again with changeover Brescia. Then Vicenza again against this team, Trentino Akia. Then we see the return of Punjab in an all-star clash against changeover Brescia. And then Vicenza against Punjab in the final game. That's day 8 of 12 here in lovely Brescia. Looking forward to that. Hope you can join us for that game. We'll see some of the highlights of this one. And it's that first ball just over the fielder. It's just good solid batting. It's a bit of a poor one. This field, generally the fielding's been pretty good today from all teams. And yeah, Guri Singh not having the best of days with the ball or the bat. Actually, mainly in this game. With the ball though, 22 off his over. And this one again, just getting away from the fielder. Nothing really going right there for Trentino Akia, failing to claim the wickets of the openers. But, it's a class act there, Nissa Ahmed. He's hit 350s today in all 3 games. And well supported by Umar Gujjar. He's a very good all-rounder. And as we see, this one going through the fielder. Leg by, off the bat. Don't really know. We'll have to see at the end whether he got his 50 or not. But the umpire did call leg by, so that might stand. As we see here. 53, it was called off the bat in the end, so he got his 53 for the day. Mr. Ahmed, 53 not out off 17, and Guja Ahmed, 29 off 12. Also 9 extras, which was a little bit rough. So look at the bowling figures. Yeah, one to forget, day to forget for Guru Singh, good bowler to come back, and then big runs from all the bowlers. So just to sum up this game, after a disastrous start and a terrible power play, 4 for 9, or 9 for 4 for Trentino Akia. They did build up a decent total of 89, but it was easy pickings for Brescia, who picked up 4 points because they got these total in just 4.5 overs under the 7 they needed to get that bonus. So it's been a fantastic day in cricket here. Looking forward to tomorrow's play. This is again the games that'll be on tomorrow, starting at 9:15 local time, 7:15 GMT, and 12:45 Indian Standard Time. Different times in other parts of the world as well. I know we have viewers from all around. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. Bye.